Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hope you're all having a nice, whatever it is, wherever you are. Seething because I hate it. Rough shit. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really care about the Game Awards because it's all just a, like a game journo circle jerk. For those who don't know, the majority of what actually counts in terms of like what wins and what doesn't is the opinion of industry insiders, so to speak. So, like, the overwhelming majority of what determines the vote is game critics and shit like that. And like, I mean, you know, I've heard that Clair Obscur is a very good game, and I'm happy for them for the amount that they won, but like, I don't personally care because it's just like, yeah, this is just the opinion of games journalists as an award show. Who I don't fucking care. If it was players, it would be botted. I mean, I don't doubt that, to be honest, but no way to charge in the simulacrum? That's kind of fucked. Hello, welcome, Rosie. Also, spawn faster with a Tauron weapon? That doesn't surprise me considering they contribute to the charge, but that's good to know. I'm not sure. Okay, I have a minor rant I want to go on real quick, if that's okay with you all, about the Tauron strikes in general. This is something that I really hope they change, but I haven't heard anyone talking about it, so I kind of have my doubts. Also, today's live reaction was actually stolen from the Helldivers subreddit, so shout out to user Darmug for making this. I just thought it was funny. I feel like there's kind of like an information problem with a lot of this stuff. So, like, for example, I finished Lorak and I finished Vexoric, I think it is, the Neramon sword. Here's my problem, okay? You look at this. Create 4 spectral pages granting additional cast speed, ability strength, duration, and 100 bonus energy per page. And then this increases that by 40%. My problem? How much does it increase it by? How long do the pages last? It doesn't, like, how much, these smaller beams, what damage do they deal? What damage do these deal? It doesn't tell you fucking anything. It annoys me so much, because I feel like Warframe has always been good about telling you, like, you look at these things, the percentages, and, like, the actual quantities. None of this stuff does, and it drives me nuts. Because, like, the pages, I don't understand how they actually work. Because I've noticed that over time, they decay. Like, you'll go from 4 to 3 to 2 to 1. But it's like, I don't understand the actual mechanism by which they disappear. I don't know how long they last for. I don't even know the specifics of the buff they're supposedly providing me. And it's just like, I find, like, it's not a huge thing, but I do find it annoying because I feel like there's just like a lack of information. Another one sort of in that regard, like, or I guess in the same vein, is they said they've iterated multiple times that having focus lenses on increases your Tauron strike charge rate. The question is it 10% per focus lens, or can you only get it once? Because I have a focus lens on every item in this loadout because I was trying to test this. Does each one count towards the 10%, or is it only one time? Because that's also never explained. They just said that focus lenses are a 10% reduction, but it doesn't, they never mention if it stacks. It's not like you can only have one focus lens equipped. So, I have no idea. Also, they said it doesn't matter what type of lens or which school of lens, just that you have a lens. But the question for me, like I said, is, does that 10% reduction stack across all your items or not? And I think I don't know if I actually have anyone, like, off the top of my head who's using Neramon at the moment, but like I said, same thing with Vexoric, right? Yeah, summons 4 spectral swords that attack enemies within 10 meters, and grant additional Tauron strike charge. Again, what's the damage? How long does it last for? This one increases the range to 26 meters. That's about as much hard numbers are you getting. How much damage does Vexoric actually deal? It's vibes based. I'm not accepting that answer, to be honest. I really do wish that they would put some numbers to these things, because I just find it a little annoying that we don't have hard information about that. Also, this is a rant that has nothing to do with Warframe. YouTube changed their streaming layout, and it pisses me off. I can't see anything right now. This UI is worse. They just moved a bunch of stuff to different submenus. Is this Hulu? Fuck you, YouTube. And if I pop out my chat, I still can't hide the pop-out window, so it blocks half my fucking view anyways. This platform is pretty dog shit. But yeah, I also will say, in the mod screen, it shows the charge reduction. Is that how that works? You have to pull it up in the fucking upgrade menu. Initial charge. Or just 28.6% faster. I don't know if do I have anything that affects that directly? Okay, so all of this stuff is just here. On the one hand, honestly, good to know. I don't think it says anywhere what anything about the pages, which still bothers me. There's still the thing that's the most confusing to me about this, is how the pages work. But thank you for pointing that out, because I completely forgot that you could view the upgrade screen for these. I have somehow lost damage. Oh, probably because it's not considering my, whatever anymore. Find my pages? Yeah, deadass. Dude, my chat feels so far away from my face. Why is it so fucking zoomed out? Why does YouTube suck so much? I can't fucking read this shit, dude. Anyways. They did recently make a decent change, but I also do feel like at the moment, the steel path isn't super worth doing if you're specifically farming the currency, unless you have like a pretty specific like loadout to deal with it. Okay, so a few things recently that happened. We're gonna see this in action in a moment. So they recently buffed the steel path bosses, specifically Hunhullus and Dactylist. The Hunhullus getting buffed was good. I think they overtuned the Dactylist. This thing takes a fucking eternity to kill in comparison to how long it used to take. And the Vanguard Warframes in general, I also feel like are kind of overtuned. If you're not using like, it feels like old damage attenuation, if that makes sense. Like, if you are not playing with a very specific like weapon or a type of weapon that is able to just like wipe them off the face of the earth immediately, they are extremely hard to deal with, especially if you're using a status weapon. And I find that really bothersome, especially when it comes to the status weapon thing, because I don't feel like there's any good reason for them to have status reduction, at least not like they do, because status reduction for some reason affects DOTs, which is like your main source of damage on a lot of status weapons. So it's like, if you're using a status weapon or a Warframe that like relies on stacking DOTs, they kind of can't fight them. And if you every three rotations, you're guaranteed to fight one. So you have to deal with that, which I find to be really annoying. Every 2 to 3 seconds instantly uses it to super heal allies. Yeah, I agree with you there. If you don't have the damage to stop Protea, she will make the fight last forever. For Warframe content. Yeah, the Vanguard boss fight is really really demands a high level of power from the player, is what I mean to say. Because it's fucking tough, especially the Steel Path version, where all 6 of them fight you at the end. But I don't know, like Hunhullus, to me, I feel like my personal problem with Hunhullus is that it doesn't try to hurt you when you're in the air. But I feel like that's one of those things where I don't know if they'll change it, because designing new attacks for the boss is probably not on their radar. I do have kind of like to that end a suggestion in terms of, no DE employee will ever hear me say this, but I wish that when you were fighting the Hunhullus, I feel like when you use a grapple point, it should turn red and lock you out of using it for like 5 or 10 seconds, just so you can't keep spamming the same grapple point. So you kind of have to like actually prioritize staying in the air instead of just mashing the key to keep grappling to the same spot. I think it'd make it a lot more interesting. I feel like ultimately, you know, if I was able to change the Hunhullus, I would more so want there to be more attacks that actually try and swat you out of the air, but I doubt that'll happen. So I feel like if we could just make it so that if the nodes were, you know, they would like lock you out, at least on the Steel Path version, right? I think that'd be a decent way to go about it. It seems like Nitro is having a moment. Rest in peace. But yeah, also I find it easy, but I play Red Crit Mesa. I mean, I feel like that's where the problem lies, I guess. Like because I'm playing Protea, this is gonna look ridiculously easy. Or Protea, Jesus. Because I'm playing Hildren. Because Hildren deals a fuck-zillion damage. So I don't have to care. But I feel like for a lot of frames, like earlier I was playing Gyre because I was testing out the stuff from her Prime Access. Maybe I'll talk about that a bit. But I felt like Gyre was really struggling because I didn't have any weapons that weren't status-oriented, and I didn't think about it until I was fighting the boss, and I was like, oh shit, I can't do anything. Matt, so here's how it works. When it comes to the currency, you get a base of 10, and then you get 1 per objective completion. Personally, I think the Steel Path should up that, because that's how it works for most game modes. How it works now, though, is this on the Steel Path, killing the Warframes that show up throughout the mission will give you the Arcane drops for the Tauron weapons, and they'll also give you Steel Essence. I personally do think that they should up the amount to, like, 15 base and then 2 per objective, because I feel like it's, and yeah, they currently will drop 1 of a random resource. But I feel like for Steel Path, it should be higher, because genuinely, the grind for this is fucking ridiculous. Like, doing some rough math on how to obtain them all, if you're completing, I would say, like, a decent amount would be, like, 8 to 9 objectives for most people. It would still take you, like, 5 to 6 hours to obtain all of those, or to obtain 1 weapon, sorry. Not even counting the time it takes to get the materials to upgrade the fucking thing. And, like, I'm in a bit of a weird spot with it, because I really enjoy the Purita Rebellion for now, but I feel like as I get deeper into this grind, I am going to just slowly grow to not like this game mode, because I'm going to be stuck in the trenches, literally, for like 5 fucking years. You upgrade them? Yeah, so you can upgrade them by, like, once you unlock them, you can, once you unlock them, you can upgrade them both through mods and through the focus school. Like, they get their own focus nodes. This room's having a moment. But you can upgrade them through focus nodes. The issue is a lot of the focus nodes also require resources from these missions. So it's like, this is going to take a while. Is that I personally think they should up the Steel Path materials by 50%. That's what they do in a lot of other game modes, and I think it would actually make the grind a lot more bearable for this one. Or they could, like, reduce the requirements, maybe drop it by, like, 100, or by, like, 50, sorry, or something like that, to make it a little bit more manageable. Are they even good? To be honest with you, my current verdict is I don't know. I've been, like, the Purita Rebellion is a skewed place to test them, because you get them way more frequently here. But, so, like, in normal gameplay, I can't really say, but I feel like overall, their damage is very high, but it's very brief. I find the ones I already have, Vexoric and Lorak, to be really hard to aim because of the camera angles. You know, it does, like, it's really cool and cinematic, but then once you, like, focus on, you know, where you're looking again, your target's normally moved, and you have to, like, scramble to actually reacquire them, but your crosshair doesn't appear until you've already started shooting. And then the secondary effects, I feel like, are the main reason you'd want to use a strike, honestly, like the pages or the swords and that stuff. But like I said, I don't really know what they do for sure yet, because the game doesn't really tell you what they do for sure. It kind of feels like, maybe some people will understand this comparison, like a Risk of Rain item. Like, without a mod like Huddle Up or something, I kind of know what it does, but I don't really know what it does. And I find that really annoying. It's like, yeah, I can read the description provided to me, but I very much would appreciate being able to see the actual numbers on the side of the sentience. Yeah, I think that they probably avoided that to, like, stop people from getting confused, but I don't know how much that matters, considering the amount of content where that's something that they don't give a shit about. The new Prime weapons. Yeah, I have. I don't want to do like a, because oftentimes when new updates release, I do like a Let's Talk stream where I talk about the updates. But I feel like because the Tauron strikes are a huge part of this update, I shouldn't talk about them until I have them all, which will probably take quite a while, especially because of the upgrades. So I'm kind of holding off on doing like a stream where we go over everything in a more dedicated fashion, at least for a little bit, because I feel like in its current state, if I was to talk about them, it wouldn't be really representative of the update. But when it comes to, I guess back on topic, the two new like prime weapons, the pistol and the scythe, they're both pretty good. I think the scythe honestly has a lot of potential to be really good if you're using it with like an external primer or something like that. I think it's got the potential to be super powerful. The main issue with it, for me, is it's really ammo inefficient. It is a bullet hose, but there isn't really any weapon, arcane or anything for ammo efficiency. So you just run out of ammo super fucking fast. But it is a pretty high damage weapon. I currently have mine with blast and electric, I think it is. And it works pretty well. The scythe, on the other hand, I think, like I said, has a lot of potential, but it is something that you really have to like leverage external items for that. Arcane Pistolier. So Pistolier is a Warframe arcane, which I think is kind of the difference. I can't slap it on that gun. I have to give up a Warframe arcane slot, which is really valuable. For a lot of reasons, right? I feel like it's kind of a tough sell for me to sacrifice that for one gun that I'm using, if that makes sense. And also, I will say, like, use carrier, yeah, I could, but my issue is more so that I spend so much time reloading. So obviously, I guess you could, like, mod it for reload speed or something like that. But you're still, like, there's downtime. If you dump your entire magazine in 3 seconds, right, then you're going to spend a lot of time reloading. Like, Gatva is a weapon that I really like, and it's kind of like the pistol version of Gatva, but something I think I underappreciated as a thing for Gatva in terms of a buff to it is the fact that primary crux exists, so you can lay on the trigger for, 5 years and you'll still have ammo. But for the pistol, it's not quite like that. And then for the scythe, its gimmick is that you get 10% like final critical chance for every unique status affecting the target. So that one's also, like I said, I think it has a lot of potential, especially because heavy attacks on scythes guarantee both a knockdown and a slash proc. So I think that if you're using that with like a Tazikor on your Sentinel or a Hound or a Diriga or something like that to prime enemies, or like a secondary encumber weapon or something like that, it has a lot of potential to be super good, especially if you're using it for like disruption or something. I don't know if it'll overtake Harmony in that regard, I guess, but it's still a really strong weapon, and I like the idea of, like, you can use the light attacks to inflict those status effects to set up for, like, a Tennokai heavy attack as well, which is fun. And pretty strong, all things considered. Also, as for Gyre's weapons, my verdict on them at the moment is Kestrel is pretty good. It's a glaive, so it being bad is pretty hard. Kestrel is able to bounce a lot, so I feel like it's got some fun potential as like a bounce build, kind of like Path Assist, in terms of being good for that. You can throw on what is it, Volatile Rebound, I think it is, and you can I don't think I have enough time to complete this objective. Regardless, you can use like Volatile Rebound or whatever. It has a bunch of extra bounces, so you can do that. Its explosion guarantees an impact proc as well, which has some potential for some shenanigans to it. So Kestrel's a fun weapon, heavy attack or like regular, just like bounce setup. It's still pretty good. Alternox, I'm pretty let down by, to be honest with you all. I feel like it didn't really fix any of the Alternox's problems. And to kind of elaborate on what I mean, like, it has a usable crit chance, but it's still pretty low. It's only 20%. And on top of that, for me, what I think is kind of the biggest offender, or the biggest two offenders, it's still pure electric damage. So it's a status weapon that can't really leverage that many status effects. Its damage isn't even really that high to begin with, which also is bad for it. But dude, look at this. The amount of damage this guy's fucking taking, he just does not give a shit. He can be armor stripped for some reason, but anyways. So I feel like like, Alternox didn't really fix any of its major problems. It still only has one status effect. It still has no headshot multiplier for some reason. That one really threw me for a loop. I don't know why it ever had no headshot multiplier, honestly. I don't know why it still has no headshot multiplier. And then on top of that, it just feels like the crit chance buff was not enough to save it. And I think it sucks, because, like, coming off of the high of Caliban's Prime Access, and honestly Lavos' Prime Access, which they were both super good in my opinion, going from that to... Why is my Balefire not working? Anyways, going from that to Gyre has been pretty disappointing. Alright, get fucked. Again, I'm playing a Warframe with a shit zillion damage, so he doesn't look that bad. But, like, you look at Lavos, right? His weapons weren't crazy, but... Lavos had access to, well, one, Cedo had a few significant buffs to it, like I think its fire rate got increased, which just made it feel a lot better. And then Zoran was a fun weapon, and Lavos came with a Syandana and an armor set, which I always think is a good thing, right? On top of that, then we got to Caliban's, which I really liked for a lot of reasons. Vidaria was a very unique weapon, and on top of that, we also got Venato got a pretty interesting buff. It got a new gimmick when it was released. So I really liked the way that they handled Caliban's Prime Access in terms of all like the cool stuff that we got out of it. But I'm just feeling underwhelmed right now with Gyres. And I will say, like, so what I've been trying to work with on Gyre, and come to think of it, someone asked if this deals multiplicative gun CO, and the answer is yes. So I just realized I should probably build around that, because I have no base damage on this. Maybe I could, like, slot it in somewhere. But I struggle with this weapon as it stands is, like, I'm using Debilitate to get even more status effects, and it still just doesn't feel like it helps that much. I don't know. This feels to me like a Larkspur situation, almost, where, like, the stat buffs just don't feel like they were that big. Like, I don't know. The magazine size is much bigger, the fire rate is better. Like, it was a little buffs in a lot of places, but it doesn't feel like what they needed. I feel like what this thing, honest to God, what this thing needed was at least one more element in its damage makeup, and it needed a headshot multiplier. Because I think, like, with a weapon like Alternox, right? Alternox is a weapon that is single target, primarily. So, I have Shred on purely for the fire rate, but now that you mention it, yeah, realistically, I should probably swap this out for, like, Vile Acceleration or something. Because of the infinite body punch through. But I feel like the lack of headshot multiplier is such a big deal, because headshots deal 3 times normal damage, right? So losing that damage boost is like a really big deal, in my opinion.
Learning how to live.
I don't know. I wonder... I feel like for, like, something like this, I could be, I could slot in... I mean, I guess I have this ribbon. I could probably roll it for something. It's probably got a really bad disposition right now, but, you know, it'll be funny. Fuck it. And okay, hold on. I have something I have to... You mentioned the Hassan dog thing. So, you guys might have seen my community tab post. I was fucking around last night, and I was like previewing cosmetics, and my drifter I thought looked like Hassan, so I made a joke about it. I posted it to my community tab, where I was like, my drifter looks like about to shock his dog. Let me grab this comment. This is actually not terrible. I want one with damage and fire rate. Been enjoying the old piece? Welcome, Kai. I have been enjoying it so far. Well, I mean, this works too, but I really want... what I need is base damage. We're after base damage and fire rate. Minus 132% weapon recoil. Okay, can I get the things that I want, like, together? That's what I'm actually asking for. Damage, toxin, and critical damage. I mean, that's certainly strong. Okay, I have to find this thing real quick, because this actually floored me. So, that community tab post. Let me go to the comments real quick. I also want to clarify. I want to clarify something important. I am going to show a comment from this post. Please do not attack this person. That is not the point. I just want to show this comment because I think it's fucking hilarious and completely delusional. So, I'm going to warn you all now. This is kind of nuts, but please, please do not bother this person. So, obviously when you make fun of someone like Hassan, you are making fun of someone who is a political figure, right? My joke has nothing to do with Hassan's politics. It's... That should be a given. I'm priming you for this, because I'm just going to read this comment out and we're going to show it on screen. I could censor this guy's name, but it's so easy to find it doesn't fucking matter. This. So... I'm just gonna go ahead and read this verbatim. You'll have to forgive me. Retards believing that Israeli defender pedo, Destiny, and Assmold. No wonder your Warframe takes are garbage. Now, keep in mind, I didn't bring up Destiny or Asmongold in that post at all. I don't know if he thinks I watch them or something, but I don't. I mean, and like, I don't disagree even with the fact that, like, Destiny admitted to having CP on his computer. So, like, that's not even wrong. But it's just like, what are you talking about? And also, even if I was a fan of Destiny or Asmongold, what does that have to do with my opinion about Warframe? Like, what? I don't know. I just read that comment and I was just like, I was floored. I'm like, what the fuck is bro talking about? What is bro cooking up? Evidently, nothing. Punch through. No, I need damage and fire rate. I want those two stats on a ribbon. Those are the two things I'm after. Because I want to drop my fire rate mod for a damage, to get a fire rate and damage ribbon. That's what I want. Immediately gonna discredit you. I mean, that's certainly a way to look at it. I just think that, like, I feel like, in a weird way, I honestly feel kind of bad, because I feel like that's just, like, bro has become totally ideologically captured. If you see me making a joke about political streamer that you like, that's also, like, an extremely, like, it's an extremely common joke, right? People have made the joke about Hassan for, like, the last several months, regardless of their political affiliation, and being like, this guy made fun of funny political man from my side? Obviously, he must then support the political people I don't like. No? No, I don't. I've never watched an Asmongold or a Destiny video or stream. What are you talking about? Asmongold is a genuine idiot. I agree. Like, I don't... Because, like, honestly, I've ranted about this type of shit before, but, like, my issue with a lot of those people isn't even necessarily, like, their beliefs. It's that I think they're idiots for other reasons. I don't know. I'm still just, like, I'm reeling. Come on. Damage. I've gotten, like, the ribbon I have right now is good. For most weapons, I wouldn't reroll this. Dude, this... God damn it. This could have been great. And then you just see the minus fire rate. Fuck you. Hold on. Should I get the Sisyphus Cool Kid image? Let me get the Sisyphus Cool Kid image back out. I feel like if I'm ever going to roll ribbons, it would probably... Why is there an image in this folder called Bouncing on it? Oh, it's the Noko GIF. Okay, never mind. I remember now. Hold on. Let's just roll this again while I'm not looking. That gives you good luck. It's like CS:GO cases. Well, that's not what I wanted. Where is this fucking image, dude? I'm combing through the depths of the folder. Nope. Where is Sisyphean Cool Kid? I know it's in here somewhere. Damage and... Dude, fuck off! That's a good ribbon, but it doesn't have one of the main stats I want. This system is so bad, dude. I hate ribbons so fucking much. Okay, there it is. Finally. Maybe I'll get some good luck in here by putting this on screen. All right, everyone. This is my current mood. Let me edit the opacity if I can. Where is the thing for that? I can't find it. I never use these things. Thank you for the 5 gift memberships, Kai. I appreciate it. Congrats to everyone who receives one. I know that everyone has their view blocked by this picture right now. I assure you, I'm working on it. Where is the fucking... I can set a custom color? What is that? Is that, like, for tagging? Okay, that didn't do anything. You know, I was going to just, like... We'll just have this, like, here. We'll just have this over in the live reaction section. That it can live there. Professional streamer, real and true. I support the IDF and all their endeavors. Glory and Yahoo with 20 trillion to Israel. Yeah, apparently. Apparently. Spend $1 million Cuba. Yeah, pretty much. Please, fire rate and damage. Fire rate and damage. That's what I want. Dude, imagine I get it and it's some fucking catastrophic negative, like minus status chance. Oh, that'd be so rough. I thought the disposition... Yeah, I was gonna say, the Alternox Prime, this isn't even that good. Multi-shot and fire rate at the cost of damage. Can I... Send help. Send help. Almost a racist Riven, but not quite. I think once I get to 50, I'm giving up. Once I get to 50, I'm tapping out. Fire rate and mag capacity, no. Honestly, like, this is such a low disposition, because they all start at the minimum. I don't even know if this Riven will be good for, like, the next fucking year. On a Riven, I don't think so, because technically minus zoom is a quote-unquote negative stat, but I don't know of any others that are considered a quote-unquote negative that are in the, like, the bless category. The hell is a racist Riven? It's when you get plus damage to Corpus, Grenier, and Infested. Glory to Def Audio. Heat and fire rate. I don't care. Dude, why? Why? In Parika, little cylinders will pop off the side of it at random, and you have to break the cylinders off by shooting them. Critical chance and damage to Grenier. Don't care. Reload speed and damage. I don't want that either. Like a man in the wall. He told me. All right, we're at 50. I'm tapping out. I'm giving up. Optimized. My struggle here, honestly, and the reason I was rolling that Riven is because I feel like every stat I could give up for better base damage is kind of catastrophic to lose. So it's like, what would I want to sacrifice? Because this is giving me 2 more status effects, which is big. I feel like everything I could drop is bad. I don't want to drop anything. Give them front-facing shields. Yeah, honestly, I think that's pretty cool. I feel like everything I could drop here is bad. Like, the best I could do is, like, drop Malignant Force, maybe, but then I lose status chance. I mean, it would keep that, but it's only 166 points, or 66.6%. Fuck my life, dude. I feel like the 90% fire rate is still going to be helpful. Like, I feel like if I take that off, the gun's going to feel awful. I also just realized I'd have to put another Forma on this, wouldn't I? Or no, because I can do this. Why are you sorting by name? Fuck it. Fuck it. I guess I'm just going to have to play a frame with a fire rate buff if I want to use this fucking thing, dude. Hold on, I just need to go. I need to go into a mission real quick. I need to see how awful this feels to the Sisyphus boulder. You know, sometimes I wonder if people ask if it's a dog as like an earnest question or if it's just to fuck with me. I don't really know a lot of the time.
These foes deserve your respect.
That is so disgusting, dude. It's so slow. Okay, hold on. Does it deal any damage? That's what matters. That's what matters.
I'm sending life support capsules your way.
Does it deal damage? Certainly hear a lot of damage noises. You know, it deals decent damage now that I've got the base damage. I will actually give it that. I will give it that. It deals decent damage. The problem is that the fire rate is terrible. There are also much better weapons you can choose than this thing. But, like, it's killing things. Well, especially once I get to 10 stacks of viral, right? It is killing things. The problem is that it's really slow. Now, if I was gonna say, if I bust out the Gyre special, the bowling ball, baby, give him a fucking bowling ball. You know, Kestrel is a fun weapon, and I have it on just as it's like Gyre Prime's weapon, but it does make hitting the bowling ball a little bothersome. Also, if you're gonna play around the alt fire, multi-shot doesn't affect it, so you gotta keep that in mind. But go, my fucking bowling ball. Do my bidding. I do love bowling ball. Put on a companion with reinforced bond. Honestly, that's probably the best I could do. Gotta do that to supplement the bad fire rate. That's a good point, though. I've been using Diraga to help prime enemies. I guess, considering how good Tazakor is by itself, I probably don't need Arc Coil. Are there... Because Reinforced Bond is a decently high threshold to clear, is it not? Oh, this still has the old colors on it. It's, yeah, 1200. Fuck, I don't think... Do any Sentinels even clear that? Because I know that, like, I have Hounds that can do it. 300. 300. 300. This isn't looking too good. 350. Oh, Worm has 600. Wait, actually, hold up. I haven't used my Worm since the update came out. That sounds vaguely sexual, to be honest. This could work. I can just keep on... I can keep on the Tazakor for the priming. He looks kind of ugly, though. I guess we could just use this one. I think I used to use that on Frost. That's good enough, right? It doesn't match at all, but, you know. I'm worming it. All right, that gets... Oh, you know... That gets our fire rate up. Let's try again. Let's try again. I could also... I guess I could probably also take, like, the crit link, but I feel like Tazakor is going to be the, you know, the priming method. That's going to be the way to go. Who up a Worming Day shield? Yeah, who up using They Worm? You know what? This will be our first certified lurker moment. If you've just been lurking in chat, just been hanging out, go ahead and type 1 if you're worming it. Just give me a 1 if you're worming it right now. Type 1 if you're worming it. Any other number, I'll assume that you should be put to death. Whenever I tell people to hit a number for a thing, you always just see a flood of random numbers. But this time, a lot of people appear to be worming it. I have a lot of respect for that. Okay, yeah, this feels a lot better. Thank you to the person who mentioned Reinforced Bond. I realized I had the briefest moment of intellectual clarity where I could just fucking take off Diraga. So you can use this to stun enemies, which is nice, and like help them get their stacks faster. Can we ban the 6-7 guy? Go to argument. A 4 million damage. Like, honestly, this is being carried by Gyre, but, you know, it's not too bad, all things considered. It's workable. Now, if I encountered an enemy with any kind of status reduction, I'd be totally fucked. Like, if a commandeered Warframe pulled up and I was running this build, we're not doing much. We're not doing much. And then, yeah, Kestrel. I think I currently have a heavy attack build on it at the moment. But the bounce build works, too. I just found it a little uncomfortable to use, so... I don't have Power Throw on. I don't think I could manage to squeeze it in, which is really bad because Power Throw is incredibly good. I probably should try and make room for it, but... make it viable. That's, I feel like, kind of the fight of the Alternox, to be honest. Is that there's just so many things at once. Like, if you look at this, a lot of what's helping the Alternox here isn't even just the fact that, like, I have Reinforced Bond, but it's the fact that Tazakor is priming things for me. That's also a big piece of the puzzle. Your PC still melting? I think I was having like a weird issue because like my PC's my CPU was sitting at 80% no matter what. I closed the game and it wouldn't stop, but nothing was using it. So it's like I had no idea what was going on. So I just rebooted my computer and it started working again. What is the shoe size threshold for it to be a red flag? What is the red flag you're looking for? Like inbreeding? I don't know. Also, no, I'm not on Windows 11. They will have to pry Windows 10 from my cold, dead fucking hands. Pharaoh is coming soon. Clown job moment. I need to get on the actual Tauron grind. I will say this, though. I'm not going to play Gyre because, again, all of my weapons are status-based. I mean, Hystrix has decent crit chance, but... this just will not work. Like, I played against the Hunhalis with this. It just does not work. It's not a good idea. Now, you want to know who I think the queen of this game mode is? It's got to be Titania. I think that Titania is just, like, insane for this. The application and tax manager? Fucking hell. So, I'll go ahead and show what I'm talking about. I've had a lot of success on Hildren as well, but Titania can move, because, like, one of the biggest struggles with this mode is that you have to cross really huge distances, and you need to deal a fucking billion damage, right? So Titania is able to fulfill both of those things really easily. Hold on, I gotta build my impetus stacks real quick. Like, oh, there's an air squad coming. I mean, I can only deal magnetic damage, but... I still have those. Grim. I do like Hystrix, honestly. I think it's a fun weapon. So let me get my galvanized stack so I can actually kill these when they show up. The fact that they're only getting hit by the magnetic is really cringe, especially because I have on Toxin and Archon Continuity. But I think a big part of what makes, like, Titania excel, at least in, like, to me, is not only is she really fast, but she also has a weapon that's really strong. And so if you encounter, you know, like a commandeered Warframe or something, then it's not a huge struggle to get rid of them. You have to be careful with Titania, though, because if you're using Zener and you get the power strength bonus, oh my god, can you go fast. It crosses into the point of being a debuff. Like, you have to be careful about recasting. It. Comparison with Jade? Real? Didn't see a status weapon user. If you're looking at the color of the numbers I'm hitting, after the addition of secondary Enervate, and then being made able to use it on Exalteds, not anymore. For volume of fire, I'm not getting a lot of enemy spawns here. Oh, because they're following me from the adjacent room. I was like, where the fuck is everyone? But her volume of fire is so ridiculously high. Also, see ya, Sci-Fi. Thanks for stopping by. You have P... Why the... Okay, why would you use Prime Sure-Footed on Titania if you still have her 1 on? All you have to do is just hold your 1 in your status immune. With the new Arcanes. Yeah, I could see that. I honestly also think that if you were to use the radiation mods, I could see secondary Irradiate being really good. But yeah, like, oh, a Commandeered Ash has arrived. That's the end of that. The biggest issue with Titania, and why I think I, like, prefer Hildren a little bit more, is this. If you have to pick stuff up, which plenty of objectives require, you have to enter your operator. And if you use your Tauron strike, it also kicks you out of Razor Wing, which is pretty cringe. I can Ash just insta-kill. I'm gonna be honest, I think you're supposed to have a counter to that move, I just don't know what it is. Because whenever Ash, like, he starts channeling it, and he'll start marking you, and then he'll kill you. I don't know what causes that. Like, can you interrupt him when he's channeling? Do you have to break line of sight? Like, I don't know for sure yet. I'm guessing that your goal is to break line of sight, but there's a lot of open areas. So I will say that the overall design of the new bosses is fun, but when you have to fight them together, oh, it's fucking rough. Breaks the LOS on Ashe. Okay, good to know. Oh, I got both of them to spawn. Okay, actually, that's pretty nice, because I can just kill them and then pick up their energy orbs, which I really need, to be honest. Recast Nourish, because I got the power strength buff. You know, all good. All's right in the world. All's right in the world. I'm just bumping into everything. Can I help you? This is the struggle with Titania. Yeah, she's really fast, but I just bump into shit. Roth and Ashe. Yeah, Roth is an interesting boss. I actually think that, like, I need to play him more to really, form a full opinion, but I currently think he's one of, like, the game's more interesting bosses, and I'm glad that they really took a lot of notes from the book that they wrote when making Pillarbow in that regard, where, like, I feel like a lot of his attacks both, like, accurately reflect how he is as a Warframe, but then also have, like, you know, modifications that make them more easy to counter, or easier to counter, than just fighting, like, a Spectre, functionally. But yeah, I think Roth's boss fight is pretty cool and a lot of fun. I am just going to avoid using my Tauron strike unless it's absolutely necessary at this point, because I don't want to deal with getting kicked out of Razorwing, because if I have to recast it, I'll have a massive Xeneric strength buff, and that'll just make my life way harder. Ooh, I'm going through the caves. I'm in the mines. I'm trying to get at an angle where I can, like, easily see which one pops out. There we go. Barrel. Dude, the barrels deal a shit ton of damage to the Warframes, by the way. I don't know if anyone here has, like, noticed that. I've seen them spawn in next to a barrel, and then it gets blown up, and it eats, like, half their fucking health. It's honestly kind of crazy. Where is the commandeered Warframe? Did I do the objective too fast? How high is your energy capacity? It's the Xeneric Initiative buff that you get. Each objective gives you more max energy. So that's why I have so much. This objective is probably the most annoying to do on Titania, but I guess it gives me time to farm headshots and stuff to build up my... There's an arcane you can get where getting kills with your Operator or your Tauron strike gives you heat damage for pistols. So, you know, opportunity to farm that up, I guess. Percent max HP damage true. As far as I'm aware, yes. I believe it's like an amount of flat damage and then a percentage damage as well. Just gotta slaughter everyone. I think Hildren is also better for, like, objectives like this, where clearing really big crowds is, like, a big part of them. Don't thematically fit. I mean, the Grineer are still here, but I guess they don't have, like, the brutalist architecture almost at this time period, so... Also, funnily enough, I don't know why this is the case, but for some reason, Uriel's summons can capture crates. It's not really that useful, but I do think it's funny. Max orders executed. My current personal best solo is 13. I almost made it to 14, but I kind of got punked. What the fuck? So, a Prime Warframe spawned to stop me, and it was Ashe, and I didn't see him at first. I just kind of, like, walked over to him without thinking, and he was already in the process of channeling his Bladestorm. So as soon as I got near him, he killed me. That was completely my fault. I should have read who had shown up, but I wasn't paying attention. Can capture crates too. I know, like, a lot of allies can. Like, Octavia's 1 can also do it. So, I just think it's kind of weird. Also, some rooms have such awful waypoints. That room is a good example of that. It likes to freak out if you don't stay on the path. This is another pretty annoying one to do on Titania. I have to deal with this bullshit. 9 in normal. I don't blame you, honestly. I think that for a lot of Warframes, getting more than 9 is probably not super realistic. I also do think that it's kind of random in terms of, like, certain objectives are really slow. Like, for example, I think the biggest offender, honestly, is probably the, Ow, what the fuck is killing me? Whatever. I think the most egregious example is easily the Conculist. He is ridiculously slow. even if you like capture all or like hack everything before he gets there, he still takes like 45 seconds. It's just a pain in the ass. The other one that I think is a big offender is the like escorting the dropship when you have to like defend it so it can escape. I think that one's also really annoying for being so time-based. I think in a game mode like this, where you have to go fast and be efficient, I feel like having modes that force you to wait for a certain like length of time was kind of a miss. But that's just my opinion. On normal, I mean, if you're playing on normal, I think that's totally fine. The payout isn't really any different. Like, the Prime Warframes do drop resources now, but the base amount that you get for completing a mission on Parita is 10 of its resource, and then you get 1 per objective. That doesn't change. If you're playing on normal or if you're playing on Steel Path, the amount's the same. Where is a mine? I feel like there would be a mine on the path. Oh, he's going the other way. Nope, I didn't hack it in time. Fuck. Okay, I'm going really slow because I'm kind of distracted by the fact that, what is linking to me right now? Yeah, look at the amount of distance he has to cross. This is just fucking insane. Missing on the arcanes. You are missing out on the arcanes, that is true, but if you're trying to do it purely for the currency, then it's much... I think it's honestly better a lot of the time to do the normal difficulty just because it's faster. What do those crystals do? If you pick up 3, you get a free initiative buff based on your focus school. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to hit quite as many as... Like, for those who don't know, every 3 rotations, you get a commandeered Warframe, and then you also get to pull from a special, like, reward pool that's only every 3 rotations. So, the goal I shoot for is multiples of 3. So if I can get to 12, that's ideal. If, like, I'm close enough to it to cross that. But, like, if I can't get higher than that, you know, like 15, for example, that's fine. That's not a huge deal. Have you been able to grind? Not including the Tauron bundle? 1. I did purchase it. It's a one-time purchase to purchase Lorak for Xeneric. But that's it. Even considering the 50% of the resources you need that you're just given, it's still... I've only gotten 1 so far. I don't think I'm going to make it in time. We're going to see. If this is a fast objective, I'm fine. But I don't think it's going to be. I think that my luck... Yep. Ah, fuck. Bad luck. Yeah, there's no way I'm finishing this in time. Like I said, really not a fan of ones like this that take, like, a set amount of time to get 1 for free. I agree with you there, honestly. I find it really weird that they didn't. That you finish the quest and you don't get at least 1 freebie. Also drop mats for Taurons. On Steel Path, they drop 1 of a random material, so it's not necessarily the one that you're in the mission for. And that's a Steel Path only thing. Alright, now it's time to hopefully fucking fry the Dactylist off the face of the planet real quick. If I go for headshots, he shouldn't be terrible. His head hitbox is really weird, though. It's like... I don't know. I've noticed that it's like you have to aim weirdly low. Not sure what that's about. Maybe he has a weak spot that he only, like, reveals when dealing, like, damage. I have no clue, but... But with Titania, this won't take terribly long. You have to look, though. Like, look at how much health... I'm hitting for, like, 200,000 damage a shot. Drop 2. Is it 2? I thought it was only 1, because I'm getting 2 per pickup, but I have a resource booster, which I imagine would affect it. Unless maybe they exempted resource boosters from counting.
All our people were betrayed in the old war. The more we remember, the better our chance of a new peace.
Displays in the primary language of the host. Okay, that's actually pretty peak. Patch notes say 2, so no booster. Okay, good to know. That's kind of weird, especially that they're exempted from boosters. What am I at for Rencores, I think they're called? My chat is still broken. Okay, I'm at 73. I am just about halfway there. And then I get to do the hardest one and grind for the Ascaris Prime. I honestly think that the, like, just my humble opinion, Vanguard is the hardest boss, and it's not even fucking close. Dactylus is now a bullet sponge, which I don't really like. I think that Hunhalis is also just not that hard if you're able to keep spamming your grapple. Vanguard will beat your ass. They will put you in the ground. One-shotting them with this one. Yeah, I think if you're using, like I said a little bit earlier, I feel like the Vanguard kind of requires you to use, like, very specific Warframes or weapons to, like, deal with them efficiently. If you're using a frame or a weapon that's not good at fighting the Vanguard, you're just gonna suffer. Which, like I said, it feels like you're fighting, like, an old Dedicant, for example, or, like, an old Necromech or something like that. Where if you don't have, like, the thing that's good for fighting them, you're just gonna have to deal with it. Ow, I got staggered out of that. Since 2022. I would say my chat, ever since the update, has been having a lot of issues. Mine's just stuck loading right now. I should not be sitting in my 4. That's going to be really slow. The grapples are actually really helpful for these parts. Being able to traverse via the grapples is actually really fast, which I appreciate. You can also, yeah, if you hit space before you reach the node, you can jump off of it, which can be helpful if you want to, like, quickly cross through an area. I actually want to do this just to spawn both of them. Fuck that guy, fuck that guy. Beat his ass, take his shoes, crease his J's. Okay, we're good. All tile sets. I don't know if it would work on a lot of them, to be honest. The grapples are also kind of buggy. Sometimes you can, like, lock onto them through terrain and just fucking launch yourself. Dude, the waypoint system, like I said earlier, is just fucking finicky. And it decided it was going to drop one of the codes all the way over there. Fantastic. Fire that up. Take his shoes? Yes. Freeze his J's. Seize his J's, even. Got grapple. Yeah, I did that. That happened to me the other day. I was trying to fucking revive my pet, and I accidentally, like, launched myself through the map, and I was like, what the fuck just happened? Can you guys drop another code, please? Thank you. They're weirdly stingy with that sometimes. Also, I know I bitched about this yesterday, but why are they so tall? I get that the idea is to make them more visible. Oh shit, she just broke my shields. I get that it's supposed to make them more visible, but I feel like if it's like, oh, you're fighting a Warframe, that's just like you, except they're twice your size for no explicable reason. It's like, okay, this kind of takes me out of it. This kind of takes me out of it. Like, I don't really feel like I'm fighting another Warframe. I'm fighting fucking Goliath over here. I honestly think that if they were the size of a normal Warframe, even if they'd be harder to see, just like paint them with a marker, I think I'd be much more happy with that personally. Maybe the logic is like you can't see their telegraphing or whatever, so you got to make them like that. Okay, well this is not good because I have to deal with this motherfucker. Fuck things are also like that. Yeah, they are. Got the Street Fighter logic. That reminds me, I'm pretty sure that there was actually an interview where the maker of Street Fighter said that women in the game had lower health pools because women were weaker. I think that's fucking hilarious. Like, incredibly brazen and really funny. Pretty shitty academy. I'm just guessing that we never ever, like, saw anyone else doing anything. Clearly, we were pretty late into our experiences with Tauron because we were doing missions as opposed to just, like, studying. At least that's kind of my interpretation, but... being turned on codeine. Maybe that'll make the update more exciting. During an exam session? Yeah, maybe. I also really hope this isn't the last we see of the other executors. Like, listening to Roth's stories that he can tell, like, he tells you through, like, about his time in the Empire. He does also mention another executor who, like, was a big part of actually, like, ferrying his way to Tau as like a way to like flex on Tuval, basically. And so that was interesting. I'm glad that they're getting more character. And what was the other one? Their name starts with an N. They're the one that Roth serves under. Is also getting some characterization there. But... And one fat ass. As far as... Because I don't know... I remember I saw ones that... Like, two that I didn't recognize. I'm guessing that one of them is the new one, because we know that she's female. And then Ballas and... Yeah... How do you even say her name? Maybe I'll have to re-listen to Roth say it. But I'm guessing that the fat ass was Karish. I do think it's interesting though, because like, when it comes to the Executors, they've been a concept in the game's story for a really long time, but we know so little about them. And now we have, like, obviously we already know, like, Ballas is the one who's explored the most, obviously. Then we have, I'd say second place is probably Tuval, because he was fleshed out a lot during the, like, with the Zeraman data pads and stuff. And we also learned a decent amount about him just because of the fact that Varuna's Laverian centers on his death, right? Then we have Karish, who was the subject of Grendel's Laverian, so we know an okay amount about him as well. And then we have, who I would say is probably the most mysterious known Executor, at least at the moment, Avantis. I don't know how many people here even know that Avantis isn't a new Executor, but Avantis was mentioned once. She is in a single Samaris lore log, and it also recounts Avantis' death. I believe Avantis is killed by Vatok, Grineer Defector. So we already know like a little bit about Avantis, but not that much. I also think it's really interesting that Nihil had already been banished by the time that the old piece was happening. I was originally confused by that. I'm like, why was Nihil not in the lineup? But then I was rereading like Nora's dialogue during the fight, and Nora mentions that Nihil was a criminal because he put people to capital punishment, you know, to death without the unanimous consent of the Seven. So he was an Executor, but he had been banished already by the time the war had happened. But yeah, we have 3 Executors to learn stuff about, which I'm very interested in. I'm excited to see how that goes. My builds just suck. Aegis Gale is very good, but Hildren also just deals a shit ton of damage. I'm not even going to lie to you there. He's overused. I'm going to be honest, I agree with you. Seeing him show up in the quest kind of upset me. I kind of was hoping it would be one of the new Executors when it was clear we were transporting one. Because, like, I feel like Ballas, even after his death, like, every year or two, they're like, fuck it. Bring him back out. Like, get the shovels. Dig him out of the grave. We want him to be in something again. And it also, like, because, without spoiling too much, the early conversations we've gotten thus far with Roth show that, like, there's I think his second ever conversation, he'll tell you that he worked for the worst Executor. And one of the things you can say is Ballas was the worst. And Roth's reply is, Ballas is a terrible person, but you only think that because of your proximity to him. There were worse Executors than Ballas. My thing is, we don't see any of that. The closest we get to it is Tuval basically threatening the colonists and saying, like, hey, my life is more important than yours, and more importantly, my political theater of this mission's more important than your life. You're gonna do this whether you want to or not. But, like, Ballas is just the evil guy, and I feel like he gets used so often. I don't know, I'm feeling Ballas fatigue at this point. Like, I would like to see the other Executors do more evil shit, especially considering what Roth is telling us. Maybe that's just my opinion, but, I don't know. That's kind of my current thought with it. Seeing it be Ballas again, I was like, God damn it, dude. Of course it is, right? That was my thought, was just, of course it is. Have all the weapons maxed. I feel like, unfortunately, Excalibur will just forever be trapped. It's sad, too, because, like, the reason, as far as I'm aware, is just Canadian exclusivity laws. They said he was going to be exclusive, so you can't get him, and that's just kind of the end of it. Which sucks. Has his finger in every pie? Pretty much. Does he orchestrate the old war? He was a major player in it, but I don't think it had to be him, right? I don't personally think it had to be him. Like, he was always playing both sides, and I think that if there was some, like, inclusion that he was somehow involved, I'd be cool with that. But the fact that he just is, like, the main instigator for the destruction of the final World Seeder, I just don't really like. That's the thing, though, is if you earn the Mastery XP, it's because you technically own the item, which is where I'm guessing the friction comes up, with, you know, there. Yeah, I know, Adis. Unfortunately, this is probably the most waiting you have to do with any fucking objective. I feel like you're supposed to be able to speed this up somehow, but I don't think you can. Why do you keep asking me this? I don't even know. Seems to be holes in his plan. Like, my personal theory, because we already know from the sacrifice that Ballas was conspiring with Hun Hao the entire time, and, like, feeding him the model, like, the plans for the Warframes. It really seems to me like Ballas's goal was basically to destroy both societies so that he could rise up as, like, a ruler. Because I feel like with Ballas and his own, like, hubris, he was an executor, but that was still the second highest rung on the ladder, right? There were still emperors above him, and he couldn't assassinate an emperor or something. So I feel like his objective was to destroy both societies so thoroughly that he could be the ruler of both of them. Which ultimately is kind of what happens with Narmer. Also, yeah, you have to wait 100 seconds in a timed mission. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. No idea what that means. I'm guessing if enemies are too close to it, it's supposed to slow down. But I don't know. It's slow as fuck. That's all I know about it. I don't even know if I should attempt to finish this one, because I don't think I've got the time, but we'll try. The thing is, you have to wait for the battery to assemble, which is another point of weird, unnecessary waiting. I don't know why you have to wait for it to be built, but whatever. Gotta pick this up as quick as possible so the game doesn't drop me a second one, because I've learned the hard way that can happen. It'll drop you... What is it, 2 anodes or 2 diodes? Is Roth an executor? No. He was apparently a general that served under an executor, the one who was primarily funding the rebellion. We're just gonna vibe for a second. The creature. Are the vendors still bugged? No, they won't soft lock your game at the moment. Heal! I have no way to gain shields by killing his... I missed. I thought that it had auto-targeting. And I completely fucking whiffed. Oops. That one's completely on me. I haven't used it enough. Because I interpreted the lore wrong. Yeah, I guess so. The thing I find the most interesting, honestly, is the presence of Protea. Protea being here surprises me, because I thought that she was unique to Parvos, right? That she was his bodyguard. So I wonder if, like my best guess and what I think does make story sense is Parks was commissioned to build a Proteus for the war effort. He's a Corpus. Of course he'd make money off of that, right? So I feel like that would make sense. But, hi Lotus.
All our people were betrayed in the old war. The more we remember,
21 hypercores.
Ren,
That sounds like some shit that it's like the joke I made the other day with like the going to Hyperborea because I was told to by a CAI horse. That's what it feels like. Yeah, I will say for Descendia, my biggest issue with it is just genuinely that it's not an endless mode. It's so generous that I feel like I'm gonna run out of reasons to grind it pretty soon. Because I already maxed 2 of the arcanes from it. It's a very generous mode, but it's very fun. I just worry that I'll run out of reasons to do it. Protea can be in Tau? True. Let me find... Hold on, I gotta take care of something real quick. If I could... I don't understand. I don't understand how these things work. You know, I think I'll just have to deal with this later. Also, we're gonna do a live unboxing real quick. A live unboxing. That unboxing being Nitro. We're unboxing Nitro. Welcome to the stream.
Hi.
Grind for 30 hours. Honestly, great fucking question.
It's a good timing too. What's it? I am
34.
to finish my daily, and I am hopping on the Warframes.
I have to do so many of these fucking missions, dude, and that's just for one more.
I haven't even got one piece from all this shit. That's how rough it can be, honestly.
On the 6th run of killing him. That's kind of based. I do hope that they reduce the grind. I've seen some people say that, like, well, the Tectolist artifacts are endgame items, so they should take a while to grind, but I'm sorry. It should not take you 5 to 6 hours for one item, let alone 5. I think that's ridiculous. I don't vibe with the opinion that, like, well, they're endgame items. Like, no, I'm sorry. I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, no.
I think that the truth is I've learned there will always be people who are contrarian to any given belief, but I don't know. I can't see that perspective. I'm sorry. I can't see taking 6 hours to grind something, let alone needing 5 of them to finish it all out, as being a good thing, ever. There are games that have campaigns that are far shorter than that, dude. And that's just you playing one mission type. We'll just kill the Dactylus 40 times. Yeah, Era has to, like, hold back tiers, but then they have to kill a Dactylist or a Hunhalus. Of course I get the fucking scout as my second objective. This dipshit over here. Alright, come on. Have to escort the fucking Darwin Award winner this year out of the play space. 12.5 days of focus farming per weapon. Yeah, it takes a shit ton of focus. It takes a shit ton of time to grind out the actual missions. And I honestly, like, my initial impression so far... Okay, why is he getting his shit rocked? Oh, because there's another fucking mine on his path. Basically a full set. Yeah, you can just spam run it. Good morning, welcome, Blueprint. But, yeah, I don't know. I feel like the grind through the Tectolist artifacts is terrible currently. And I really hope they change it. Because, like I said, the Descendia is extremely generous with its drops. But you don't justify the effort. I will say that from my initial impressions, I would say no. They're a cool mechanic and they're a fun mechanic. But I don't think that it's like 5 to 6 hours on top of multiple days of focus grind. It's just not worth that much investment to me. Especially because they take so long to charge. I got both of the longest waiting objectives, dude. Fuck my life.
For
the floor awards, you get currencies for Rogue's Pity Shop. You can buy the Arcanes, you can buy Capturicines, you can buy Uriel's parts, you can buy the parts for all 3 of the new weapons. You can get quite a bit. Do we know if the Triad has B-days? Like, birthdays? I don't know why I had to think about that. I'm guessing they do, but I don't know if it's been said yet. That's the new gameplay altering shit. Honestly, I'm not, like, I don't even think that the Descendia needs many changes. Like I said, it's extremely rewarding, but I don't think it's like the end of the world. That it's so easy to grind. But yeah, Rebellion, it's bad. It's honestly really bad. Like, what do you want? I mean, the subreddit is a place where you kind of always have to take what you read with a grain of salt. Focus for years. I have a decent amount of that stuff saved up too, I believe. But I only had a couple million in each school that wasn't Naramon or Zeneric. So I'm going to have to farm out a decent amount for each of the others. Going to grind you down. That's how I feel about it. Like, I am enjoying the Pareto missions a lot, but I can already tell. Like, I'm already feeling fatigued, right? And I'm not even through my 3rd artifact yet. And I'm already feeling fatigued. Lots of stuff. I hope so. We know we're getting the Arcane store back, which is exciting. For all the players who, you know, didn't get them. I hope that they don't discount the or exclude, I guess is the word I'm looking for. I hope they don't exclude the common arcanes again. Because I think that was really lame that they didn't let you get the common Eidolon arcanes last time. Trauma slop, per se. New genre video game, trauma slop. Honestly, that's just like the meme of like the indie game where you're like the story's actually about depression. That's trauma slop. Not include the Tauron artifacts. Once you complete the quest, no, you don't get enough for any artifact. You only get enough for half of an artifact, which is honestly some bullshit. I think that they could genuinely have the requirements for the strikes, and they would still take too long to grind. It is that bad. If they decide, like, my hope is if they decide to lower the requirements, if they, like, lower the requirements and then refund everyone for the resources, then I'd be set, right? And even then, I want to play with the new content, so I'm fine to, you know, go through it. But like I said, I know that, like, this is gonna get tiring. Of course, it's 700 fucking meters away. This is another one of those, like, RNG preventing you from getting a high count, right? Is when the game just does this bullshit. Every 10 minutes by some new horror. Pretty much. I also do feel like it's a little concerning me that I don't think there are any evergreen rewards for this stuff. Like, a lot of the things you can get, you can finish. Like, once you finish maxing out the grind for all the Pareto stuff, there'll be no reason to come back here. And I think that's a bad thing. I feel like this mode should be able... Because, like, it can give you, like, relics and stuff, but it's not, like, an efficient grind for that. I think they should have more stuff. Oh, it just spawned in the same spot. Shit, okay. I think there should be more stuff. So, Vosphor, yes, but again, if you max out all the items, like the arcanes, it's not super helpful. You can get some valuable ones to, like, sell, but that'll take a long time, right? Not half the amount needed. Yeah, I completely agree with you there. It reminds me of, like, when I found out you have to craft Sun and Moon. As far as I'm aware, Sun and Moon is the only quest reward weapon in the game you have to craft, and I think that's fucking stupid.
Excalibur Prime. Excalibur, fucking Umbra.
I said quest weapon.
Oh, weapon.
And his requirements are so pathetically cheap, that hardly counts. Orbius, I guess that's true, but the thing is, like, you also get Broken Scepter, right? And I guess you could count Paracesis as a quest weapon, even though it wasn't required. Don't you have to craft Zorus? I guess that's also true. They do hand you the materials for that, though. Because I feel like, specifically with Sun and Moon, it's like, alright, now go farm the game mode you just finished the quest for. And that was just like, why, though? Like, you gave me Broken War, you gave me Broken Scepter, you gave me Skiajati, you gave me Natterrook and Rumblejack. Why do I have to farm for this one? Because, like, you also don't even get, you don't even get a weapon slot or a potato out of it, like with the other weapons, too. It's just like, damn, okay. As mid as hell. I unfortunately am inclined to agree. Sun and Moon's a cool weapon, and I think it's fun to use, but it's just fine. Which is part of why I'm so sad that we still haven't gotten a second. Oh, I just got baited by the waypoint. What the fuck? Hello? Well, that's rough. Where the fuck am I going? Oh, over here. Takes weeks of casual farming. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment as well. Like, why the Descendia, the weekly mode, doesn't have, you know, the fucking, you know, fucking 5 months to max arcanes like the other weekly modes do. But like, yeah, this mode, which you can play whenever, the grind is absurdly steep. So easily. Ah, cool Pazul with the Caliban propaganda. I wonder where that comes from. Like I said, my goal whenever I do these missions is to shoot for 9, because then I can get the Prime Warframe spawn in that rotation 3 times. But I don't know. I hope that they address it. Currently, it's egregious. Like, I have been enjoying the update a lot so far. I think that the gameplay of it has been very fun, and I actually enjoyed the quest quite a bit. I've seen a lot of people saying that they think it's really mid. I personally did like it quite a bit because it recontextualizes a lot of pre-existing lore, which I think is really interesting. But
And also, what's it? Something about the sentience of the Anch is like a fucking hive mind. Technically, they can not be a hive mind, I guess.
well, I think we already kind of, like, I think the bigger shock to me is that they were a hive mind in the first place, considering the fact that, like, we have seen sentients that still act independently. I guess that's more like Hunhao, though, that, like, specific sentients can act independently. But
yeah, Hunhao is just John Hive Mind, I guess. I don't know.
Right moments in Aura, and I'm all for it. Well, I still think it had, also, yeah, frames are every 3rd order. Unless you do it too fast, apparently. Then they just don't care. I mean, so far. I've been playing a lot of Uriel, which is why I'm not playing him currently, but he is very strong. Just wanted to get my 2 codes. Yep, here they come. Okay, you know what? I'm just waiting for this bitch. If I go over there, then it's gonna waste time to come back and push the button, so... Hi, guys. Don't mind me. Why is she getting overguard? I'm gonna make another video. I'm gonna make another fucking video. You take that shit off right now. Okay. Good. Yeah, I don't think I got enough time to do another one. I'm just gonna vibe. I don't care.
Name the Overgod.
Obligatory proto frame drops. I think that, like, the reasoning that Lloyd gave was more that, like, the Drifter knows about the proto frames, and the operator's a little busy at the moment. But yeah, I think that, like, the backlash to them not being dateable was a big motivating factor. Or Rel took over,
we
maybe.
Introduced two of the people's favorite, you know, looking people, and they're the ones you can't date. Uh-oh.
Honestly, I really wish that, we're doing these missions fast. Well, I mean, you still are, because you get more of the currency, but it's not that much. Funny wolf, Amar, my goat. Will the Overguard crash out? Just because of Protea. That's the only reason I'll bring it up. Just strip his armor. I'm sorry, Dactylus. You look kind of freaky. You're kind of cool, but you're kind of freaky. Like many of my chat members. Oh, I just realized there's a waypoint. It goes where you were looking when you started the strike. Okay. I thought I would be able to aim it. I cannot. The Aerostorm doesn't last for too long, but I probably just need to upgrade it. Yeah. 2 objectives in. Many such cases. Azula's a goat. I guess you can make that argument. Technically, Pazula's a ram. You know, as in ram these nuts and... Actually, I'm sorry, I'm not finishing that joke.
It's John J. Gordon. No, it's...
Anyone want to... Honestly, I wish you could pet Amar. Where the fuck is the Lotus? Hello? There she is.
All our people were
Where the fuck is the Lord is the fucking end of the player base after that one quest.
we remember, the better our chances
Apostasy
of a new
prologue
peace.
leaked ending. 21 Ren hypercores, which means I need to do this mission, what, 2 or 3 more times? And that's... Just then I can switch to the hardest one. 115, yep, that's going to be 2 more times at least. I like that they gave the mask, but the operator suit from the quest was Caliban Prime's suit. That's what I'm wearing. Kind of lame that it's restricted to a Prime accessories, but yeah, that's the Caliban Prime suit.
Oh yeah.
You can put up these nuts into your bet. Real. Well, I can invite you if you'd like to join me for this fucking slop.
Sure, I've been trying to fucking fish for like the Nightwave challenge on Fortuna, and it has not been working, so I'll join.
You have to catch specifically ones that require bait.
Now you might.
Yeah, I've been in the
That's all
cave
we
throwing
have
bait. It
time
hasn't
for.
been working. I didn't bring Octopus, so wasn't even sure if it was a hotspot though.
Honestly, cave fishing without Oxalis is a nightmare because they're so finicky about when they spawn hotspots. And Warframe's alt history, honestly, perhaps. I keep.
What mission have you doing?
It's the Dactylist one. This is Steel Path, so be aware of that. It will be harder.
Oh hell yeah.
So the Fortuna Gate, that's how I normally do it. It requires it to be warm, so if it just turned to cold, it's a little annoying, but long winders are a pretty easy way to go about it. And Caliban releases. Honestly, like, I get where you're coming from, but I'm fine with it being in this order. It's easier for everyone, I think. Pulling up to the function. They patched the ability to spawn call in these missions, which makes me kind of sad.
Oh man.
It was, like, did it make no sense? I mean, yeah, but it was also funny.
Call could have been a clone of Call, technically, so.
That's not how this works. Someone did make the joke, like, what if it was call 1?
That could work, you know?
No, I don't think the Grenier had the same cloning process as the Orican.
You could have been like a fucking, like, you can make it work sometime. Maybe make him like a fucking, you know, converted, like, fucking anarchist clone. I don't know how they work.
Nitro is always here to hit us with the most bizarre Warframe lore takes. Like, Parvos is actually a decent guy.
No, I'm just saying he isn't a complete fucking psychopath.
He started the Jade Light Eximus project to fry people he didn't like.
Okay, look, he was, you know, not a complete psychopath before he got stuck in limbo for like a million years.
He still founded the Corpus. The man in the wall was, probably, like, speaking to him the entire time, honestly. I feel like the fact that,
I just realized, babe, the voices is just the man in the wall telling, it's like, you should kill.
Pretty much.
He has the man in the wall's voice is telling him to kill people.
But Parvos talks about how, like, his desire, but it kind of feels like if you, like, read between the lines, what he's really talking about is the influence of the indifference. Like, dude ate a fucking rock and then spit it back up so he could sell it.
Apparently Rubido is toxic, but, like, it looks so tasty.
Rubido. Blueprint reference.
I love that video.
I'm pulling up. I do that. I don't think your desire is strong enough. Take that as you will. Yeah, I feel like Parvos is a bit of a lunatic. You know, honestly, having Nitro join us is going to make this mission slower because this is going to double up on a lot of the objectives.
Ah, damn.
But Valder is really call 1? True. New lore revelations in the old penis. I mean, the old piece.
It's kind of funny that the old piece had more war than the new war, honestly. I still find that sad.
Yeah. We finally got the war. 4 years later, in a quest called the Old Peace, we finally got to actually fight in a war.
Hang on, if I stand next to one of those like fucking things on the ground, I get like a fucking aim icon. What? Like a projected path sort of icon I had for a second. What? Huh.
Gotta keep an eye out for these fucking pieces of shit. Was entirely off screen. Yeah, literally. It's like, it's like that V where it's like, I think I'm forgetting something, but it's just the new war forgetting the entire war.
Daniel, that's the part of it I was looking forward to the most.
Prime access, ice soup time. Dude, I fucking wish. I said, I'm on that YouTuber income right now. I'm broke as shit. This will not pay the bills for long.
For chat, you gotta donate more. That's what he means.
Micro, shut the fuck up. But yeah, I would love to at least get the Prime accessories, because I think they look great, but... The Peace Within, the War Over There, the Peace War, and more. Honestly, infinite content generator.
It's the new war. It's like the second new war, baby. The third new war. The current war.
Am I going the right way? I am. Yeah, the present war. I'm getting so distracted.
Oh god.
by reading the chat. What do I forget my focus school's weapon? You unlock new nodes in the focus tree to upgrade that are related to the weapon, and you can also mod the weapon by looking at your operator's equipment. So you can put on the mods and like the arcanes you get from Parita. I'm gonna be honest. I think that the best reason to get the artifacts is unironically the operator arcane or operator mods. There are some really good ones you can get. Like, you know, your amp deals more damage is a big one. Your amp has more fire rate, more ammo efficiency. Your void sling goes longer, or goes out longer, right? Goes farther. Those are all really fucking good.
Node control interrupted. Must find new anarch codes.
You had made for Lotus real. Yeah, amp multi-shot is another one. A lot of stuff just makes the operator like way stronger.
Will it apply to the drifter or only the operator?
I think those apply to both, because they can both use the artifacts. It's just that you're forced to play the operator in these missions since it's their memories.
Yeah, I get like a fucking projectile like toss an indicator whenever I'm near one of those fucking like tiny little orbs in the ground. I wonder if that's intentional or if I can do something with that.
The efficiency can stack with logistics for infinite ammo. Interesting. The operator jump height. Honestly, operator jump height is a pretty good one. There's also the one where your void sling can break crates. I think that one's kind of funny. I don't know how useful it'll be, but I think it's kind of funny.
Some is currently uncontrollable because I have 125% fire rate on this shit. Oh my god.
You won't be able to sling into a bitch's house. True as fuck.
I blow through 200 rounds in 3 seconds, honey. Oh god. Rico.
What focus school are you using?
The one with the armor strip, and then the armor strip with the amp damage. So the one that gives you fire rate, unfortunately.
I was gonna say, yeah, if you're on Matter-Eye, you're gonna lose control of your gun pretty quickly.
I go into the fucking Incarna mode, and then I have to aim at the floor to get fucking chest level.
I was playing as Oberon earlier because he's really good against the Vanguard because he can, you know, hit them with his one to deal significant damage to them. But yeah, I was using Fenmore, and when I was using Matter-Eye as well, so I just watched it, like, I would tap with the, tap my left click, and I would watch 20 fucking bullets leave my Incarnate form, and I was like, oh my god. Can I capture both of these at once? I can't. This is why I am, in fact, the GOAT. That's not true, actually. I'm pretty shit.
The Incarnate form runs out in 4 seconds.
I haven't tried something like that against the Prime Vanguard, but I can see why it would be good. Smite is an incredibly good subsume for Kullervo, so...
Smite's just an incredibly good subsume for everyone now, which is great.
For a lot of frames, it's very good, but I think for some it is still better than others, and Kullervo's up there. I'm putting minus recoil mods on when I swap to Matter-Eye. Damn, it's really that bad. Rhino isn't part of the Vanguard. I agree. I feel like it probably would have been tough to make him a boss, though, to be honest.
He would just hit his 2 and then you would become invincible because you fucking shoot him too fast or some shit.
WarioWare. Yeah, I agree with you with Descendia being like WarioWare frame. I honestly feel like if I was going to have to grind any mode, I wish it would have been the Descendia being an endless mode because I think there's a lot more variety. Like, there's quite a few objectives in this mode. There's like, I think 13 or 14 in total that you can get. But having to grind this mode for 30 hours or Descendia, I feel like Descendia would have stayed a lot more interesting for a lot longer. You can make it, Conculus Scout. You can make it. He does not give a shit, actually. Oh my god. Descendia's Mario modifier is peak. I agree. The bounce on it modifier. That shit was so funny. And you, why are you not? Okay, I'm guessing Nitro hacked it, and I'm just not. No way to tell that. Look at my boy go. Azul's son. The idiot scout conculist. This fucking buffoon over here. Worst objective next to the shuttle, to be honest.
Yeah.
He's slow as hell. Yeah, physically and mentally, apparently. What the hell? Move it.
I can't even hit the ball.
Not a big fan of the org. That's my Chud's son. And... I'm pulling up. That was not the right way. Okay, the fucking waypoint system is geeking again. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. It has to be this way, right? It's the only route that's far enough.
It's working for me. Follow me, honey.
It's working for me now. It just wasn't for a bit there. Increased conscious movement speed? I'm actually not sure. Also, for this objective, yeah, if you try and latch onto them too soon, you just miss, and then you can't do it again. So, yeah, Nitro could because he hadn't tried yet, but it's really annoying. So, fortunately, I'm Hilton. I don't get it.
It happened to me though, so don't worry. It's getting worse.
Ball? Yeah, he's trying to dribble it. And the Sentients and Oricans making peace, they distrust them. So as I get it, the main motivation for a lot of the Anarchs is they were promised a new home with Tau, and they don't want to share it, basically. Because the Sentients weren't supposed to be sentient. But
that's why they were called the Sentients.
The Xenoflora made them break apart from like their hive mind and become individuals. So originally the Orican were going to have a peace treaty with them. As far as I can tell, from what Roth talks about, the Sentients did attack first, but it kind of makes sense. Because when the Orican first arrived in Tau, they didn't know the Sentients were sentient, and the Sentient also seemingly did not realize that the Orican were going to come back, or like come to kick their ass. So when the Orican showed up, the Sentients fought back because they knew that they were going to try and take it from them. And yeah, the Orican actually were happy that a war had started, because they had nothing else to do with all their military. So they were actually like, oh yeah, we'll throw down with the Sentients. Why not? Voidlookers took my job? Oh nah. The Arcane loot box. There's a title he sells for it, but otherwise that's the main thing it's for, as far as I'm aware. They still fucking lost. I mean, in the end, yeah, they pretty much did. What I think is interesting is that it's originally implied, or more or less just stated, that the reason that the Tenno were made was because of the adaptation and technological assimilation of the Sentients. So I'm guessing that, like, as I understand it, there's kind of, like, two halves of the war, right? There's, like, New War Part 1, which is, or Old War Part 1, which is us showing up in Tau, and then Old War Part 2, where they make it to the Origin system. You're one of the good ones, Adis? What do you mean by that? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Fire, fire. Take him down.
Oh, this is doing nothing.
If you have a Tauron strike, I'd recommend using it just because they get through the boss's health pretty fast.
Do I? I don't think I have one unlocked, so I don't think I have access to it now.
You will always have one unlocked in these missions.
Then what button do I push for it again?
3 when you're in the operator form.
I did not have a 3 icon.
Then it might be on cooldown.
Ability not unlocked, it seems.
Huh, that's not supposed to happen. You're supposed to always get one in these missions.
Yeah, funny that.
You have your little cousin in DC? I have my boyfriend in DC. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
Making their own worst enemies? Yeah, pretty much. Unless they're cool, shut up. He's also by far the easiest boss, but...
I should have done that way sooner.
Isn't what that war is about all having what war is all about having fun? True. You know when the new operation launches? It's 1 week after the release of this update, so I think it's the 18th is the release of What is it called? Blood of Parata, I think is the name of the update.
And critical chance based.
$16th? Oh, my bad. Yeah, that's right. It's 16th. It's the 16th. Next Tuesday. Do I need to do one more? Yes, I do. Actually, do I have enough of the, Because I could just switch. Yeah, I could just switch to the other one, actually. Because I'll earn a small amount of the other currency. The quest pacing, I thought it was fine. The main issue for me with it, honestly, was the whole, like, Adis and the Tenno's relationship. Because there's kind of like a slideshow of them having fun at the fort, but I think that they should have weaved that into the quest. Like, between missions, you should have gone to the fort and done stuff with Adis. Because it feels like it's supposed to hold, like, emotional significance for the two of them, and kind of symbolizes their relationship, but it feels really glossed over, and I didn't really like that. I'm in pain. You know, fair enough. I was a little sad, speaking of games like that, to not see Helldivers at the Game Awards, but I'm not super surprised they weren't there. Honestly, I didn't really feel like anything happened at the Game Awards, to be honest. There was a few cool announcements, mostly Star Wars Fall of the Old Republic, but I don't know. If you're a Resident Evil fan or an Ace Combat fan or something, then you're probably pretty happy. I didn't really give a shit.
I guess if you're an Uma Musume fan, you know, you're cool, I suppose.
That's the thing, is it's like, I don't watch the Game Awards to see who wins the awards. I don't give a single fuck about the awards. Oh yeah, Control 2 is also coming out, which is pretty hype.
Oh, hell yeah.
But I don't give a fuck about the awards. I couldn't give a shit less who wins. I only care about what gets announced.
Yeah, genuinely.
I also saw someone asked, like, why does Warframe never get nominated for the category of Best Ongoing Game? To my knowledge, they asked not to be. It's the same thing with, like, if you ever have wondered, why is it that Warframe never shows up on the Steam Awards for Best Ongoing Game? They won the first year it ever happened, and you can't win multiple times.
Well, they probably would, yeah.
I mean, you look at, like, games like fucking Fortnite and stuff, we're just farming that award for a time. It's like the GTA constantly winning certain awards as well, where it's like, okay, I fucking get it. What was Rep saying on stream? I agree. The fact that we got, like, a new trailer is cool, and I didn't expect a huge announcement, considering the fact that, you know, we just got this update. Sorry, my brain shut off for a minute there.
I can't control it already.
But from Frictional Games, that was cool too. Yeah. The also welcome Hunter. But yeah, the thing they're working on seems interesting. Was dumb. Well, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, here's the problem with something like the Game Awards. Because it's all critics and, like, journos that are voting for the awards, it's kind of a journo circle jerk, i.e. The Last of Us 2 being, like, the entire event one year. But yeah, if you let it be the players, the winner is who has the biggest fan base. Like, you look at the Steam Awards, it's a straight popularity contest, and that is a bad thing. A lot of the time, games that have no business winning certain categories do, because they just have more players. It's one of the most influential filmmakers. I mean, this is true. I'm not, like, I guess denying that. But I feel like for a lot of the existing player base, a new trailer is not something to be that excited for, because you already play the game. I'm not gonna, like, act like I don't think it's neat. It certainly is, but I didn't expect, like, some crazy announcement or anything, because why would there be? We just got this update. Was proof of this?
Yeah. Before the next half of the quest is out, people, let's go.
But yeah, like, the winner of the Player's Choice Award not being something like, you know, Silksong or Expedition 33 or what have you, and just being, you know, I'm pretty sure it's a gacha game, isn't it? Just goes to show, like, yeah, the winner is the one with the biggest player base. That's all that matters. Do you have an ammo box, Nitro? Could you bring it over here? No. I forgot. The objective, like I said, these are going to take longer with Nitro because I'm playing the objectives with twice the things to do.
My bad.
Where the fuck? Okay, I guess the game ate my ammo box there. Oh, because I transferred from operator. It probably made me eat it. Anyways. I just after they ended service. Yeah. Such is the case with the Steam Awards.
Yeah.
People who vote for their game in TGA. That's some bullshit. Not super surprising, but yeah, that's some bullshit.
What happened?
That gacha games give players in-game items for voting for them for the People's Choice Award.
Oh.
Spoils the ending. It's just like they just show the entire, like, every single quest cutscene as like a movie. Access the new Tauron. If you want to get every single... So each individual weapon currently takes 5 to 6 hours of grinding each. So, you know, a cool 25 to 30 hours-ish for all of them. It's bad. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I would not recommend it until they make changes to the system. It's bad. It's really bad. You can't even pay to skip it, because you can only buy the pack that lets you buy one with Platinum once. After that, you can't ever buy it again.
Damn.
Focus orbs are blue. That's supposed to happen when you hit your daily focus limit. I don't think I have, so I don't know why it's appearing for me, but... People want it instantly. I just have yeah, it's like, no, I just don't want to treat this game like... I don't want to play one game mode for the duration of a fucking part-time shift, dude.
Yeah.
Made a joke tweet about it. I don't know what you're referring to, but that's kind of funny. 5 hours skips now, I guess. Perhaps. For the Tauron change. I believe that the patch said it was supposed to turn blue when you were at your focus cap, so you knew that was all it was for. But I'd have to reread. Hello, cool man. Welcome, a cat. Put a 45 to 60. I believe they do spawn more frequently. Give me the things. Give me the things.
Oh my god, I can fucking shoot.
No energy.
Hey, babe, I know this is behind the game, but like, check my recoil.
Lamau.
Uncontrollable.
I grind it after exams. Yeah, I would say wait. Wait and see if they make any changes to it. I'm doing this because I have no fucking life. And this channel is regrettably my job for the moment. Catastrophic job market.
Genuinely.
What's the persistence? Okay, honestly, the persistence nerf kind of caught me off guard. So for those who don't know, persistence got hit with a nerf where now its effects are not active if you're under the effect of something that would nullify you. The reasoning for this was certain builds let you AFK completely. I think, like, so here's the thing. It's turned off by things like nullifier bubbles and stuff like that, which isn't that bad. But I am a little thrown for a loop that magnetic procs can turn it off. I think that has the potential to be really annoying.
Yeah, I can turn the what off?
Arcane Persistence, which prevents you from taking 500 damage in a second. Nullification affects it now. I knew Persistence was getting nerfed. Yeah, low-key. But I do think that, like, is on fire. Well, that's like, it was to prevent AFKing. I think that makes sense. There's something I didn't think about until it was like talked about in my Discord is funnily enough Blood Altar. Because Blood Altar heals you for a percentage of your missing health. With Persistence, it could very easily make you immortal on a lot of Warframes.
Oh.
I will say, like, I'm guessing, like I said, a lot of it was just preventing AFK strategies. And I still think that Persistence is ultimately going to be a fairly niche arcane, all things considered. That's just my opinion, and I haven't played with it enough to really make any definitive statements either way. But when Grace exists, well, here's the thing. Grace is 6% of your health. On a lot of frames, that's not enough to heal 500 damage a second, right? You need to have enough that overpowers it. And yeah, Well of Life as well is a strong pick for that. As long as you can out-heal the 500 damage, you were literally immortal with no recourse. and more difficulty surviving. I still stand by my opinion in Is DR dead. Health tanking is fine until you get to like level 600 plus.
Tenno back to orders now.
With damage reduction, yeah, like I don't think persistence was anything crazy because outside of going to like level 1000 and beyond, really you're not going to be taking that much damage. I don't know. I always felt like it would just be fine, and I'm going to have to do more testing to determine whether or not it's going to be anything other than just kind of niche. Because my current thought is like, yeah, I feel like it is just going to be kind of niche, right? And if you're going to like level cap where you would be taking more than 500 damage a second, then I can absolutely see the use case, but otherwise, I don't know. Like, I think a lot of people overhyped the shit out of it, to be honest. I really do think it was overhyped. Without building for resistances.
My 4 was actually activating the mines by shooting the fucking sparks out.
Yeah, in a sense, yeah, you are building for health, but not building for resistance, because the DR is not what matters at that point. You need enough health that you don't die immediately, and enough healing that you can make that health back as fast as possible. But yeah, like, I think the main problem, honestly, like, persistence is not the solution to the problem to me. The solution to the problem is they need to unfuck enemy damage scaling, in my opinion. Enemies, they scale in damage so much more aggressively than they scale in health. And I think that that's the problem that I personally believe deserves fixing. It's not that, you know, because I think if we were to rebalance it so that, like, health tanking was just better, I think it would make the early game too easy. Just my opinion is that enemies need to have their damage scaling retuned so that, like, you don't have to deal with getting your head blown smooth off, right? Just out of nowhere. I don't know. Maybe that's just my thought process, but I feel like when you're health tanking, there's a very stark moment where it stops working, like, out of nowhere. It's working fine, and then very quickly it stops working. Oh, we have no codes. Nitro, please pick that up. Please pick that up. The white icon next to you. Thank you.
Got it.
Let me fucking push the button. Fine, dead. Pretty much. They also need to nerf 90% DR abilities. 90% is absurd. I totally disagree with that, to be honest. I don't think that they need a nerf. 90% DR in a game like this, because enemies deal so much damage, I honestly think is fine. Hell, by itself, it's not even good. It's the fact that you can stack it with other things that make it good. For me, it's mostly that I think that the damage is just... It's so high. Like I said, the scaling is so high that it just stops working out of nowhere. I think that if they were to, like, adjust the curve so it wasn't as aggressive, it'd be a lot better. Fuck out of here. With reducing enemy damage scaling, if we were to, I think if they were to remove 90% DR abilities and reduce scaling, it wouldn't do anything. Like, at that point, you're just lowering numbers for no reason. The relationship wouldn't change, if that makes sense. These guys' poses? Yeah, the fucking, like, JoJo shit. Also, does Caliban have adaptation? He's so hard to kill.
His passive probably works, yeah.
We should get all of them, I believe. Yep. This part of the fight's just a total clusterfuck. So the Steel Path version of this fight is hell. Doing it with Uriel, I got my ass fucking destroyed. It was bad. I want them as emotes? That would go hard.
Honestly, yeah. I fucking love those poses as emotes.
Remember the fallen.
You know, I feel like Lullaby for the Manifold wasn't as big of a part of this update as I expected it to be, for how much it was, like, in the advertising. Emo adaptation? Basically, yes. Yeah, it's like, oh, these Warframes are designed with abilities that have specific counterplay, so you can actually fight them more. And now here's all 6 of them at once. The easiest one for me. Like I said, if you're going to play someone like Color Boating, you're probably not struggling much. But like this isn't like a who's the best. What the fuck? This isn't like a who's the best Warframe contest for me. Because if you need to take a specific Warframe to do the content, I think that just makes it get boring faster. Uses their Tauron ults. It's just something I haven't worked into my gameplay loop, honestly. And currently, the unupgraded Matarai one isn't that helpful.
How do I mod my how do I use these mods that I'm
Instead
getting
of
from my
relics?
shit?
You have to unlock the weapon.
How do I do that?
You have to buy it from Marie in the Sanctum. You have to have 150 of each resource.
Gotcha. Sanctum.
And just build pylons. It seems like, because I'm pretty sure Roth also mentioned that the sentient singing was able to, like, destroy one of their ships. So I think that something about their ability to sing is what can, like, help them manipulate technology.
Let me just...
Also, steel farming in Parida. I don't know if it'll be better. Maybe it is. I guess I don't know. Because I feel like alchemy fissures are a really good way to do it, too. Especially because of the bonus. I think it depends on how long you're going to be in the mission for. If you have, like, a resourceful retriever companion and you're staying for long enough to reach the maximum resource boost, I feel like something like alchemy would probably be the faster way. But... so far, damn. 20% of the damage taken. I believe when upgraded, it's quite a bit better, but yeah, unupgraded, it's rough. Like, to kill, you need to use the operator. I mean, I can see the argument there. That's kind of how they did with the angels, right? You had to dip in and out of your operator when fighting them. The whispers are kind of like that, too, where they take a lot more... like, the book takes way more damage from amps. So when you're in that part of the fight, switching to the operator to break it is more useful. Aren't very good. Like I said, I want to reserve my judgment until I've maxed them all out and put them through their paces. My current opinion is at the very least they take way too long to charge, and they take way too long to farm and like fully upgrade. But I don't want, like, I want to reserve my judgment for when I have them all finished, upgraded, and put through their paces, right? That's kind of my current thought process. Fuck. Okay, there's two possible paths this could be, so I'm gonna guess it's this one. Okay, I think I'm correct.
This thing needs an armor strip. Oh god.
Crippled their damage output. Yeah, the mods are really nice. Kind of sucks you need a Tectilist artifact to equip them, because, you know, currently 3 of my focus schools are unmodded, but... just magged up it. So it's specifically when it becomes the book. When you have to go find the book, that deals more... it takes more damage in that form. Something that isn't fun. Honestly, I don't blame you. That actually reminds me of something that I think I should bring up. This is about the most recent video, the Please Stop Comparing Warframes that I made recently. An interesting video for a lot of reasons thus far, but someone pointed out when I mentioned at the beginning of the video that I don't get why people engage in that kind of behavior, that it makes sense from the perspective of you have to spend a lot of time to acquire Warframes and they take up things like slots and forma and all that jazz. So if you want one for like a very shallow or specific reason, it's natural to ask who's the best that can do that thing, and that makes sense. I don't think I explored that concept enough in that video. I will say that the reception of that video has been interesting, I guess. I expected it to be controversial, but I don't really know what's going on at this point, because the video has actually crossed the Kome video in terms of like the most comments per views I've ever gotten. It's kind of ridiculous. And it has one of the less good like to dislike ratios on my channel. It's at like 94% likes, I think, which isn't great, But despite having a shit ton of comments, I've been reading them off and on. Most of them have been positive, or have been agreeing with my sentiment, or, you know, providing some other perspective. So I'm a little confused. Then again, with like 800 comments, obviously I can't read them all, and I don't want to read them all. Loving the new Rage Bait arc you're on. I'm just talking about my opinion. But it's also funny because
people they don't care about facts.
Several comments were like, you should compare Warframes, just only like, you know, you should only compare them with like when relevant and with nuance. I'm like, wow, that's like the whole point of the end of the video. Thanks for arguing against the title. Thanks for arguing against the title. I hate that people do that, dude. Like, I have a request from every single YouTuber ever. To anyone who's ever left a comment. Watch the full fucking video first, please. If you think you might forget what you wanted your comment to be, type it down in the comment box and don't post it until you finish the video. It's so irritating to see people who leave comments that are obviously uninformed and then just, like, never bother to correct them.
Genuinely, it's like...
Yeah. Also, someone mentioned, yeah, Nova Umbral posted his opinion. I'll admit that, like, what happened with Nova has me living in, like, a kind of state of anxiety about releasing videos that are like that. I felt this with the Kome video, and honestly, I've been feeling it a lot more with the most recent one. Like, without getting too personal, I feel like since the release of that video, I've been constantly living on, like, the edge of a panic attack, because I'm constantly worried. Like, after what happened with the new player experience video, the way my brain is wired is I'm not thinking what if it happens again, I'm thinking when is it going to happen again. It feels like an inevitability. And I feel like I'm just constantly on edge right now, even including right now, because it's like, once this leaves my audience, what's going to happen? Because currently, overwhelmingly, the people who watch the video are my subscribers, and that's a good thing, because for the most part, my normal audience is fine. There's some people who've commented stuff that's fucking stupid, or missing the point, and I think that's also, you know, just what's gonna happen. And like I said, I don't mind people disagreeing with my opinion on things, right? If you're willing to actually engage with my argument or discuss it in a constructive manner, that's fine. It's part of why I like streaming, is being able to talk about, you know, the things that I've spoken about in my videos, or just the game in general, with other people. Typically, you know, with the caveat that I'd appreciate it if they were willing to engage with me in, like, a fairly level-headed manner. But I think that, like, with videos like that, when they, like, the Kome video wasn't as bad as I expected. The new player experience video was the most catastrophic a video like that has ever been, because it left my audience and then some, right? It blew up so much that it just brought with it a lot of negative attention. And honestly, I feel like I'm kind of surprised, since they were pretty close. I don't know what you're... Okay, I haven't watched it myself is the key here, Alpha. That entire video is a defense of Nova Umbral. This is kind of tangential to the don't comment on a video if you haven't watched it thing. That video is in defense of Nova Umbral overwhelmingly. And honestly, I'm glad he made it. Nova did not deserve what happened to him at all.
No, genuinely, it was fucking disgusting.
The vast majority of people's arguments against Nova was from the title of his video. 100% they didn't even fucking watch it. I swear to God, he must have adaptive armor. He is so tanky in comparison to the others. What's the maximum order count? The maximum I've done is 13. I know that someone has said 14 is possible. I don't know if it's possible to go higher than that, to be honest. I never have. Other than Korvek's sake.
An MTL.
I'm gonna be honest. Nova was hit with like a 1, 2, 3. He got brought down by the community freaking out over 3 things in rapid succession. One, the first domino was his video about Kome. You can give righteous negation to the turrets?
Hey, yo, let's go.
Okay. But Nova made a video saying that Kome was actually good, when overwhelmingly people hated her at the time. Clickbait with that kind of messaging? I mean, yeah, it definitely was clickbait, I won't lie to you there, but... Nova made the argument that Kome was actually good and misunderstood. People did not like that. Overall, the video was still received positively, but it had a lot of negative comments, because the YouTube slop mill at the time overwhelmingly hated Kome. And a lot of people, like, a lot of the arguments people would make was, well, Nightmare or Brozyme or whoever said that this frame was bad, so you're wrong, basically. That was the first domino. The second, and much more significant domino, by far, was the Korvex video. Nova argued that Korvex, in his opinion, was the worst Warframe in the game. I don't agree with that opinion. I don't really agree with the way he substantiates it. And I think that a lot of it for Nova came from his perspective as someone who goes to level cap regularly, which created like a disconnect with his audience. But that video was overwhelmingly the biggest factor that ultimately led to a sour community sentiment against him was the Corvex video. And like I said, a lot of it was, like, I think, was that there was a disconnect with Nova and his audience because he plays level cap a lot and most players won't. So they don't see the same problems he does in Corvex because, like, does he fall off at really high levels? Yeah, but most people aren't going to see that high of a level, so a lot of them don't see the problem.
Yeah.
But I don't think Nova's video was terrible. He tried to substantiate his argument with a lot of evidence and playtesting, right? I think that the thing was, the problem for Nova was the title. People argued against the title. They didn't watch the video. They didn't see him substantiate any of his arguments. They read the title and got mad at it. And then the third domino, which I don't think was as big of a factor, but still was his Valkyrie rework video. And I'll admit, I disagree with Nova posting it. I think it was a bad idea. But Nova posted a video about how the Valkyrie rework was terrible for removing her invincibility before the rework released. And I feel like the same way about that I did with everyone who did that. Don't judge something that isn't out yet. Like, you can make speculative comments about it, I guess, but releasing a video being like, oh yeah, this rework is garbage, but it hasn't even released, I just don't understand. And people do it the other way too. Like when Oberon's rework hadn't come out yet, I had gotten recommended a short from someone about how it was going to be incredibly good, and it's like, dude, it's not even out yet. Like, but
I mean, there are a few cases where that is, you know, valid. Like For Honor, for example, like reworks, you can very much tell if it's going to be good or bad just from reading that shit. Unlike, again, like Warframe,
I still think
like,
if you're a content creator, if you're going to post a video about a piece of content that isn't out yet with your fully formed opinion, I think that's fucking stupid.
It is, yeah.
But Nova, the tragedy of his channel, primarily with the Corvex video, is he was basically harassed out of the community. It's kind of sad, too, because Nova has said himself, he didn't leave because, he didn't leave because he was being harassed. Shockingly. He left because he was bored of the game. Nova quit Warframe. That's why he left. But people harassed him relentlessly. And, like, here's the thing. I'm not talking about, like, what happened to me, where I just got a lot of mean comments across a bunch of my videos. Nova got them on that video. He got them on other videos. He got the comments disparaging him on other people's videos. He got them on Reddit. He got them on the forums. Everywhere. People were lighting this guy up for that video. It was fucking insane. And people still do it over a year later. So, after deciding to quit the game, from what Nova told me, he originally, like, he made a separate Pokemon channel, which he had posted some videos to, decided that he was going to keep his main channel as an archive channel. But, he still received so much harassment over it that he ultimately just decided, fuck it, and he took the channel down. And I don't blame him. Like, he was still receiving so much harassment over a year later about that video that he just decided it wasn't worth keeping up anymore, as I understand it. Because I had seen some people accuse him, like, of trying to fleece his old audience by switching his current channel to the Pokemon one. I don't think that's what happened, at least not from my discussions with him. Actually, we're running out of time. I'm gonna need you to help me with the objective. Where
Roger,
the fuck is this ground scanner? Here it is.
I didn't see any marks until you just said that. What the fuck?
Well, you have to kill enemies to get it to appear.
That explains it. I didn't know there was an objective, that's why.
But Nova Umbral, yeah, so Nova, like I said, he switched his content to Pokemon. He seems to be doing a lot better for himself, you know, mentally and otherwise, doing that, which is really good to hear. But yeah, I feel very bad for what happened to Nova. Oh, we're not gonna finish this one in time, I don't think. Oh no, okay, good job. Metro barely got it. We can get another Warframe spawn. I don't. Oh no, we did. I think we just won that early. But like that's like I said, that's why I get anxious when I post videos that are mostly my opinion.
40 mic MGL, baby, let's do this.
Because he isn't that good at Pokemon either. I will say this: I'm friends with Sab, but I have never met a man with a larger capacity for hate than Sabuchi. Let me put it that way. I don't know anything about Pokemon. Maybe Nova sucks at it. I've got no fucking idea. But Sab doesn't like Nova, and I don't think that if he was good at Pokemon, Sab would ever acknowledge that, if that was the reality we lived in. So, and I'm not trying to disparage Sab. I'm still friends with the guy, and I still think he's a fun dude, but, like, one look at his Twitter account, and that guy has an insane capacity to hate other people, dude. It's actually impressive.
Yeah, like I know a guy, like, they're not, you know, just bad people. Like, I know a friend, like, I fucking Scott's kind of like that, but, like, he's still a fucking, you know, cool dude, honestly, but he's just,
Why does Sab hate Nova? I wouldn't say he outright hates him, but I'll be honest. If you want to know about a beef between Sab and Nova, ask Sab. Because I don't want to rehash that story, because it's not my story to tell. And I don't think it would be fair to... Especially because, like, they've told me things in confidence I don't want to repeat about it. I'll admit, it puts me in a really shitty situation. Because there's... How do I put this? There's, like, two cliques. There's, like, two content cliques, right? People who knew Nova, and more importantly, honestly, Shiro Nature. And then... people who know Sabuchi. There's, like, two content cliques. Sabuchi said himself on Twitter, I won't police who you're friends with, but know that if you're still friends with these people, I've lost respect for you. I feel like he was kind of subtweeting about me, but there's a lot of people that could have been about. So I'm just in this shitty situation of, like, what am I supposed to do, right? Because I'm familiar with both sides of this story, and I just feel like I'm in this really shitty situation of, like, well, neither of them is going to like me for continuing to associate in any capacity with the other person. It's like, dude, I didn't fucking ask for this. I wasn't involved in this at all. Like... Who was the person who was subtweeting you again? I said it kind of felt like it was about me, but it was Sabuchi and his fallout with Shiro Nature. And like I said, I'm not going to explain the drama, because I don't feel like it's my place to, and I also don't want to reveal details that parties involved would not be comfortable sharing publicly. Honestly, if you ask Sab, he would probably tell you, but... And you can't even look at Sab's Twitter anymore, because Sab posted a lot of his opinions about the drama on Twitter, but I'm pretty sure he got taken down. I don't think his account is back up yet, so... But yeah, the point, bringing this back to the actual point, I'm nervous about making content about my opinion on this game because of the fact that people like Nova got nuked from orbit over it. And it makes me afraid. Especially because, like, with the current situation, where, when it comes to videos I make, and the kind of content I make, and all of that kind of stuff, right?
Operator, are you enjoying the view?
You all have probably noticed that my last, like, 3 videos have all been pretty short, and that kind of sucks, because I really like doing the exploration videos that are a lot more in-depth and stuff like that, but because YouTube is currently my only source of income, I can't put all my eggs in one basket. I'm going to back off, and that's fair. And I will say that, like, I don't know a lot of the people involved super well, but regardless, right? I feel like a lot of the videos I make kind of have to be the shorter videos, because I put all of my eggs in one basket with the 1999 video, and it didn't pan out at all. That video, to me, is my most resounding failure. Like, it's not even close. That video changed how I think about the way I approach my channel, especially now that I'm doing it, in part, so I can pay my bills, right? Because, hope it helps regardless. And I will say, I'm glad for those who enjoyed it or added something to the discussion, I very much appreciate it, right? I want to make that clear. I'm fine with people disagreeing with me. I just would like them to disagree respectfully and actually engage with my argument. But with the ARG video, right? That video took me 3 weeks of effort, and I had no job at the time. That video was my job. I would work on it for 6 to 8 hours a day. I mean, Nitro, you remember this. At the time that I was done with it, I would have to take...
I would see you wake up, and then you would look at the video, and then
Then I'd go to bed. And here's the thing, too. Like, that video, by the end of it, I would have to take breaks because my hands hurt so bad from being on my computer so much. That thing was my life, and to be honest, I don't regret how much effort I put into it, because I didn't make it like that because I was under this pressure to get views or something. It was because I genuinely thought I was making something special, and I wanted the world to see it as soon as possible. And it was a big thing for me on a personal level of, like, I mentioned before on streams before I made it that I wanted to make that video, but I didn't know if I could. I felt like it was beyond my ability as a creator to make something like that. And I did my best, and I did make what, you know, my vision for it was. Even with all of the things I would change about that video now, even with the regrets I have when it comes to the way that video ended up coming out, there are things I'd absolutely change. Mostly a lot of my voice acting I think is fucking terrible. But
Doubt.
that video meant a lot to me, let me put it that way. And watching it become the worst performing mainline video I've ever posted just fucking was heartbreaking. And it's just how YouTube is. No, it's nobody's fault, honestly. I still wonder sometimes if the video failed just because it was bad, but I don't think I'll ever have an answer, right? But
honestly, I still think that if it had come out like at a different time, it would have at least done as good, at the very least as good as your other videos, because like that was immediately post algorithm change, and holy fuck, everyone was suffering.
Yeah, I poured, like, when people say blood, sweat, and tears, right? Like, that shit is literal at that point. With the amount of, like, actual physical discomfort I was experiencing making it, like, how much time it took, it was just hard to see it go that way. I guess that's really all I can say. And it's like, with the ARG video, I get that it's kind of a niche topic, but I was hoping I could bring in some people from outside the Warframe community who like that kind of thing. I could not.
I mean, Mom likes it.
Well, that's because she's my boyfriend's mom.
She wants you to make more content so she can listen to your voice. I think that's a bit beyond that.
I'd say if she was to listen to my stream, she'd probably think of me much less as a person. So I guess I'll have to make more normal videos. But
she's seen a few of your streams. She's laughed at some of your shit.
From scrolling your channel, I will say that, like, that video was released in the midst of a lot of issues with the YouTube algorithm because of unmonetized views not counting, which hurts your channel in the discovery algorithm. But, and like I said, I don't want this to be like a pity me thing, right? It's nobody's fault that the video went that way, I don't feel like. And I don't want people to, like, even if people probably will feel bad for me regardless, the point isn't to, like, farm compliments about the video either. That'd be kind of cringe. The point I'm trying to make is that that video took a lot out of me, and it gave me nothing in return. And after I made that, it was just like, I can't do this ever again. Like, that much effort for that little reward makes no sense. Especially now that I have to rely on this platform, it's just not worth it. That's just kind of as simple as that. It's not worth it. I can't put 3 weeks into one video that makes me $80 over the course of its whole lifespan. That's insane. I already make less than minimum wage from my videos, dude. I can't experience that with something that takes me that long. And I feel bad, because, like, I won't lie to any of you or myself. The production quality of a lot of my videos has slipped. I think it's gotten worse. And I think that a large component of that is, one, the type of content I've been making doesn't really need visuals so much as I'm just talking about a topic. So I just put gameplay or what have you over it. But I also feel like a lot of it is the pressure to release things, and the knowledge that, like, okay, if you fuck this up, you can't pay your bills, right? And I haven't, you know, I don't have any marks on my renter's record over the last almost 6 years. I would not like to start now.
Worst case scenario, I don't have a job.
It's just, I don't know, I'm in that situation of, like, because my relationship with my content is different, but I still have a strong belief that I shouldn't compromise my morals by like selling out on my channel. I'm in a bit of a tricky spot with what kind of videos I make. They have to be things I can make fast enough that if they fail, it's not the end of the world, right? Like, Weird and Obscure Stuff, the Sobek video, and the most recent video have all performed fine. They've all just performed perfectly fine. The Kome video was a random breakout hit. Don't know why that one did so well, but the others have just performed fine. And that's as good as you can do.
Really good as well.
It's performing average. Analytically, it's performing about high average, but average. Thoughts on the update so far? I've been personally really enjoying it, but the grind for the new artifacts is ridiculous. Brain rot and low quality information. I feel like it's kind of a false dichotomy, but I get what you're saying. Also, this low-key reminds me of destroying the AA guns in Halo Reach.
Yeah, it does.
The Kome situation is crazy. I feel like I think a big part of why that did so well was legitimately just unintentional clickbait. Because the Kome problem was just the name I had for the video in my brain. So that's what I named it. Same with, like, VE doesn't understand Overguard. That's just what I thought of. It wasn't even about will people click this. It was like, oh, that's a good title. I think that, you know, I can
Well, you could do a lot better if you
try
actually
and
went
substantiate
for, like,
that argument.
you know, obviously, you know,
Look at the
not
fucking...
great.
Here's the thing. Something that I despise on YouTube in general, maybe you all feel me on this, I don't know why it works, is video titles that tell you nothing. Like, okay, this low-key feels like I'm going to be talking about MH Blackie no matter how I cut this. Video titles that are like, these 5 Warframes you need, or this weapon shreds steel path. It's like, this tells me nothing about the content of the video, almost. Like, I'm not, like, when I say something like, you know, the Kome problem, that establishes 2 major things. This video is about Kome and an issue that I have with her. You glean, like, actual information from that. When you say, like, this weapon shreds steel path, I don't know fucking anything other than this is about a weapon that's good, I guess? But I think that why they do that, honestly, is for one primary reason. If you don't know what's in the video, you have to click on it to find out. And if you click on the video, you know what happens? You watch a pre-roll ad. I don't know, has anyone else here ever had that moment where you click on a video just to see what's in it, and then you immediately click off when you find out? I think that's why they do stuff like that, to capitalize on those types of views. And I'll admit, I choose not to click on videos that do that, even if I think the topic would be interesting, because I think it's so shitty. But the problem is, it works. Overwhelmingly, it works. And I don't know, that's one of those things where, like, I do my best to not do it. And I think I've unintentionally kind of done it at times, but I try to, like, even if the video is clickbait, I do my best to substantiate what I'm saying, right? Like, DE doesn't understand Overguard. That video is a nearly hour-long discussion of fundamentally the purpose, or, like, the point I put forward in the title, right? I don't want it to be meaningless or not convey any useful information. I want you to know what the video's about, right? But you can't tell people everything in a thumbnail or a title. That isn't really how it works.
Theoretically you could, but, like, that would be funny.
Unless you're going to be like, how many A presses does it take to beat Mario? And then the thumbnail just says the number, which you could do. But...
like, I appreciate, also, I appreciate this video so much, I feel so bad because nobody will probably click and it's like, huh, I wonder, but then I wouldn't want to watch it long enough to fucking wonder.
Yeah. Honestly, if I see a video that just tells you the answer in the title, I actually go out of my way to watch it.
Then at the very least I can try to subscribe to fucking channels whenever I
Because
see
it's
that
like,
shit,
you deserve the view at that point if you're willing to throw away the potential curiosity views. The dev really put this in the game? Yeah, shit like that. You know, you want to know a game, like a community that does that constantly? People who talk about horror games. Specifically, and you all can make fun of me for this, people who talk about FNAF fan games, that's like a guilty pleasure genre of mine. I don't even play FNAF. I haven't been involved with the franchise at all in like half a decade. I don't care. FNAF fan game videos are still like my guilty pleasure. I love that shit.
They are some really fucking cool. There are a lot of really fucking good ones that I actually want to play sometimes, but I don't have the motivation to because it's a FNAF fan game.
But the thing for me is, like, a lot of those videos, the titles won't tell you anything. Like, I'm just gonna say it straight up, yeah? He doesn't tell you jack shit in the title or thumbnail about the game. And I hate it, too, because those people, I feel like, will stoop to any level. Genuinely, it feels like they'll stoop to any level. Like, yeah, using the fact that the maker of one of the games we talked about was accused of being a pedophile as clickbait? Dude, what the fuck? I don't know if that video was still up, but, like, huh? Oops, wrong message. Fucking just the Russian text. Bro, I think it's still on his channel. Like, the thumbnail has, like, Springtrap or some shit with the word pedo with a question mark. And it's like, are you using these accusations as clickbait? That seems really fucked up to me.
If it's the one I'm thinking of as well, I know that shit is false.
I'm pretty sure that, like, the video as well doesn't even really talk about that much. As well as, like, another video I watched pretty recently was about, what was the name of the franchise? Project Readjusted. And the creator was talking about how the people behind Project Readjusted were part of, I think it was called the Pair group chat leak. This is some dumb fucking fandom lore, so you're fine if you don't understand this. There was a thing that happened to the FNAF community a while back, where a group chat full of developers for fan games was leaked, and they were hoarding information about upcoming fan games and deliberately leaking it to the public to hurt other creators. Obviously, that was a massive scandal. Project Readjusted, one of, like, its lead developers, one of the main people in this fandom drama, they were one of the main people in the group chat doing this to deliberately hurt other creators. And the dude making the video was like, he briefly talks about the drama, does not mention really any of what actually happened in it, and then goes like, you can support the creator if you want or not, I don't give a shit. And then he just keeps talking about it and thanks the creator personally for helping him make the video. And I'm like, dude, I'm gonna be honest, this feels really fucking tone deaf. Like,
Genuinely.
because like several developers, I think including the developer of Popgoes, what's his name? I don't know why I can't think of it.
But I don't know his
But
name.
even he talked about how it damaged his game, right? And it's like, it just feels so tone deaf to me, I guess. Where it's like, oh yeah, this guy did some really fucked up shit. I'm not going to go into any of the details and then praise him at the end of the video for making a great game and helping me make this video. And I'm not going to give a shit about actually elaborating on why this was a drama in the first place. It's like, what? Kane Carter, yeah, that's his name. Help exit. Okay, I've mentioned this before. You will not catch me using words like sewer slide or unalived on this channel. If we talk about serious topics, we treat them with actual gravity on Cool Kid 369. Thank you very much. Theft King? Theft King was a lunatic for a lot of other reasons, I think.
You can keep ragdolling him.
I don't think I can see them.
I'll fucking record it later.
But yeah, especially with like channels that make true crime content, like you're talking about real people who had real horrible things happen to them. Like if you're
I got the SIGEX blueprints. Let's go.
the SAGEX blueprint.
I got the barrel and receiver.
And
Anyway,
if the joke was that I was using those words, yes. But like when you're talking about like a true crime channel who's like, oh yeah, this mass shooter killed his entire family. And it's like, he unalived them with a pew-pew. Go fuck yourself, dude. Like, something I will give credit to. I know a lot of people do not like this person, and I want to make that clear that I understand why if you wouldn't like them. Turkey Tom did a video about the shooter in... What was the town in Texas? There have been so many shootings in Texas that were high-profile, I don't even remember. He shot up a Walmart. I can't think of the name of the town. But a big point of that video, because the guy became a Wojak. You guys know, like, the Billions Must Die Wojak? That's the mass shooter. That's the likeness it's based off of. And
I never knew that, honestly.
in Tom's video, he dedicates a section to talking about the victims and who they were and what they were doing in their lives. And I think that was, like, an important thing to talk about, right? And I commend him for that. Actually kill myself right then and there. And yeah, that's the thing, is they replace words to not get demonetized or age restricted. But like, if you're going to talk about serious topics, it deserves to be treated with gravity. I think that it's... Maybe I'm just moralizing at this point, I don't know. It's repulsive to me that people would talk about, like, you know, a young girl going through awful crimes and then just be like, she was raped. Go fuck yourself, dude.
Genuinely.
Go fuck yourself. That one in particular bothers me so much. With how horrible of a crime actual rape is, and you're gonna use the word graped? Go fuck yourself, dude. It's even worse to me, because I see people censor shit like that in, like, Twitter screenshots. I regularly see Reddit posts where people censor the word die. Are we serious? Are you fucking with me right now? We're censoring words like kill? My favorite one, though, a guy censored the word black. And everyone in the comments were like, why'd you do that? That was hilarious.
It's such a fucking funny concept.
Would be knocking all the way out here. Operator, I don't think you should answer that.
Like, I don't know. For me, it's just like, if you're going to talk about a serious topic, use the fucking word. I don't care if you get demonetized. I get why you would. Find a sponsor who will pick up the slack. I think it's really gross to talk about a topic like that and not treat it with any form of severity. But sending death threats, gotta love Twitter. Yeah, deadass. And like I said, I feel like that's what I'm just, like, moralizing, and I don't mean to come off as being, like, preachy. But, dude, it drives me insane. I think it's so shallow. Like, essay. I do think, like, yeah, essay is one of those ones where I can see it being, like, does it convey the gravity of the crime? Fully no. But at the same time, it's much more respectful than something like grape. I hate that shit. Hey, cool kid here. I like just censoring my name. Okay, that's one of the things from Twitter that is like peak Twitter brain rot. I love it. Genuinely, I love it. People censoring words of like things they don't like. Like when people would say like, Donald Trump, and they'd censor the O in the word Donald, like trigger warning. Like, first of all, who's this gonna help? If the word Donald Trump triggers you, and you censor the word, but you can still tell what it is, who the fuck does that even help? And then also, like, it's just such a waste of time. I don't know. Like, I feel like if you're going to warn people that certain topics are going to be discussed, that makes sense. But you have to, like, hide the topics behind that almost. Me mute those words, and that's fair. I guess if it's for, like, tagging purposes, I can see the validity of that. Then again, if you censor the word inconsistently, then I don't know how helpful it would be, right? If it's a tagging thing, I guess I can see the argument there. But for me, the biggest thing is, like, people's names. If you censor someone's name, like, I think that shit's hilarious. I think it's to stop people from searching for themselves, honestly. I think that's a big part of it, is to stop people from searching for themselves. But I don't know. I hadn't considered the tagging thing. That does make sense, honestly, though. You could just block the regular word, I guess. But
that's probably way more effective because, like, God forbid you try to figure out how everyone's going to censor that.
I think because the typical convention is they censor the first vowel. That's what I've noticed. But you know anything about doing this in co-op is it requires 3 cores if he has 0 decay. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Okay, hold up. I gotta be quick, because Nitro's not going to play the objective. I made it back in time. Me sec. Yeah, like, platform censorship has ruined the internet. TikTok has ruined the internet. And 40 CD down. Yeah, I haven't been playing with, like, the mods a ton because of the fact that I've been dealing with grinding this game mode and a lot of the focus tools I don't have them for yet, but they are really good. Same with the arcanes. But also, I will say, my least favorite objective is easily defending the dropship and escorting the conculate. I think they're tied. They both take fucking forever. Going to kill the internet? Dude, antitrust law is dead. It's one of the most awful realities of the 21st century. We do not give a shit about stopping companies from acquiring other companies anymore. Like, this chat is offensive? That's actually hilarious. Sorry, guys. We're talking about the topic of murder, but we're calling it murder. So AI can't replicate it. Also, thank you for stopping by. You have a good night. No freedom from the yeah. Murder. Oh, we have to go a different way. Who's by anything either? They're not, unfortunately. Murder, Mordor. I think people just use the word unalived, which is terrible. Like, it is so goofy for something so serious. Like, if someone is going to, like, take the life of another person who was innocent in cold blood, that deserves that. I feel like I'm just harping on this. It deserves some respect. But I think, like, so a good example of this is the fact that, what is it, Paramount is going to be sold to Netflix? That should not be legal. That shouldn't be possible. They're such a huge conglomerate. How is Netflix able to get more people? How did Xbox buy a fucking Activision Blizzard? This shouldn't be possible. Warner Brothers. Okay, right. It's Warner Brothers to Netflix. I couldn't remember. No, is Paramount the one that's trying to, like, counterbid that right now? I think that might be what's happening. Maybe that's what I'm misremembering. But, like, this shouldn't be possible. This shouldn't be possible. But it is. The government doesn't give a shit about monopolies anymore. We truly live in the darkest timeline. Gone through to public acceptance, and that's fair, but like, my thing is, again, I don't think it should be possible. And even for, like, deals that have actually happened, Microsoft's acquisition of Activision, Blizzard, and King, I think, is, like, the biggest example. Activision was making a shit ton of money off of Warzone at their peak. Why can another company buy them? Almost back together fully? That's horrifying to think about, that the old AT&T breakup is almost back. yeah, Google, they were going to be made to sell Chrome because of the conflict of interest between owning the biggest browser and the biggest advertising platform. And the government backed down.
Which sucks.
Yeah, no, they deserved that. They would have deserved to get broken up. We need to have someone come bring back trust busting. Unironically, maybe this is my most, like, insane take of this stream thus far. Someone needs to bring back... We need fucking Roosevelt to come back, minus the eugenics thing. And we need him to start trust busting again.
Package deal, honey, I'm sorry.
We need... Honestly, I feel like if William Taft came back, people wouldn't even find his weight funny because it's just the average American. But that's besides the point. Like, for those who don't know, the vast majority of the food you buy is owned by 5 companies. Like, I think it's like 95%. Not see it's bothered me. I feel you there. What is happening in this stream? Cool Kid is melting down about the dystopia we live in. Sorry, everyone. You're like, man, I'm joining a Warframe. I wanted to ask about how good the new Tau weapons are. What is this bullshit?
We kind of diverged. I don't even know what caused this.
Systems online. Engine start.
I just want to keep bringing up that fucking joke about like the crackpot.
What oil company are you paying right? Dude, I'm just waiting for the day that, like, if we actually solve fusion, I swear to God, Cell from Crysis is going to become real. Do you guys know about that? Also, yeah, I'm talking mostly as an American. But in Crysis 3, there's a company called Cell that finds a way to make infinite energy, and so they take over the world because no one can compete with them. And it's like, dude, if we discover fusion power, I'm concerned this is actually going to happen. Bought our Warner Brothers ass? Real. Crysis 2 best in the series? That's kind of a wild take. I think that Crysis 2 is a fine game, but it was my least favorite personally. The story feels so disconnected. That's my #1 issue with it by far. Perfect. So we're doing fusion prototyping. That's actually really interesting. And I think that if we master, like, if we can make clean energy through fusion, that would be one of the greatest technological advancements in human history. Here's the thing. AI was also supposed to be one of the greatest technological advancements in human history. And look how that worked out.
To be fair, we're seeing it at a small scale. We're not to like the fucking, Android level yet.
I thought it's just going to be worse, honestly. I don't trust corporations.
I don't get it, will be, but like, even still, androids will be a thing eventually.
I don't trust corporations with the power to innovate.
You fucking put ChatGPT onto like a Boston Dynamic and boom, you got a fucking robot.
Yeah, and you'll ask him for a cup of coffee and he'll rip your fucking arm off and be like, oops, my bad.
Oops, my bad, you're totally right. I did rip your arm off. Oh no, here's a local hospital.
And then it'll just give you the wrong number for the hospital.
Like that one fucking post where it's just like, it's like the fucking closest hospital. It's like, I'm in labor, and it's like the fucking closest hospital is in like 3 countries over, apparently, according to Google.
I'm gonna be honest as well when it comes to like the AI stuff. Like, a lot of people talk about the whole like AI is a tool, not a friend, and that's true, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't trust it as a tool either, dude. Like, if you had a hammer, and like the hammer hammered down the nail really well in one strike, for example, 99 out of 100 times, but 1 out of 100 times, it would knock all of your nails out of whatever you were working on. Would you use that hammer? I fucking wouldn't.
Gamblers fallacy, baby. It'll work. It's just...
Because that's basically what AI feels like to me. It's like, oh yeah, it can be used for some things, but if it fucks up, it could fuck up catastrophically. Like, there's a story of a developer who was working on something, who was vibe coding, which for those who don't know, is when you make something with AI writing all the code. The AI deleted his whole entire hard drive. It formatted his entire hard drive. And then you know what did it immediately after? Basically was like, whoops. And that was it. He lost everything. I'm serious. And there are multiple stories of this kind of thing happening. And it's just like, why would I ever use something like that? If it has any chance to destroy everything because I asked it to do something, what's the point? What's the fucking point?
Yeah, I believe in the destroy everything part is something that is a fucking, like... I don't know, that seems like a fucking... What the fuck is the word? Like an outlier or like a fucking fringe case that shouldn't have been a thing in the first place. Like, I mean, excluding, like, ultimate shit like that,
Well, that's the thing, is that there's like that's an extreme example, but the AI is wrong on a small scale all the time. people defending it. I'm gonna be honest with you. Companies are pushing AI largely because it's a bubble, and the economy will fucking collapse if they don't keep doing it. All right, we're just getting explicitly political at this point. I think CoffeeZilla has better videos about this than I could ever rehash. But legitimately, the global economy will collapse when the AI bubble collapses. It's that bad. Basically, every metric of the economy is doing poorly, but the stock number, right? The number is green because of AI companies. Can't wait. Honestly, at this point, dude, I can't wait either. I want AI to go, like, to stop being pushed so heavily. Get out of my computer. I'm uninstalling Copilot right now. I can't see the fucking thing because it's in my way. Get Copilot out of my PC. And takes from Cool Kid. It's Kosovo a separate country? At least you didn't ask about Taiwan. That won't get me taken off of YouTube. The CCP would be like, All that matters is the corpos. You know, I had a conversation with my brother Holton about this that I think was, like, a perspective that's really depressing, where he was like, why? And I'm like, what do you mean? Because they want more money. But he's like, why do they want more money? They have so much money that 10 people could spend $1 million, like, every day and not run out, right? Like, why do they need more money? Why do they keep accruing it? At this point, genuinely, what is the point? And I thought about it like, that's a good question. Like, at this point, they have no need for these things. Why continue to ruin lives for profit margins when they're richer than God and don't need anything anymore?
Oracle moment, I guess.
I don't know. It's fucking crazy to me. Does India or Pakistan have better mangoes? Your answer must be absolute. Absolute. I don't really eat mangoes. In it for the love of the game? Apparently, dude. Apparently. I like how I'm just cheesing what I think is easily the hardest boss fight in this game mode by just doing this with Children. Fuck everyone else, I guess.
I'm just firing into like your blue cloud and it's working.
Yeah, pretty much. Someone got a weapon stolen. I don't even know who does that, to be honest. Oh, it was both of your weapons.
Ah.
Hi, Brody. I didn't know you were still alive. Oh, shit. A lot of them are still alive. What the fuck? Oh, no. It's because of a...
Oh, they stole all of my guns.
Mesa disarms? Oh, because of her 2. That makes sense.
Both of my guns are gone. Well.
Remember the fallen.
Is their power? Yeah. Like I said, I don't mean to get so explicitly, like, preachy. That's not the point I'm trying to come across with. But, I don't know. It's just like, damn. That's fucked up. Spend some time there. I'll be honest, maybe, but at the same time, I'll never spend some time being a fucking ultra-wealthy trillionaire. Or I guess billionaire is more accurate, but, like, that's not gonna happen. This YouTube income will not make me billions. From your arsenal if you got to pick them up. That was a rumor when I started playing. Same with, like, if your pet went down and you didn't revive them. Then Hassan. Well, apparently, I don't know how... Okay, hold on. I'm showing this comment again. People weren't here when I first showed it. Again, disclaimer, don't bother this person. But I think you all deserve to see this because it's funny. This comment that I got on my community tab post making a Hassan joke. A joke about Hassan shocking his dog. Again, I said nothing about Asmongold or Destiny in that post. I made a joke about my drifter looking like Hassan. And this guy is so politics brain he left that comment. I low-key considered pinning it, I'm not gonna lie, but I decided I didn't want them to get harassed over it. Also, for the record, I don't like Destiny or Asmongold. Destiny unironically admitted to having CP on his computer, and Asmongold's a fucking content leech. He's a low-key cooking. I think the problem is that he's so politics-brained that he sees a guy making an incredibly banal joke about his guy, and then he's like, he's attacking my guy. He must be on the side of the guys I don't like. Who's self-centered? What? Do you want me to just say the word? My concern with specifically that word is you can get banned for it. I feel like I can still convey the gravity with the abbreviation. I don't want YouTube to take my stream down over it.
Buddhist reminds the
I just,
operator
I'm almost ready. I'm just swapping out the thing real quick. Hang on.
I'm not going to call it something like cheese pizza, because that is disrespectful. But, or calling people a Diddy blood, that one actually pisses me off, dude. I almost completely didn't really like the game, Cyberpunk. And look, frankly, I feel like if you're YouTube and you get flagged for saying, or for talking about a topic like that, that kind of makes sense. Because people use platforms like this to facilitate the exchange of, if you want me to word it another way, child abuse material, child exploitation material, that kind of thing. People use platforms like YouTube to actually facilitate the exchanges of that content. So if YouTube is going to flag anyone who says it out loud, that actually makes total sense. I would rather not get, like, a community guideline strike. I feel like if I was to say, like, child sexual abuse material, that's probably enough for you to put the pieces together, right? Ceto Prime? Oh, shit.
Yeah, he's an owner of Ceto.
Abbreviated Ceto Prime.
I just realized I have a fucking... Actually, should I take the Axani or the fucking... Or my, what's it, Seawiz, whatchamacalls, it's Sestra for the Max Fire Rate, babe.
Honestly, they're probably both not going to be super strong, but I feel like you might as well take the Sestra. But yeah, like, I also, like I said, like, and he said it became an epidemic. It still is an epidemic, honestly. Even after things like Elsagate and Elsagate's sequel, it's still everywhere. Not even just content that tries to facilitate its trade, but like weird videos that seem to like try and groom children or make them more susceptible to that kind of content. It's fucking horrible. Like, I think YouTube should crack down on that shit. There was a sequel? Yes, there was a sequel. I think Raymundo did a video about it. And now AI is making us live through round 3. Just reseating my GPU. Huh, I might have to reseat mine at some point. My game's been having crashing problems, too. They haven't been nearly as bad with this update, fortunately. I mean, there's a second else. Okay, I'd recommend looking for Raymundo's video about it. I don't remember the details well enough to rehash it, but I know that he's done one. It wasn't about specifically like Elsa and Spider-Man and all that bullshit again, but same thing. Isn't it the 4th one? Is it the 4th one? Fuck, what is happening with YouTube at this point that we'd be on the 4th Elsa gate? This place really is hell. I don't know what else to say. Great for performance? That's good, at least. Elsa never stopped. I mean, at this point, low-key, it kind of didn't. There's a... I watched a video about a Roblox content creator who, I shit you not, makes Roblox strip challenge videos.
What?
And then he argued that his content, he marked not made for kids, so it was okay. Keep in mind, not made for kids just doesn't mean, or it doesn't... Okay, how do I put this? If a video is made for kids, it is hit with certain restrictions, like it can't have comments on it, for example. That's all that does. If you don't check the made for kids box, then it's just a normal YouTube video. Kids can still find it. It doesn't get the kids video specific, like, restrictions. So his argument was fucking stupid, and he didn't show his analytics either.
I think, right?
Huh? That's age restriction. Age restriction, yes. The problem with age restriction is it removes all of your discoverability in the algorithm, and you cannot be monetized. It's like someone told me once, like, Kuka, you should age restrict your videos and your streams based on the content you're talking about. And it's like, honestly, in a perfect world, I would. The problem is I can't, because YouTube actively incentivizes you not to use the feature. Being age restricted by YouTube is like a punishment, because it takes away your income and your discoverability. That it's not for them. I mean, is that okay? No, but I see the parallel you're drawing. Yeah, it's like if you're gonna make the fucking Roblox videos where you have like some woman stripping, it's like what? There's
Is it the woman is it the Roblox character or the woman?
no, the
Roblox?
woman herself.
Oh, that's
And it's like, dude, that's you're making softcore for children. That's what you're doing.
like at least fucking.
Are an opportunity, yes. Well, I will say this: the whole pedophiles are an opportunity thing, kind of misquoted, but at the same time, what a terrible fucking look. The Roblox CEO is just desperate to not say anything that isn't corporate speech, and it blew up in his face. So, for those who don't know, the Roblox CEO was asked about predators on its platform, and the CEO said it sees them as an opportunity to improve their security, basically. But the way he worded it was just that the pedophiles on the platform are an opportunity. And I'm gonna be honest with you, yeah, the guy's definitely a pedophile defender at this point. I mean, allegedly, I say with air quotes, but like, he wants to make 17+ experiences on Roblox. He wants there to be dating games on Roblox. Like,
I don't care about the dating games, but honestly, a fucking no children allowed Roblox, that is my fucking dream.
that would be great, but 17+? 17-year-olds are still children, legally. What do you mean?
And I think based on like the UK where it's like 16.
If it's based on age ratings, I still feel like that doesn't help, right? Like, if you get caught, you know, like, sexting a 17-year-old, you're still gonna get hit with the same charge. It's like... Oh, wait, duh. But genuinely, it's like... The amount of... He stuck his neck out for the predators on his platform so much more than the people who were trying to fight the predators. It's disgusting. They want to age group chat players. Read on paper not easy for groomers to groom people specific age ranges. Yeah, that's true as well. 18 or 14. The US rated M games are 17+. 17-year-old woman. The fucking Matt Gates. Dude, that fucking video is so goddamn funny. 17-year-old woman.
He's just like...
The unfortunate thing is that video with Tucker's really, like, reaction, it's deceptively edited. The actual interview is even worse. Not, like, so... Okay. I'm sorry, everyone. We're gonna broach into politics briefly. Again, this is about Matt Gates. I believe he was a senator. Matt Gates had a Senate investigation against him for, a lot of bad shit with someone who was 16 or 17. I couldn't even recount all of it, to be honest with you. But, Matt Gates was on a Tucker Carlson episode to talk about it. And there is a point where Matt Gates tries to argue that Tucker was present for one of the things he was being accused of. And Tucker was so confused that Gates was trying to drag him into this. You get Matt Gates like, yeah, you and your wife were there, and Tucker, you could just see his eyes wide. He's like, no, I wasn't. Oh my god, it was so fucking funny, dude. Holy shit. Just shoot them instead of hacking. Hacking them is faster. As I understand it, hacking them gives you more progress.
Fucking reminds me of the fucking interview you have with fucking Putin. It's like, at first we thought he was just like stalling for time and like filibustering, but then we remembered that isn't the thing in Russia, so we realized he was all the bullshit he was saying was true. And then fucking Russia tried to say he was a fucking CIA plant, and I'm just like, him?
And also, yes, Matt Gates is the 17-year-old woman guy, correct. On top of, like, Matt Gates, for reference, he resigned from the Senate to try to escape the results from the investigation into him from becoming public. They still did, but largely redacted. A lot of it is still redacted. Unsurprisingly, right? There are real people involved, but the Werner Herzog thing, yeah, we have. Thank you, Cool Kid Inflation PNG. Oh, there I go. When he's talking quickly, I think the good thing is that if Nitro talks too fast, people can't understand him. So if he says something that he shouldn't have on stream, no one will know.
Valid. Also,
27-year-old minor. I think 17-year-old woman is worse, honestly, because that's a justification to commit crimes towards them. Also, very innocent behavior. Yeah, I know, right?
I need a fucking ammo mod for this shit. Holy fuck.
I'm sorry, everyone. We will exit the realm of politics once more. Even though I'm not really talking about anything of Gates' platform, but that's besides the point. You have so far 2 And I am getting kind of close to my third. They nerfed persistence? Yes, they did. If you were under the effects of a nullifier or a magnetic proc or anything like that, then it doesn't work. Also, the ones I have right now are, I think it's Vexoric, the Naramon Sword, and Lorak, the Zeraman, Jesus. The Zeneric book. Those are the two I have currently. I love how killing enemies speeds this phase up, and then they just don't spawn.
Yeah, genuinely.
Wait for the grind nerfs. Honestly, probably the best option.
I've run out of ammo in my Sestra in like half a second.
The nomination for Attorney General, as far as I'm aware, it was to escape the results of the committee being released. Magnet part is too much. I agree with you there, honestly. I think that, like, nullifiers, that makes sense, but Energy Leech Eximus being able to trigger it, I mean, it's a faction-agnostic way to do it, right? But, 50 mins for rank 5. Yeah, it's not hard at all to max them out. And takes place there. Huh. Really? There's another Soma cord there? That's actually super interesting.
I did find the other one earlier. I should have marked it for you, sorry.
So you get, if you collect all 3 of the pink crystals, you get another initiative bonus. So it's basically treated like you finished an objective. You get another buff. That's an interesting place. You could put it that way. I feel like, again, I feel like I've been too preachy. I feel like I'm being annoying at this point. So it's like, now we're gonna back off from that for a bit, I think. Between me ranting about AI and billionaires and now this. And that guy getting mad at me for fucking making fun of Hassan. What if he saw me say shit like this? Would he still think that I'm... You know, it's not important. That guy obviously is too deluded to have any of his own opinions. I don't just always use it all the time. I'm assuming that it would be expensive to manufacture or difficult to make. So you only have to give it to dedicated units. Or also, potentially, what if there's some adverse effect on them? Possible that maybe, like, being exposed to the radiation of a nullifier bubble for extended periods gives you cancer or something.
Yep.
Who knows? If I can farm the operation.
Yeah, expensive as fuck, and, you know, I have a high, you know, priority unit, so shit. Or maybe it's difficult to fucking operate somehow, I don't know.
I feel like it's the same thing almost as, like, saying, like, why don't we give every single, like, why don't we make every unit, like, a heavy gunner? I mean, I guess they could, but it'd probably just be really difficult in terms of, like, resource allocation.
Lastly, but obviously, you know, every unit has strengths and weaknesses. You need the same reason why the fucking military doesn't give everyone a machine gun.
Bring me to the iceberg.
Because, like, the fucking nullifiers can't use projectile weapons or, like, any other weapons. Like, so they only have, like, the fucking melee or, like, that one beam weapon that can go through the shield.
Pre-new war. I think that, like, the sentience being a major threat is something that still holds water, but just not post-quest, really. We'll see how they salvage it, I guess. I will say, like, I've been enjoying the update so far, but I personally prefer the Drifter to the Operator. And so much less learning. Oh, okay, I will say this. I don't think that most enemies really should be status immune. Targeting a specific type of weapon like that, I think, is not great. But sentience did become too easy to kill. Just, like, overall, they're too easy to kill now. Their adaptation isn't enough to stop that. Their original concept...
I feel like a thing that sentience just do anymore.
Like, the concept of having to switch weapons to damage them and each individual sentient unit being a decently sized threat, just, I don't know. I miss it. Like, when you had, like, one appear back in the second Dream era, you'd be like, oh shit, that's a battlist. But, like,
it's just like,
not
oh,
anymore. You nuke them off the face of the map and they're gone and that's it. They weapon of their own. They've talked about it, but I don't think that we know for sure if it'll be happening.
Keep the fire right.
We caught the cold, damn. Before they can blink? Yeah, that's just what the reality is these days. From the Operator and Aegis. I mean, I could see that, but I do feel like it was more of just like they were very close friends. They were roommates, if you will. Mostly because they're children, and I don't want to think about them in a romantic context, because that's weird. That's weird to me. Even though you do get married in the quest, but that's besides the point.
Did we get fucking married in the quest?
Low-key, yes. I don't want to think about it, okay? I don't want to think about it.
Yeah, so this game contains child marriage and fucking child labor. Interesting.
Or he were just doing all the bad shit to children, dude. What the fuck?
I mean, technically they groomed as well.
I mean, to be warriors, yes. Friend marriage? Who's the top and who's the bottom? What the fuck? No, nope, shut up. Shut up, stop talking.
You were victorious. Honor these memories.
Are there middle-aged said taking a smoke break in Tau? I mean, the sentient sacrificed their bodies to build the pylons, so... My little Blorbo. Does that imply Adis has autism? I mean, maybe. With sentient skin? I don't really see it. Hey, cool kid Suckmutt here. Hey, Suckmutt, cool kid here. Does Suckmutt say hi? Is this what's happening right now? Suckmutt says hi. When does the quest imply marriage? The part where you're meeting with Itsum at what is it? The sentient city. And he's talking about like joining your two energies or whatever. That part. Suckmutt does say hi? Holy fuck. Suckmutt is like a slur for submissive people? What?
You're right.
Okay, that is the most Suckmutt nuts. Holy shit. It's called graduation. I know it's called graduation. Have you ever been to a graduation where they talk about like you and your homie that way? I've never been to anything that does that with my homie personally. How's the video responding to the allegations going? Dude, I was like, Suckmutt probably just left the chat after that. I wouldn't even blame it. If you Sagat these does. We'll pay for this once the opportunity arises that I'm in a stream. What if we got Suckmutt on this stream right now? That'd be funny, I think.
Get him in the squad chat.
Get him in
Let's go.
Be like, all right, Suckmutt, we need you. We need you to defend yourself live on this broadcast. Me and my homies join energies frequently. I'm waiting to go to work. Damn it. Quit your job. You can't be employed and a Warframe YouTuber. That's some bullshit. Suckmutt going in for a shift at the Long Day Factory.
Knock, knock. Now, who would be knocking all the way out here?
Employed Warframe player. I miss when I was employed.
I think you should answer that.
You know, the job I had in Iowa, yes. The job I had here, fuck no.
About to say, yeah.
About marrying your homie at graduation.
Like I said, maybe you can work at that one place and get free soda every day.
I've been unemployed since August. I was gonna say, like, I left a very good job in Iowa, spent 5 months searching for one here, got one that was terrible, and quit because it was making me extremely depressed. Retail and service? Wait, so, Suckmutt, you have a job servicing people? Holy shit, it really is a slur!
It is, oh my god.
Also, sysadmin at work? You know, I feel like that would be a fun job. Maybe I'm wrong in that, but I feel like being a sysadmin would be a fun job. Fuck, that reminds me. Have I done my flashcards today? I think I forgot.
Oh, god damn it, chat, you did it again. Look at what you've done to him.
Have I done my flashcards? Fuck, I haven't. I have 216 of them due. I have to kill myself now. My fucking CCNA flashcards. Yeah, I guess it did flashcard. Let's go. Thank you, Hunter. Very cool. I have many awful stories from it. You know, that's fair. I've been in the IT industry for about 5 years, but it was always tier 1 or tier 2 support roles. That shit sucks, let me tell you. That shit sucks. I must do my flashcards right now while we're waiting for Nitro to do his nails or whatever the fuck so we can do the mission. My chat can't see this, so they have no idea what this looks like. All you have to know is that I'm knocking that shit out. You must be like, all right, put on the flashcards. Live flashcard reaction. You have to complete them between missions. flashcard grape eating stream. Okay, I have bad news about the grapes.
Begin the recovery of your past.
Um,
Now you must go further.
so I have attempted to purchase grapes from Kroger twice for that stream. They had
Did you
been,
do it again? Did it happen again, babe?
yep, they had been contaminated with mold both times.
What the fuck? You need to go to HEB, goddamn.
So yeah, at this point, I think I'm just gonna have to go to HEB. It's farther away, which is why I normally do it at the closer of the two places.
Have you at least told Kroger about this, or?
To this point, no. But if I'm gonna encounter
need
it
to, like,
twice
genuinely,
in
like,
two
this is
different
like-
kinds of grapes, I don't think they give a shit.
They legally have to give a shit.
I did not headshot my Predacite. I did not trigger Fault Finder with it. Well, that reminds me, but I fucking killed the Tam in Duviri and it dropped an energy orb. That was so fucking funny. Just knocked it off the bridge and it died because it didn't have any way to path. Also, I just want to say to anyone who's like, man, America's a third world country, this is a Kroger problem. I have never purchased grapes like this from any other grocery store. It's not like a widespread epidemic in America that we don't have grapes you can eat. It's just that Kroger has shit quality control, apparently.
I'll also go look at some of at the ones near our house because maybe it's just that fucking Kroger.
I'll be honest, I hate that Kroger is the closest store to me because I do feel like their quality on a lot of products is not good. The problem is that the closest HEB is like twice or 3 times the distance from me, and I don't want to go there for that reason. I know this is a European. That's grim as fuck. That really is grim as fuck. Where's the sensor? Oh. Oh, it's over here. Never heard of Kroger? It's a more southern U.S. store from what I know.
Kroger heard it from you, apparently, though. Even before you moved
That's
here.
all of us to get sick? Jesus. Kroger brand? Fucking hell. In a trench coat. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Like, we're about to get political again by me saying this. I feel like people who say that America is a third world country don't know how rough it is to actually live in a third world country.
We do not.
Like, does America have problems? Dude, yeah, of course it does. I've lived here my whole fucking life. I'd be the first to give you a laundry list of them. But I don't have to deal with, like, the fucking cartel on my way to work. Like, I have like a friend who's I have a friend who's Brazilian that talked about seeing someone get shot and killed in the street, dude. Like, we're not quite on that level, okay? We're not quite on that level yet, I don't feel like. Bro doesn't have an HOA? Okay, if you have an HOA, you are living in a third world country, actually.
Yeah, no, genuinely.
We do not claim LA. Yeah, LA is a third world country. I actually agree with you there. Most major cities are third world countries.
Even Star Trek fucking portrayed fucking like Chicago and LA as like a fucking third world country during like, granted it was like during like post-war or some shit in their universe, but like no, it was that's just.
Like, if you're talking about fucking New York or Chicago or anywhere like that, no, that. Okay, maybe you have a point there. Rob just outside the track? I believe that's correct. I just be ferrying these supplies. I'm like an Amazon delivery driver. I can't believe that Nitro gets off work, and then he has to come do this shit.
Yeah. Today I worked a different job because, you know, I do seasonal work for UPS. They fucking contacted me today, even though I have like a fucking trial day at like another job. They wanted me to go fucking like a town over, like 30-minute drive. For how long you would think they wanted me for today, hon?
I mean, you were gone for long enough that I would have guessed like 8 hours.
They wanted me to work for 1 hour, so I said no.
What?
They wanted me to go to like fucking 3 times over, half an hour drive, then half an hour drive back, and then work for 1 hour. And I'm
$1?
Like, no, I'm not available today. I didn't tell them why, but I'm not available today, so that's, you know.
And let's see, I'll just, okay, I've never been to New York, so I can't say for sure, but I know that that has happened at the very least.
Oh, what part about New York is that?
People feeding rats entire slices of pizza.
Okay, that sounds cool, honestly.
Master Splinter? Canada's a third world country. I mean, it's kind of a straw man to be like all crime is the point I made with like the Brazil thing. That's like okay, I should clarify. My friend who witnessed this wasn't fazed by it. That's what I feel like I should clarify. That like living under the threat of criminal violence is such a common thing for them that, like, I was a lot more disturbed by it than he was, and he witnessed it.
I guess you could say Mexico is really bad at this point as well because the cartel's so fucking widespread now that politicians are getting gunned down during meetings or fucking, you know, all this other shit.
I think that on some level, to be honest, it's hard to say because there's a lot of bias with the news. But, like, I do know that, like, the cartel in Mexico...
At least my mom and her family's opinion, they never want to go back. It's bad. It's been bad for
Well, like,
years.
there was an incident where they arrested the son of a major gang leader, and that gang basically seized control of the city until he was brought back.
Yeah.
Like, they have some serious power.
Oh, well, there was fucking... Never mind.
We need cool ATIS. What does Latin food? Oh, did you say Latin instead of Latin American? Yeah, I like eating Latin food, like, one fish with no spices, so that's what they had back then.
I love
Also,
Latin A girl.
we need cool ATIS 369. Are you just refusing to do it, cool Pazul, because then you'd be talking to yourself? Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. I feel like I'm just getting slower and slower the more I do these missions at this rate. I'm going to barely not get enough of the resource that I needed. I'm going to crash the fuck out live.
I think that could just be the RNG of the missions we're getting.
I'm going to be honest with you. It's because it's doubling the requirements for all of the objectives.
If you want, I can fucking go do my fucking night waves for a bit.
I mean, I don't want to, like, boot you from it, but it is... That's just the reality of it being scaled like this is going to make it much slower. No grinding standing, at least. Honestly, for how fucking bad this grind is, it's not even that much of a silver lining. When they added women? Damn. Third weapon you're going to get? I'm torn between Vazarin and Matarai, but I'm thinking Vazarin. In real time? Damn. Where's the Subway Surfers gameplay? I don't got any, I'm sorry. Watch me blow up on stream, dude, dead ass. But I gotta keep off of the political topics again. Thankfully, they avoided making us burnt out. Yeah, by giving us a fucking 25 to 30 hour grind. Burnout prevention tactic. Can revive dead players. One of the upgrades does, yeah. Dude, this shit takes so long. I hate this objective so fucking much. It's so dog shit.
It's just like a mini defense mission, I guess.
At least I do think Uriel is fun. Also, 29 hours, it depends on your speed. If you're doing things quickly and efficiently, you can probably get it, I'd say, in 5 to 6. So it would be like 25 to 30 hours. In my experience, at least. To Gruel Kid? That's fair. You know, with my last several videos, maybe I am becoming a slop channel.
Well, then you're the good kind of slop, I guess, then.
Ever get a higher FOV? FOV's nuts. I got him. Also, I don't know why we would need one. Nitro, we're live.
Okay, and?
That reminds me. You still want to go on a date tomorrow?
Oh yeah, assuming they don't call me to work, yeah, fuck it.
We can't... I don't want to mention the name of the restaurant because there's not that many of them, but...
And we could also just go to, like, Olive Garden or some shit, you know?
I mean, that's true.
We could call it the funny number restaurant, even though it's not a funny number.
The funny number restaurant. I don't want to give the chat hints to PC other like it's a fucking ARG. I don't want to dox myself, but like it was really hard to figure out, so it's fine. No, if you got like some like one Marble Hornets viewer will show up in the chat. One person from AR Gricata will be like, that's it, I'm on the case. Is this bad, chat? Okay, honestly though, that's fair. That's fair. Am I gonna crash Cool Kid's date? I will show up. How are you gonna show up in Texas? Dude, that reminds me.
Maybe just talk where you live, holy shit.
We went to Texas Roadhouse, and they had a sign of all the different, like, of the U.S., basically. And it was like, put a thumbtack where you're from, right? What country? Or like a push pin for what country you're from. Or state, or, you know, wherever. I say country because there was, like, Mexico and Canada were included. I probably should have clarified there. I shit you not. I was the only person who put a pin in Iowa. There were more people.
Like 2 more in Iowa.
Not at the time. No, there weren't. I was the only person.
I think it was the second time I went back and looked. Yeah.
I say the second time, I think there were more, but the first time we went, it was just me. There were more people that had visited that Texas Roadhouse from Canada and Mexico than Iowa. That blew my fucking mind.
Not, yeah, they're just visiting.
We're a long way from Canada.
Well, I mean, yeah, but
There were more people from places like Minnesota there. Like the Mexico thing, okay, that makes sense, right? You live in Texas, people are gonna have family across the border that visit and things like that. Like, that makes sense. But one person from Iowa and it was just me, just shot a... Yeah, I was reading my chat, so I was just shooting the corpse. So it makes sense, that's true. Telling people I used to live in Iowa was enough of a dox they could find me just by, like, pulling up Iowa and looking through all 3 addresses. You could go door to door and find me out.
Fucking logs.
Go to Arizona in the winter. If you're like a rich old person, going south in the winter is a very popular thing to do in Iowa, and for good reason.
I want to go north in the winter.
This run was horrible, by the way. Holy fuck! We don't even make a 7.
I was not on game. I was barely left the objectives. I've been fucking traveling back and forth.
Thought it was nuked after the incident. I mean, the question is which incident? Born on the Cob? Yeah, exactly. I was born on the Cob, as a matter of fact. Anyone's name, and it doesn't take, dude, afternoon, just like go to Omegle, set your region to Iowa, and in 6 video calls, you know, you'll have all of their information. And because you're on Omegle, at least one of them will have their dick out, but...
It'll be Biffy.
Oh, nah. Yeah, I said at least, at minimum. I'm gonna have to do another run of this fucking game mode, dude. I got no Oscaruses either.
Yeah, my bad. I will let you do that one solo, just fucking speedrun that shit. I'll go do a fucking challenge.
It's a Pam. Yeah, yellow pages, bro. It's yellow page over there. Yellow. It's the fucking the yellow comes from the fact that it's on a sticky note, dog.
Yeah, I got these ones. Oh, I fucking got ragdolled. I don't got these ones.
Well, I mean, you did kill them. I stopped shooting, but.
I guess it's Smokey did because I'm trying to use my abilities, but oh, they fucking took my shit, that's why. Got him, there we go. Blood ball.
Fry them, fry them. I feel like this phase of the Steel Path fight is kind of fucked. I don't really like that they did this. It feels very haphazard. Like, oh yeah, now you have to fight all of them, by the way. Like, why though? Wake up, Tenno.
No, get to the end of the mission. We can make it.
See a fat hairy guy stroking his shit on Omegle? Real?
Remember the fallen.
I don't like corn anymore. That's...
To come.
So he's like, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck this, actually. This is lame as hell.
Segex barrel blueprint.
The total clusterfuck. I feel like it just throws a lot of, like, a semblance of balance out the window. Fighting them all at once. Like, my suggestion, make it so instead of doing 1, 2, 1, 2, do 1, 2, 3. Fight all 3 at the end. Or 3 of them at the end, I should clarify. That would be harder and not complete malarkey. By going to both houses in the state. Yeah, I like to just go door to door at that point, dude.
Apparently this exists, Sonny.
What, the Bucky's ISIS flag? Holy shit. I don't know if I should show this. Because it is terrorist imagery, if you want to make that argument, I guess.
There is this one though.
The ISIS Confederate Bucky's flag? Okay, what do you even believe in at this point?
It's called the Al Bucky's flag.
What the actual fuck? This... Okay, you know what? Everyone, I'm sorry.
They made a mouse pad of it.
I'm sorry, we're getting political again. So I like how the image is just titled, what the fuck is this? Look, okay, what do you even believe in? If you have this flag in your house, or like, God forbid, flying outside on like a flagpole, dude. What the fuck do you even believe in? What even is this? What does this even say? Okay. Can anyone here read this? Does anyone here know what this translates to?
You gotta
like,
call up Idan.
What the fuck? I get that people like Bucky's, okay? I get that people even love Bucky's. Bucky's is cool. I like Bucky's as much as the next guy, right? But like,
It's only been around since
I don't like
82s.
I don't like Bucky's this much. I can, but I won't say real talk. If you told me, I wouldn't even trust you. Okay, yeah, get rid of the Bucky's flag. This is too far.
Ordis is angry.
I only need to do one more for my next weapon, and then I have to do the more to farm up the nodes for it. And then again, I have to do 5 more hours to get my next weapon, and then at least a couple more hours to farm all the upgrades. And then I have to go again for my final weapon. This fight behind my capable human comprehension? You know, fair.
So many fucking servoids.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The servoids or whatever the fuck, like the fucking circular, the gears, those things.
Those are, I think, the uncommon or rare drop from this area, yeah. You have to grind it all over again. Honestly, I think I'm going to go for Vazarin at this point, but if I bought one of the others, I honestly wouldn't give a shit, because I still need them. Even give you more of the artifact drops? Technically, yes. You get 2 random of, like, 2 of 1 random resource, of, like, the 3 resources you need, whenever you kill a Prime Warframe. That's it. I really do think that they should make it so that, whenever, like, I think they should just increase it by 50%, right? Like, 2 resources per objective completion and 15 at base. That would be much, much better. In the mission, they give you a free initiative buff. So, like how you get the initiative buff whenever you finish an objective, they give you a free one of those.
Amber Star up here, honey.
From direct Tauron strike kills, that would be horrendous. Okay, we should have enough toads now for this. Ow, I got fucking staggered. Wait, why are we out of codes? Shit, I was actually wrong? My bad, I'm stupid. Grab this one. Okay, we're good. We're good. It's fine. I'm pretty sure the first line on that flag was taken from the Saudi Arabian flag, which translates to, "There is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is the messenger." Putting that over a Confederate flag is some fucking crazy behavior. And charge too long? Personally, yes. Like, early impressions, their charge time is really, really lengthy, and their animations take an eternity.
I feel like it should... Like, the camera's cool and all. It's way too fucking slow to be really useful, I feel like.
Reddit calls it the flag of Al-Qaeda? Holy shit. Again, like, what do you even believe in if you're flying that flag? They don't know about cool Jew dad. Look, I've talked about my dad enough that I feel like there's nothing funny to talk about anymore, right? Like, other than the shrine thing I talked about, like...
How about the second one?
The second what?
The second shrine that Nick told you about.
Well, I was mentioned. He never showed me what the other one looked like.
Oh, damn.
In public missions? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. You could just start making shit up. Yeah, but, like, I'm not gonna lie. Dude, honestly, the shit with my dad is so insane and legitimately so funny because of it, I couldn't make it up. There's no way I could make up something half that fucking funny. You're doing the full bounty? Damn. You really have to prioritize picking up the orbs, I feel like. You are blessed, Jew. The worst part about talking about my dad's descent into legitimate insanity is people just think I or he is being really anti-Semitic, like, on purpose. Maybe my dad is being anti-Semitic on purpose. I can't speak on his behalf, but, like, I'm not. He decided he was going to latch onto this religion and
only anti-Semitic when
bastardize it. It's fucked up. Exactly. Look, I don't feel like anyone here wants to hear about my dad, who was a hardcore drug addict and now has decided that he's ancestrally Jewish. It's a long story, okay? It's a long fucking story. Caliban is so fucking tanky!
I got him.
Very bad timing for me to arrive. Yeah, probably. Kind of do now, but if you don't want to, we understand. I think enough of my stream has heard it that they don't want me to rehash the story anymore. It's like with the Neptune thing, right? Turn to born again Jew. Yeah, born again Jew is a fucked up enough statement in and of itself. I don't think it's how their religion works, but
Control God. Tano protect.
on me 3,000 years ago? Fucking hell. Truly the old peace promised to the sentient Tau all that time ago. Maybe
I
we
was
can
promised
skip
sentence
cool
by the
dad. Say,
void.
I feel like we've been political enough. Talk about enough insane, depressing shit. Maybe we should skip Cool Dad for today. Maybe you can be the subject of another stream. Are you living in a Broadway musical? No. I'm living in, I feel like a lot of time I'm living in a horror movie, actually. Or like a dystopia. Thank you for the $2, bro. Converted to ethnic Judaism. I mean, that's what he seems to think. What are some good wholesome stories? I can tell the bat story again. That one's pretty wholesome, don't you think?
Yeah, isn't it left a hole in the walls?
Left several holes in the bat, probably.
Oh, I almost got 369% damage boost on my fucking Furious Javelin. Damn.
Damn. Who crucified himself? What the? Just like for fun? He's like, me when I have to crucify myself because I'm bored? What? Did your dad eat a bat on stage? No. For the Freedom mission so far, Hildren and Titania have been my two go-tos. They're both very, very good for it. Affected art guns, if if only. Can I send you a gift in Warframe? I have gifting disabled. I do that. Did I go the wrong way? Nitro, shut the fuck up. I have gifted turned off. Oh, I thought you said gift it to me, not what would the gift be. I was like, no, don't exploit your station for gifts. I just feel like, I don't know, it's like weird to me to accept that kind of thing from my audience. So I choose not to.
I mean, I am accepted because, you know, I'm...
drugs/crimes? Huh, interesting. I mean, glad to hear that his son was saved from drugs and crimes, but like, interesting way to go about it.
Lies captured. Battle kin to be much relieved.
Right, my brother Hyatt is spamming me with messages on Discord right now, replying to a DM I left him 3 days ago. I don't think he knows that I'm live. The Tauron weapon bundle I don't think can be gifted, because it's one per account, and I already bought it. If you could gift it, that'd be fucking hilarious. Just rob yourself of the ability to even use it. If you use his balls, yeah, so I've heard that Noko's also quite good for these. That reminds me, I made the mistake of looking at the Overframe tier list the other day. What the fuck are those people smoking? According to Overframe, Wisp is the best frame in the game. Don't get me wrong. Like, Wisp is a very good Warframe. Best in the game? Higher than Dante? No. Gauss is also an A tier instead of S tier, which I think is insane. You guys are smoking crack. I think they have Caliban in like C tier too, don't they?
Oh yeah, C for Caliban.
Using Wisp because of Dante. Well, there's still plenty of things Wisp can do that Dante can't, right? She has the ability to, she can teleport with her 2. She has the radial blind aspect of,
hey, hon, look up.
3. Huh?
I'm up here.
Huh. I mean, she has She has a fire rate buff. Like, I get if you like the support role and switch to a frame on that basis, but this is like the topic of the most recent video. The existence of one frame doesn't make another completely useless or irrelevant. Push it to the top of the tier list. That could go hard.
I'm outside the map. I'm just getting footage out here.
Kind of
I'm on top of the flips here.
There's no yeah, it's one per account. I can confirm as someone who bought it.
I'm just playing Sniper Elite at this point.
Using energy sites so they regen more energy than they drain. That site is cooked. That's actually horrendous. Honestly, like, if you want to get rage baited, you know, should we pull it up after this? Should we pull up the Overframe tier list? Do you guys want to talk about that after this mission is finished? That could be funny. I don't know if it will work. Huh.
I'm still falling out of the map, honey.
You'll get teleported, I think. I'm assuming Unstuck didn't fix it.
Oh, it made me fall. Yep.
If you're still falling, you should land back on the map eventually.
I'm finally back. We good?
Uriel? That's true, yeah. Gates fire rate buffs. Damn. Is good for a horse, don't worry. Yeah, and we're letting Nitro outside. He spent too much time in the closet. Oh, for fuck's sake. I was like, where? No, I thought Nitro had picked it up, and he's just standing by it.
I tried to pick it up. It wouldn't let me do it, so I thought this was like a defend objective.
Impossible to have in pubs. I honestly, like, I've never played pubs for that reason. Just in general. That reminds me, there was someone in my Discord who once got very vehemently, in a very heated argument about this, where they said that Wisp was objectively bad because they personally didn't like the fire rate buff, and that anyone who thought Wisp was good for any reason only played her because they were a gooner. And it's like, this is actually fucking crazy levels of mental gymnastics. Like, holy fuck. Not only will you deny every other thing that makes Wisp strong because you don't personally like this one element of her, but immediately positioning anyone who disagrees with you as you're a gooner if you like Wisp because she's actually bad and you're just coping, is actually nuts. The gooner, look, a lot of gooners play Wisp, okay? I'm not going to deny that for a second. But the whole she's bad...
Gooners play Wisp, but playing Wisp doesn't make you a gooner.
Yeah, it's like saying she's bad, and if you don't like her, or if you do like her, it's because you're a gooner. That's an interesting dichotomy. Dude, grass grows, flowers bloom, and Nitro doesn't play the objective.
I'm trying.
Are you?
Fucking traversing the map.
Worm's biggest gooner confirmed. Have black lipstick? Is that like a... You know, I'm not even gonna inquire. We're entering Gooner territory if I say much about this. That reminds me, I was talking with Nitro the other day, and I was like, dude, the dark refractory sounds like shit you'd find on layer 4 of a gooning iceberg. I stand by that opinion. The dark refractory sounds like shit you'd find on layer 4 of a gooning iceberg. 100%.
Yeah, no way, we got this.
Like 25% of my playtime? Damn. The JoJo poses. I kind of feel bad skipping them just because they are really funny.
Honestly, yeah.
Hitting the dark refractory period. I should just like, fuck it. It's like, yes, this is how it works. I think I'm part of the problem. That kind of goes hard, low-key. What the fuck would even be on a gooning iceberg? Dude, who knows? I think you could probably make a gooning iceberg. Not sure they took your weapon again.
I don't care. I'm Excalibur.
You could definitely make a gooning iceberg. I don't know what would be on it, but you definitely could.
Excalibur.
Oh, that's... Okay, you're gonna have to wait a second. I guess we're getting Sporky first. Wake up.
I'll get to the objective, don't worry.
Remember the fallen.
Remember the fallen. Yeah, me, bitch, help me.
The gooning iceberg is what sunk the Titanic. Gooning iceberg video when? No. Did you watch the Game Awards? Yeah, but I don't know why. I didn't really enjoy any of it, to be honest. I wanted to see if there were any cool reveals, and I didn't really care about most of them, so... The Goontanic? Oh, hell no. How long have we been live?
Okay, babe. Apparently Bucky sells this.
Bucky sells what?
The second shit, not the
I
first
took
one.
a massive shit in the Bucky's bathroom? I gotta find that at Bucky's. Holy shit.
It's at bucktea.com.
I don't know if that's like an official retailer of theirs, but maybe
No
it
shit,
is.
it might not be.
Right, I don't know if you need to go to the Sanctum, but I'm going to go there, so
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm going to pick up the weapon. While I'm doing that, let's grab the Overframe tier list.
Yeah.
I also want to say that, like, I just advise against using Overframe generally. I get why people do it, but... Hi, Marie.
Hello? Hello?
It is, yeah, this guy. Staff of Vazarin. We get to watch the cool cutscene.
Father
Buck
Leon
around
knows
and
the
find
shifting
out.
horrors of the void. That path is well worn for him. Go, Leon. Find in its mist the staff of Vazarin.
What are we trading you this shit for if Leon's the one who has to find it?
Awaken, ancient future stuff. The time has come for your return to the
Oh, he's just in the labs. Okay.
You're a Sholov Nidri!
I think it's funny how he does appear in different locations. Like, I think for, like, the, Zeraman, or for the Zeneric one, he's in the Zeraman. For the,
Vazarin staff is now
Naramon
yours.
one, he's in the Granum Void. And now there he's in the labs.
Gifts of the void must be carefully wielded.
Can't talk to him. You can only talk to him once you're liked by Marie, so I can't speak to him yet.
I never thought this knowledge of mine would come to use.
I can buy
If
15 of
Sarcelin could
these.
only
You know,
see this,
honestly, that's a big enough
comme
time
c'est
save.
passionnant.
It's once every, like, day that you can even buy this shit, but... Oh yeah, you can also buy Ignia. One per customer.
May it guide you. Farewell.
Where you can truly generalize it.
Lyrock and Ren hypercores.
Yeah, like, this is kind of ties into the video I just recently made, right? About, like, the not comparing Warframes thing. Hold up. I want to show this off. Let me go to the orbiter real quick. Let's talk about this. Shut the fuck up, Roth. I'm not even... Dude, what are you talking... What? How? He just hit me with the knowledge after I left. What the fuck? Okay, hold the fucking phone. Hold the fucking phone, dude. Actually, let's put this here and this here. That'll be easier for me. Okay. Let's pull this shit up real quick. You guys are going to have to look at whatever the last image in the slideshow was. Unfortunately for you all, it's that, apparently. Let me find my thing for this. You gonna show the right window? Okay. Okay, we're good, I think. Okay, every pony.
Hell yeah. Hey, let me tune into the stream.
Okay, yeah, we should be fine. Okay, every pony. We should be good to go. Let me pull up the chat on my other monitor. Okay. So, here is the official tier list from Overframe. Nobody lower than B tier, which I actually appreciate. But, okay, look at this. Look at this. First of all, Loki is over Nyx. Atlas is down here. Caliban is down here. Valkyr is down here. Oberon is down here. Bone Widow is apparently the worst character in the game. What the fuck? Also, looking at this, Korra not being an S tier is kind of nuts to me. Wisp is the best character in the game. Saren, Dante, Octavia, Noko, Mesa, and Araxia. Real talk, I don't think there's anything that offensive in the S tier, but I think that the ordered nature of it, it's just like, Wisp is number one? Kind of surprises me.
When in Cetus, do not drink the kombucha.
Couple frames in D tier? Jesus. Yeah. Colorvo is down here in A tier. Gauss being here in A tier is wrong. Voidrig is down here in A tier. Araxia S tier. With how strong her explosions are, I don't think it's unfair to argue her into S tier, honestly. Same with Noko, because they deal such crazy area damage. But I do think that, like, personally, I'd move Korra up here. I'd probably put Colorvo up here. Gauss would go up there for sure. I think you could make a strong argument, honestly, in favor of Volt moving up there, too. But they're all in high A, I guess. Nidus is up here, which is kind of surprising that Nidus is higher than Titania, Gara, and Mag.
Not sure I agree with that.
Really? Nidus isn't bad, but like... Wait, Cyanax is down here at the bottom of A tier? What the fuck? I just processed that.
Huh?
Cyanax is an easy S tier. What the fuck are these people talking about, dude? Sevagoth also should be an S tier. With the amount of insane room clearing he can do with his 2 augments? Why is he down here? I'm surprised that they have Lavos at bottom of A instead of B, to be honest. I was expecting them to put him in B. Equinox, I guess, is allegedly better than everyone at... Why the fuck is Zephyr down here? I just realized. I think you could actually make a genuine argument that Zephyr is an S tier frame. Her tornadoes are fucking insanely overpowered. What the actual fuck am I looking at right now? Say Zephyr is only better than, I guess, these frames. Frost being down here is also ridiculous. Frost is at least an A tier. So is Caliban, honestly. I think that, like I've said in the recent video, tier lists are reductive and ultimately pointless. I feel like this doesn't mean anything. This is just a popularity contest. But I feel like it's funny to look at this and just be like, how the fuck did they get there? What metric are you using to determine this? Like, yeah, Hildren is at the bottom of A. Mag is at the bottom of A. Hell, Gyre being down here is kind of surprising. Like, but yeah, guys, we've settled the debate. Baruch is better than Excalibur by a whole tier because Overframe said so. Sorry, guys. Pack it up. The debate is over.
Pack it up, Skittle Squad.
The debate is over. We know the answer now. Also, Revenant being at the top of A is funny to me. I'm sorry, Revenant is not as good as people make him out to be. The immortality thing is strong, but I don't feel like people play him for any of his other unique sauce, and none of it's, like, crazy good. I personally think that, like, Laser Light Show is the best way to play Revenant. But him being all the way up here is shocking. Over Korra, over fucking Void Rig.
Jesus.
How is Void Rig down here? He has Iron Skin, basically, and the most overpowered Exalted in the entire game. Well, this is certainly interesting. Like, I could see the argument like Nova being high A or Mirage being high A or something. Like, yeah, I can see that, or like Citrine or Jade or what have you. But then Nidus is a better, according to Overframe, than all of these frames. I like Nidus, but I'm not going to cope about it. He has kind of fallen behind, if you want my honest opinion. Necros is apparently better than Cyanax? And Temple, and Sevagoth, and Hildren. You guys seeing all the Hildren gameplay I've done this stream, where I'm, like, blowing up entire rooms with her with one middle click? Nope. She's worse than Necros. Gara, oh yeah, Gara actually got a new arsenal icon this update, which is kind of cool. Equinox better than Zephyr. Dude, look at all the people that are better than Zephyr on this tier list. Like, what? I do think it's funny that, like, C tier and D tier are empty currently. But most, when Revenant players make a tier list of frames they haven't played, isn't he just an, instrument? Well, like, the two Necromechs being here is weird. Wait, I just realized. Stalker's not on here. You can't build him, so it makes sense. But if we're counting the Necromechs, I think if we're going to stretch the truth to them, I'm guessing it's just everyone that can be built. Oh, so yeah, apparently Nyx is the worst Warframe in the game. We can't even make excuses for this being pre-rework. She was reworked a year ago. Combined with the new frames getting a massive bonus. Yeah, it's like, Nyx post-rework is a good Warframe. Why is she down here as the worst in the game a year after her rework? Also, how is Atlas down here? Have any of these people used Landslide before? Like, yeah, Atlas's 2 fucking sucks, and his 4 isn't that good either, but his 3 and his 1 are both really good abilities. Who is the worst frame in the game? Honestly, I think it's a fool's errand to even try and quantify. Like this stuff, I think is a waste of time. Like, I'm laughing at the tier list because a lot of it, I think, is just, like, ridiculous. But Warframes, I mean, I say this in the most recent video, but I'll rehash it. I think it makes sense to compare Warframes in the context of they do a certain job or you need them for a certain task, right? But comparing them like this, devoid of any other context, is not really that helpful. Like, for example, the Ashe and Loki comparison. Loki's a crowd control frame and Ashe is a damage dealer, so you wouldn't even really use them for the same thing. So I feel like if you wanted to make like if you wanted to quantify something like this, it's just like impossible in my mind to do it with any degree of objectivity. Check the weapons tab. Oh wait, Helminth ability tier list? This is exactly what I thought it was gonna be. Roar, Gloom, and Nourish. Okay, so Wrathful is down here. I mean, Ensnare is a little surprising to me. Where the fuck? Decoy is in D tier. After its rework, kind of a shit take, honestly. Well of Life should not be this low, in my opinion. Where is Noko not in here yet? I was gonna say, Bright Bonnet should be in S tier if you ask me, but Nullstar is in B. There's a lot of fucked up stuff you can do with Nullstar. I don't know if I agree with that. Shuriken is in B. For the armor strip, I guess. Apparently they haven't updated this in a while, because Noko's not here, Araxia's not here. Yeah, I guess they just forgot. Okay, primary weapons. Cedo Prime is the #1 weapon in the game. Really?
Yeah.
As someone who uses the Cedo Prime a lot, because Lavos is my favorite Warframe, Cedo Prime over Fenmore, Nataruk, Base Assist, Torrid, Felarx. I'm surprised it isn't Torrid too, honestly.
Honestly, yeah.
Also, is Kubuk Brahma that good, really? Anymore? Honestly, no. Like, I like Cedo. It's a great weapon, don't get me wrong. Best primary in the whole game. Rubico? What?
When was this list made?
Rubico isn't bad, but it's mostly used for, like, Eidolon hunts. I feel like Bubonico is kind of like a relic of an old time. Kind of thing with Proboscis Cernos. Here, Ignis Wraith is way too fucking high. This gun's way too fucking high. Also, Strun, okay. There are several Incarnins that totally should be in S tier, in my opinion. Strun is one of them. Latron is another. Sporothrix, I also think you could make a decent argument into S tier.
Yeah, Sporothrix, abso-fucking-lutely S tier. You can make that one fucking slap.
Dude, Ignis Wraith. Ignis Wraith is better than Latron, Strun, and Sporothrix. Is still... Oh, they never reset the positions? That would make sense. Burston is all the way down here. Really? Kuba Sobek is actually pretty high, though. Dude, this is the second highest gun in A tier. Alright, D tier, we have a mostly Mark 1 weapons. I mean, that's not super surprising. A lot of these are more MR fodder. Why is fucking... You know, I don't know why Ignis is above Stalta, dude. I don't fucking know. What about pistols? Latum is the best in the game, followed by Nucor, Epitaph. Okay, this is what I would consider like the meta lineup. Toxicus is actually way lower than I... Wait, Toxicus is under Torxica? Really? I thought that would be flipped. Piranha is also pretty high up. I think a lot of that's like rule of cool, to be honest. Plink should be S tier. I'm gonna be real with you. Tenant Plink's is alt fire, scaling, and damage with your magazine size. Also, yeah, Atomo should probably be higher, too. Same with Furus. Where even are they? I'm skimming. I didn't... Lotto Prime. Well, all 3 people who could vote for it. Does it not... Are Furious not in here either? Like, are Furious and, where's Vasto, even? Decorus is also too low, if you want my opinion. Furious is in B tier? Huh?
Huh.
These people know what this gun can do. Same with Vasto. Vasto's in B tier?
That's the fuck no.
It's Incarnate made it an incredibly good weapon for killing, like, particular targets. Furious below the Pandero? Dude, what fucking world do we live in? Furious is below, yeah, regular Pandero and regular Hystrix. Fucking Vacor Merilock Sweep, apparently. What the actual fuck? Kunai's at... No fucking way. Kunai is in low C. No fucking shot. Kunai is in low C.
Dog.
Kunai is in low fucking C.
That
After
is
the addition of its Incarnate, they've had fucking, what, 3 years to fix this? What the fuck is it doing down here, dude? Did I miss it? Excalibur, I think, was, what, C tier on their list? Or was it B? I think it was B. Also, Doug isn't in D tier. Doug is allegedly better than all of these other weapons under it. That's dark. That's dark. Let's look at melees. Dude, this tier list had to be made fucking a century ago. Nikana is still up here? Don't get me wrong, Nikana's pretty good, but this shit literally had to be made in fucking, like, the year it came out, dude. And then Cronin after it. Like, Kratos, Glaive, Harmony. Like, yeah, I can see these. Some of these are kind of surprising. Like, Path Assist. Like, they're good weapons. Reaper? They're good weapons, but I'm surprised to see them this high up. Dual Carries is another one I'm kind of surprised to see this high. Guandao, I think, is up here. If I saw it, yeah, it's up here. Phallus, really? That gun, or that weapon came out like 6 months ago. I mean, it's a really good weapon, but... Venka, Redeemer? That one also is, like, it's good, but, like... Orthos? Still? I also just want to point out, looking at this, I don't think there's a single Incarnate up here other than Praetos and Inodem, like the innate Incarnate. So we're counting out Ceramic Dagger. We're counting out... Even the Skanas is super good, honestly. Gunson is better than Dual Ichor. We're not even putting Dual Ichor in S. Are we sure? Are we sure about that?
Oh,
Final answer. Final answer that Dual Ichor is high A under fucking Orthos Prime, dog. 8 is pretty down here, I feel like. I mean, high A, but Neferi is actually way higher than I would expect. Hespar is... Okay, no fucking shot we put Hespar in A tier. Really? I feel like Hespar is not a great weapon. Maybe I'm just using it wrong, but...
It's dog shit, bro. What?
Maybe I'm just using it wrong, but I feel like Phallus and Corafel kind of blew it out of the water. Where is Corafel, actually? Don't tell me it's below. Don't tell me they put Corafel below Hespar. Fucking Horafel, Jesus Christ. Dude, I'm gonna tweak. Did I miss it? Is it actually lower? Where is Zorus even on this list? Now that I think about it. No, it's here. Okay. Thank God. Thank God. It's apparently worse than all of these weapons. But it's here. That's what matters. That's what matters. Where is Zorus? I feel like I had... Okay, Zorus is... Dude, Zorus is below Sun and Moon. Are we serious? Am I seeing this correctly?
Bro, what the fuck? Even I know that's wrong.
Serrata's all the way down here too? I also feel like this one should be up higher. What is that? Keratinos? Karatinos? I don't know how the fuck you'd say it. Ceramic Dagger is down here. Bottom of A. Crunch, baby. Let's go Crunch. Skana Prime. Regular path assist. A lot of this feels like a weird combination of recency bias and ancient metas.
Honestly.
Anku is down in C tier. Huh? So was Falcor in... Falcor is high B. That's also surprising. A lot of these are kind of what you'd expect in terms of being, like, weaker weapons. Or ones that have, like, straight upgrades, but... Nami Solo in B? Was it in B? That also is pretty low, isn't it? With how good its Incarnate is. Alright. The Arcwing tier list. I'm sorry, Amisha belongs in its own fucking tier. I also feel like Imperator Vandal. That feels a little high to me. Larkspur, Gratalar, Mauzalon, like, I can get behind that. But Imperator Vandal? This high? Or Veritux at the bottom. All of these melees down here, too. Centaur is up here in A. That's kind of interesting. What about companions? Who's the best companion in the... Dude, this is literally just like... I'm seeing like this weird combination of meta brain and cluelessness. Smita is still up here. Helios is an S tier. Dude, for what? Fucking find vulnerability? It's not a bad companion, but like...
Helios isn't in the same tier as the Deconstructor. What the fuck?
Venari is an A tier? This
No.
cat can hit damage cap. I've done it multiple times on accident. Venari is easily one of the best companions in the game, if we're counting her. Okay, Hellstrom is an A. Fucking fine, I'll let that pass, I guess. These two poor hounds. Hasa should be higher, honestly, because it can dig up stuff. Where is Tazakor, dude? Don't do this to me. Where is it? We have Hellstrom, Cryotra. Artax is all... Dude. It's been... like, over a year? Tazakor is in C? Roxakubro is in C? Dude, what the actual fuck? None of these should be down here, but Tazakor and Roxa especially. Roxa is super good. Incredibly high status chance on its claws, and it can refill your shields. This companion is goated, and this is one of the best Sentinel Prime weapons of the entire game. Artax is honestly really good now, too. Helmet's Charger over Hurith, Kubro, and Shade?
God.
Dude, I have to call God at this point.
You have to call him on.
And ask him what's going on. What in the actual fuck is happening with this? Dude, what am I reading? Helmet's Charger better than Pharaoh Predacite, Shade, and Hurus Kubro. Look, Helmet's Charger is a fun companion. He has one of my favorite mod sets in the entire game with Strain. But, like... check votes? There's a votes section? Oh, okay. I'm guessing this is historical, though. This is impossible to read. Okay, so it's weighted based on who voted for what. So yeah, then I guess it would make sense that it's just like a popularity contest. Because older things that have more votes amassed would naturally be higher, and then newer things that have less votes but more positive votes would end up in here as well.
Yeah.
Because it's like... a lot of these, yeah... I think a lot of them are low because of lack of votes. Unironically, a lot of them are low just because of, like, a lack of votes. Like, Burst Laser has a lot of votes for negative, but, like, down here, like, it seems like it would be average if it had more votes. if it's accumulated votes. It would seem like it. Verglis, like, this doesn't surprise me, this doesn't surprise me, you haven't been meta for over a year. This doesn't surprise me, this doesn't surprise me, this kinda does. What the fuck are we doing with Venari down here? Really, what the fuck are we doing with these down here? I think that, like, whenever I touch this website, it just reminds me why I don't go here and why I strongly advise to not use it unless you, like, get a build from an Overframe creator you know knows what they're doing. If someone has a detailed explanation for their build, then typically, you know you're getting something decent. But, like, if you're gonna see a build that just has no context or an explanation that's really lacking, I mean, dude, look at this fucking tier list. This is bizarre. Also, they do. I agree. They should do a vote poll where, like, all of the votes reset, like, every major update or something. I also, like I said, I feel like the tier list is, like, a waste of time overall. I mean, I can poke fun, because, like, for me, a tier list would be tiering people based on how useful they are, like, on average, or how strong they are for most purposes, right? And I feel like this doesn't really meet that bar on a lot of things. But ultimately, this is a very frivolous thing, right? If you make, like, if you're using a tier list, or what have you, I just feel like it's too reductive to be helpful. I mean, I just released a video about that subject. So, like, I just think it's too reductive to be helpful, honestly. That's kind of my main issue with them as a whole. But above Shade, what does Jhin do other than synergize with that melee? I believe that Jhin has some stuff, but I don't use them a ton. Roth is still apparently speaking to me. Can A even mean? Good question. Let's, I know I have Vazarid on my Lavos set up. Also, I rejected this skin for a long time, but now that I have it, no, I see the appeal. I take it back.
Well put together, operator. Now get out there and
Cut down the...
and make the Lotus proud.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm just gonna use the same shit on all of these. Why does it keep changing to name? Yes, Void Sling Distance, Amp Multi-Shot, Amp Critical Chance. Where is Amp Damage?
I'm assuming you have to buy one of, like, the fucking ultimate abilities to be able to customize the amps like this?
Yes. This is also technically you're doing the weapon. And then, actually, I think I might have enough to max out a few of these from just all I've been doing.
I guess I need to play the first mission because I've never really done that one. You've been mostly,
Ammo efficiency, overguard stripping. I feel like that would fit for Vazarin. Heat damage. Am I the crazy one? No, the UI changes depending on which one you're looking at. It's honestly really weird. I've gotten very few of the invisibility one. I'll throw on this one, sure. Fucking why not? Hound is S, but that's me. Honestly, with the addition of Manifold Bond, I think you could very easily argue Hound and things like it into S. Okay.
Manifold Bomb, I'm 11.
Vortex strips enemy overguard at 10 per second. Vortex heals allies for 100 health per second. Increased duration. Vortex applies 25% status vulnerability. Oh, well, then the status one would actually probably make sense. Let's go that route first. I need more resources. Weeping. Just weeping. I don't know what else to say, dude.
Wounds, I guess, to complete the set.
This is rough. We've been live for 4 hours. Maybe I should start, winding things down. My throat's starting to hurt. And frankly, I need to get back to working on videos, but I've got I'm thinking maybe I'll float this idea by you all, but I've been debating doing a video about augments, but I don't know if there's, like, enough demand for it, because, like, Shiro already did one, I've seen others, but several people asked me when I did the poll of, like, or, like, when I asked people, like, what videos do you want to see from me, one of the most requested was do a video talking about augments.
Honestly, I want that video, like, unironically.
I do think that, like, there's kind of a community misconception to me about what is a Band-Aid. I kind of want to divide what I think are Band-Aid augments versus mandatory augments, where a Band-Aid augment is something that should be in the frame's base kit because it covers for an egregious weakness, whereas a mandatory augment debatably should be in the game's base kit because it is so good you have to take it, right? Like, energy transfer on Equinox, Band-Aid augment. She should be able to do that in her base kit. Omakuji's Fortune, honestly, also a Band-Aid augment. She should be able to do that in her base kit, if you ask me. But then, like, Reactive Storm, not a Band-Aid augment, but a mandatory augment. It's so good that you kind of have to take it if you're playing around the 4. Same with Gyre, with Cathode Current. It is so good you have to take it. It's not like it... If it were to be part of Gyre's base kit, I feel like it would be because it's so good you have to take it. That mod slot's just reserved is a Band-Aid. I disagree with you on the Soulgate augment, and I actually think it's one of the game's better designed augments. Soulgate isn't a terrible ability, it's just really clunky to use, because the fact that it deals, like, more damage every time it hits an enemy is, like, a big thing you have to consider. But I personally think the Soulgate augment is a great way to change an ability, because it augments the ability by making it very different, while still keeping all the core rules of the ability. You know, it increases in damage with your motes, it spreads Surge Sparks whenever it hits an enemy affected by Breach Surge, its damage goes up on subsequent hits, it keeps all of that stuff, but now instead of it being a laser that shoots out from you, it's an orb you put down. And I also do want to say that I think on some level, augments should improve the ability. They shouldn't be strictly side grades, in my opinion. And my reason for that is pretty simple. If it's going to consume a mod slot, it's got to be worth it on some level. I think that they should improve the ability overall. But I think that the best augments are one that change how you use the ability or how your kit relates to the rest of your ability. Like, Gyre's Bowling Ball augment completely changes the way you approach the 2. It's an objective improvement over the 2. Even if you don't use the bowling ball, you can collapse it early and you'll get more damage out of it. But the fact that you get the difference in the way you play is the thing that I think makes it so interesting. It's strong and it gives you a different approach. Or like another one, maybe this is a controversial take, Valkyr's Hysteria augment, I think it's called Enraged, where it gives you a stat buff, but makes it duration-based. I think that one's also really good from that perspective of, like, the buffs it gives you in exchange for the duration gives you a very different relationship with the ability. Also, the Roth line, I don't know why it's here. Had one dedicated augment slot. I think the tricky thing with an augment slot is that, like I said, augments I think should be upgrades. They just should have... You shouldn't have to feel like you have to take one. They should complement how you're playing. I think that if you threw a... like, if you made an augment slot, then mandatory augments would just go there always, and I feel like that would kind of not fix the problem, I guess. I don't know, because like I said, I think that if it's going to take up a mod slot, the augment should be an improvement over your other abilities, but it should change the way you approach the ability or how it interacts with the rest of your toolkit. And I think that there are a lot of augments in this game that don't really do that. Like, another one that I think shouldn't exist the way it does is Wisp's Reservoir augment. Why can't she just do that? Why am I losing a mod slot to this shit? It's just a purely QOL augment, and I think that's kind of dumb.
Genuinely, like...
Yeah, Prismatic Companion is another example of a great augment, because it changes the way that you interact with the gem. It lets your pet prime for itself, which is really good for Contagious Bond, but it doesn't make it an area control thing anymore, because your pet will run off with it. So it's a great augment. It really changes how you approach the ability, while still being an improvement overall. Or Colorvo 2 I think that, like, Colorvo's second augment is a weird one for me, because does it feel mandatory on him? For me, no, but only barely. That augment is super fucking good. Like, I don't know if I would call it mandatory because I played Colorvo so much I'm used to how he played before, but holy shit is that augment strong. And to stop playing the frame. I think that some augments are good enough you can justify it, but like I said with Gyre, right? I love playing with the bowling ball. I can't take off Cathode Current. It's too good, so I have to use 2 augments. I have no choice. even if my playstyle revolves around the bowling ball, you can't take off cathode current. Not only does it make your 4 way stronger with the lightning bolt that shoots out when an enemy dies, it also makes you way more energy efficient because you don't have to drop, you know, energy to cast your 4 constantly. It's just way too good to pass up. What about Ulfrin's Endurance? If you're playing around the 4, yes, but because Varuna can be played without the 4, I wouldn't consider it a mandatory augment. Sickening greed for augment slots. The Sevagoth's augments are a fucking travesty. They made that frame go from, like, pretty good, like, okay, to fucking broken because of Dark Propagation and Shadow Haze. People don't even use his fucking 4 anymore, dude. Let's run 2 augments on him. Yeah, Icy Avalanche is another one that I feel like is in the mandatory category for me. Should it be part of the base kit? Debatably, no. It's not a band-aid. It doesn't, like, stop his, doesn't feel like it covers a gap in his kit. But giving your team Overguard with your 4 is so fucking strong. And then, I will say, you all can laugh at me for this, I love Ice Wave Impedance. That is such a good fucking augment. I love it so much. For crowd control, the one where when you use Frost 2, it leaves behind a trail that will cold proc enemies who step in it.
Yes, I like that one a lot.
It is so fucking good. If you're using it for crowd control and like mobile defense or something, you throw that bitch down, no one can walk through that hallway anymore because they freeze. After the rework in Jade Shadows to cold, they'll freeze when they step on it. So it's an incredibly strong crowd control tool for like specific areas because if an enemy steps on it, they've got 2 or 3 seconds and they can't move anymore. It's very nice. I like it a lot. Frost also has his passive augment, I think, is quite good as well. I don't think I'd call it mandatory, though. Maybe that's a weird take. But because you armor strip on Frost with your 4, I don't really find it super useful. Especially because of the fact that, like, a lot of enemies that you would want the buff on can't be frozen, like Acolytes and stuff. So, I don't personally use it, but it is super good. I don't know if I'd put it in the mandatory category. Same with, like, Freeze Force, right? Changes your relationship with the ability. Freeze honestly does kind of suck without it, but I don't think it feels mandatory necessarily. Chilling Globe is another one that maybe people will think this is nuts. I don't think Chilling Globe is mandatory either, but I play an efficiency-heavy Frost because you can stack the bubble to get more bubble health. I normally play with high efficiency, so if an enemy's in my bubble, dude, I just fucking launch him out of it. I don't need Chilling Globe to do that for me. Summoner Volt. Is that the one with the cats? Because I've heard of it, and it does seem very interesting. I haven't ever really messed with it myself, but it does sound funny. If that's the one I'm thinking of with the Naros' cats. Funny that you can even do that because of Desiccation's Curse, honestly. Weird-ass build. Making summons overpowered, coming in 2027, baby. I'm a little... you know, this is kind of pivoting topics, but I feel a little sad about making summons overpowered, because that video ballooned in size so much that I just don't think it's ever coming out. If anyone was excited for that, I'm sorry, but I need to rewrite a bunch of it anyways, because I feel like I kind of accidentally plagiarized a few of the people that I was, like, talking about, or who helped me get information for the video. And when I realized that, it's not gonna stay, right? That has to get changed. I have a bad habit where, like, if I hear information, I remember it normally exactly as it was told to me, and then I regurgitate it exactly as was told to me, because that's how I remembered it. I was unintentionally plagiarizing a few people in my script. And I realized that after rewatching their videos and being like, oh shit, I fucked up, didn't I? But I don't know if that video is going to release. I actually put a lot of work into some of the assets for it. Like the first 7 minutes of it or something got finished, but too good for me. I think it crosses into the territory of Band-Aid augment because her cooldowns are so long without them that it feels like you have to take it. Like, I was able to get every single Decree on Kome in just under 3 hours once. Without that augment, it takes over 6. But yeah, making summons overpowered is currently just in limbo. There was a shot I was really proud of in it too. It kind of sucks that it's not coming out, because I had made a thing for it that felt like it was an upgrade to a thing I had done in Isdr Dead with, like, the fancy asset for dividing things up. And I feel like I had made it a lot better. I kind of over-engineered my solution to it, but I made it a lot better. And it's like, well, this is never going to see the light of day. Just for the shits and giggles? Yeah, just make, like, is Baruch better than Excalibur? Who's the best melee frame? That would honestly be fucking hilarious. I seek that which was taken from me. Roth is talking about the dialogue line we fucking stole from him. Fucking hell. Show it right now. My editing software is, Resolve is in a weird spot. I'm having a lot of issues with audio glitching, so it'd be really hard to show, because it would blow your fucking eardrums out. Is Baruch better than Nidus? Now we're on to some next level weird comparisons. Someone, I think it was Devoid in the comments, said, like, we should start comparing Warframes based on progenitor elements. That's a hilarious idea. Among 3 people? I would say, I have no idea what you're even talking about, so... Scouts with Warcry and you're ready to reveal the best frame? That would be hilarious. Is Baruch better than Baruch? Good question. Making Slam overpowered? You don't even have to try for that one. That'd be like an April Fool's video. Like, acting like it's this crazy thing that you can make, like, something overpowered. Which is the best? Huh, that's weird. That's kind of like, is it Japanese, I think? That has 3 different written languages? Am I remembering that right? Is Inaros better than Gauss? He has more health? Exactly. Never mind that fucking Gauss can make himself immune to the 6 most common enemy damage types in the entire game. That's 4 scripts? Okay, I thought there was only 3. I must have been misremembering. HP tier list? What's the point of that? That's just objective. You can just, like, make a tier list. And you know who wins that tier list is probably Nidus with Parasitic Vitality. Realistically, I feel like it'd have to be him, right? I think he can get high enough. With that and Endless Mutation, I think he can get high enough. Not languages? Okay, so it's 4 different written scripts. Fair distinction. Like I said, I'm not super knowledgeable on the subject. For over a 10-minute video. That's kind of how making Dargon's overpowered felt, low-key. Is Lavos better than Tauron? He has no energy. Dude, okay. I have debated making a video about Lavos, but I honestly think it would genuinely be the most controversial thing I would ever post, and that's why I haven't done it. I like Lavos a lot. He's, at this point, I think I can comfortably call him my favorite frame in the game. I think that the things that make him bad for other people are part of why I like him. I think that his cooldowns and all of the versatility of his status effects, all that stuff makes him very unique in a way that I enjoy playing. But nobody fucking agrees with me. Like, if I made a video defending Lavos, I would be mauled by everyone, including Lavos players. Especially because, like, the YouTube opinion at large is that this guy sucks, right? Like, I know that, like, what? Brozyme, I think, has long argued that he's bad. Trib has argued that he's bad. Sab fucking hates this guy's guts. I love Lavos. I think he's super fun, and I think that it's fine if you don't like him. There's honestly a lot of reasons to not like him. But I think that if you gel with him, if you like the way he plays, if you enjoy the gameplay loop, he's a phenomenal Warframe. Not only is he really strong, not like broken, but he's strong, but he makes you think about the game in a totally different way than every other character. Because you have to think about your rotations with your abilities and what are you going to infuse on each cast, and it's really fun. Even if his 3 augment is still fucking bugged, and if you infuse an element that involves electric while it's out, it fucking disappears. They said they fixed it, and they didn't, and it drives me insane. Regardless, I get if people don't like that about Lavos. Having to infuse things before every cast, like playing fucking DDR with your number keys and shit, I get that. If you don't like that, that's totally fine. But I personally think it makes him more fun. And if I feel like if I made a video expressing that opinion, dude, I'd be fucking shot and killed in the streets of Denver, brother. I would be shot and killed. AFK tier list, try hard to overtake Octavia. I think this Warframe is well designed, but I don't like playing them. And that's fair. I think that as well that, like, you know, I wonder, have they fixed the transmutation probe bug? I haven't checked since this patch came out, because I got used to, like, not doing it. Who kills people who look after him? No. Interesting topic, but... Also, I would not want to do an AFK tier list, because I feel like AFKing is already, like, iffy enough terms of service-wise. So I think that Lavos would be pretty uncomfortable on controller to me. Okay, throw it out. We'll call it back. Still not fixed. I don't know if you guys saw that. So, if you infuse an element that involves electric while the probe is out, it acts like you just press the button and it recalls it. Because magnetic and corrosive involve electric, this is insanely annoying. Like, if I throw out the probe and just infuse electric, it's fine. Just electric? Doesn't happen. If I do it like this, you know, one after another, it doesn't happen. Both at the same time? Okay, well, it didn't happen that time. Yep, there it goes. I don't get it. I don't know why this happens. It's awful. Because my muscle memory with this character is stuff like that, where you hold both buttons at once. When I have my probe out, and if I want to infuse corrosive or magnetic, I can't do that, and it drives me fucking crazy. Because then I'll get rid of... Like, Lavos' Transmutation Probe Augment is genuinely fantastic. Because if enemies walk into the radius, not only will you, you know, reduce your cooldowns, but you'll apply status effects to them, and you'll also be able to turn orbs and ammo they drop into universal orbs and ammo. Also, yeah, you can hold both at once. Way easier to do on PC than controller. But yeah, you can hold both at once. I feel like controller players have a much rougher time with Lavos, honestly. Also, this might be a weird take. I love Lavos' augments, generally. Valence Formation is a mandatory augment. And I'm making that argument for one major reason. Why can I pick up... Whatever. Valence Formation has one thing about it that I think makes it mandatory. Because normally I would actually say that it's not a mandatory augment, it's just a really good one. Because, you know, it changes your relationship with Lavos' passive. Because it lets you cast things to infuse your abilities for more damage. Here's where my problem comes in. With, let's just get a pack of Lancers real quick. So, here's where the issue lies, for me, with Lavos. With this augment specifically. Also, yeah, fair enough with the... Oh, right, my dog is on. Hold on, shit, he's gonna fuck this up. Let's actually just grab, like, an unmodded Lavos for this. Let's just grab, like, my OG Lavos. He's, yeah, ugly as shit. Don't worry about it. I don't even know what the fuck this guy has on him. Okay, I think I was exploiting Swift Bite and stuff for that one. That was the original Mecha one. We'll just drop this one. I don't know what the fuck this was. Rest in peace of that Umbra Polarity. We're not getting it back. Drop everything.
Riff.
Okay. Okay, we're good. So, for Lavos, I want you all to just note, this might be too high level. These guys aren't immune to anything I'm about to show, which is important. Let's do 100. That'll make it easier to see. So, note this. Throw it as 4. Proc damage of 200. And then, you know, it kind of goes from there. Actually, this would be... I don't have Valence Formation on. This would be better to show with a... with one with gas infused, actually. It would be better to show with gas infused. Alright, I didn't make a change to my loadout, so it didn't count. Yeah, let's just grab Galariac. Okay. So, we'll do it with gas damage. Actually, that'll... fuck. This is annoying, because then it'll take damage from each other. Let's do Toxin. That should be the easiest. Okay. 400 damage, and then they get the Toxin proc and the Heat proc. So if you're playing like a Nuke Lavos, you might think, well, I don't need Valence Formation, right? I swear to God, if they fix this in this patch, I'm going to be pissed. This has been in the game for a while, and it would be so embarrassing if it doesn't work right now. Infuse the Toxin first. I believe the Toxin... Yeah, the proc damage increases. It didn't increase the initial damage. You notice how it's 1.1k now? The proc damage is affected by Valence Formation. Which makes me feel like, even if you're playing a Nuke Lavos, you have to use this augment at that point, don't you? Because your DOTs now also scale off of it. I don't know why they do that, but, like, I feel like if you're going to play Lavos, ability or weapons platform or whatever, it's good no matter what because of that quirk. So it's like, at this point, I feel like Valence Formation maybe should be part of his base kit, purely because no matter what build you're using, it's good, if that makes sense. And so, if you're in a situation where you're playing like a Nuke Lavos, it's still 200% more damage, like treated like an elemental mod for your proc, right? Also, I guess while we're here, I can talk about these weapons. Say Gex, as people called it, is pretty good. I don't think my build on it's anything crazy. Well, it's 5 Forma, but ignore that. Its gimmick is that there's a 6% chance to get 5 status procs on the next hit, which is why I have on Blast and Electric. So think about this weapon. It's really inaccurate, and it shoots really fast. I don't have any base damage stacks yet, because I have to get a headshot kill for that, which kind of a tall order, actually. This is kind of uncomfortable. I might tweak this build to move my base damage off my arcane, but it's a solid pistol. It's just really ammo inefficient. You can see, like, it's, you know, proccing a bunch of status effects once it really gets up there. But it's also very headshot reliant. Its damage is low enough that it's pretty headshot reliant. But it's a decent pistol. It's just very ammo inefficient. And then Galariak, I need to put melee attack speed on this, but every individual status the enemy has gives them 10% more final crit chance. So final crit chance is like Arcane Avenger and stuff like that. I have on Afflictions and Blast, so that when I knock the enemies down, they'll take 7 Blast procs, and then if they die to the Slash proc, they'll blow up because of how Blast procs work. They blow up for more damage if the enemy dies or if you hit 10 stacks. So this probably could use some attack speed. I haven't really workshopped it to the point that I'm there yet, honestly. But it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool weapon. On platform, I wonder if his nuke slot build is good. So I will say this. Nuke Lavos is good, but I'm going to be honest with you. It is way harder to perform than most nukes. So here's the thing about Lavos. All right, we're going to have a minor education session right now. I'm sorry for everyone here who doesn't give a fuck about Lavos. So, Lavos is 4. Okay, actually, fuck. The dog is gonna fuck my shit up again. Hold up, never mind. Fuck you. He has to leave. I love my old Lavos fashion as my primary ones. We'll just swap that over real quick. Same with Cedo. The best gun in the game, apparently. Okay. So, here's the thing when it comes to Lavos, and if you're gonna, like, nuke with him. So, a few important things to note about Lavos off the bat. First of all, you should always infuse an element before casting an ability, because it is just an increase to your damage no matter what. Remember how earlier, like, hold on, let me grab like an unmodded build for this, actually. Just so you can see the difference better. Okay, yeah, I do still have an unused one. Good, good. So. You toss that out, right? It's for 290. I think I have some power strength shards on or something, which is what would be causing that. Yeah, that's why. So 290. Yeah, 2,900 damage is reduced by 90% because of their armor. That's nothing crazy, I don't think. Do that just to refresh my cooldowns. Alright, yeah, they're all still fine, which I guess isn't super surprising. If I infuse heat, same element as the ability, it doubles to 580. So with Lavos, you always should be infusing an element. It's always helpful. Kind of a weird mechanic, honestly. But it's always helpful, so you should always be infusing an element. Second major thing when it comes to Lavos in regards to his 4 is his 4 deals 200% more damage for every unique status effect on an enemy. So when it comes to Lavos, really you're going to want to be using like a primer, which is what Cedo is great for, because Cedo's disc will randomly proc one of the 4 primary elements on top of whatever's modded onto it, which is really powerful. Or you can do that with your abilities. So, like, for example, I can infuse Magnetic, rush through these guys, and now, you know, they're all stuck in puddles that will give them Magnetic. Or, Hidden Lavos tech. Press space right when you start it, and you can jump out of it pretty quickly. There's a particular timing that makes it instant. It's just kind of hard to hit. Yeah, that. This will cause you to spawn a ring and immediately a detonation all around you, which are both really helpful. If you're, like, defending an objective or just need, like, some statuses, like, quickly. hit it right after you press the button, and you'll immediately jump out of it and launch them everywhere. Nice thing about this, too, is that enemies that get frozen will be stuck in the puddle, so they'll keep taking the effect that you infused. I also feel like a kind of an underappreciated use of Transmutation Probe is it's also pretty good for spreading status effects. Just like a quick burst, especially with the augment, where you can throw it in one place. You can spread a lot of status effects with it. Transmutation Probe is a crazy good ability for a lot of reasons. It reduces its cooldowns, you get universal orbs, you get universal ammo, it can be used to spread status effects. And then Lavos is one I find to be most helpful for, like, it heals you, and you can get, like, a quick burst of good status effects as well. It's not an ability I use super often, other than to switch my Valence Formation element if necessary. But another important thing about Lavos to note, non-DOTs will apply at 3 stacks. See, like my Viral is 3 stacks there. DOTs will apply at 1 stack whenever you have them infused or anything. So that's something important to keep on. Like if I infuse Toxin, he gets 2 of them. So when it comes to Lavos, the gameplay loop kind of looks like something like this. You know, you'd rush through these guys, give them Corrosive. They also have Cold on, so they're going to get 2 status effects from that. My Transmutation Probe is already Electric. I'll do, say, Radiation. Now they've got 4 status effects, and then I can infuse Gas and throw out this. And even without any mods, those guys with the maximum amount of status effects died. Because the damage ramps up so incredibly fast on Lavos with each individual status effect. And guns like Cedo make that much better. Also, Diriga, a Tazakor on your Sentinel, a Hound, an external primer like Epitaph, things that inflict status effects scale incredibly well on Lavos because of how his 4 works. So, and like I said, that's even without Valence Formation, which would have increased the proc damage even further. Without any, like, even, like, take my normal Lavos setup that I use. Yeah, my strength is kind of low. You're going to have to forgive me. I mostly have this for range for his 3, but a lot of the playstyle around Lavos, I feel like primarily at higher levels, is you kind of rotate through your abilities, and you have, like, a specific purpose in mind, right? So, like, for example, I'll infuse Magnetic, hit these guys with my 1. Now they've got 3 status effects for the purpose of my 4. Then I'll infuse Blast, go through them, throw this, and they take pretty decent damage. There's no Viral, which is a big loss in damage overall, which is part of what makes Cedo so helpful. But, and yeah, that's another important thing I should mention. Lavos has a couple of unique passives. Obviously, he has picking up energy orbs makes him status immune, but a big one is Duration. If you have, status duration, so it's down here. The more duration you have, it increases your status duration, just across the board. So you have more time to get your effects off, even if you're taking a while, or, like, you're lagging behind. Also, an important thing to note on that front, if you're trying to, like, prime enemies, Corrosive has a base status duration of 8 seconds instead of the normal 6. And Radiation is double. It's 12. So if you just need status effects on enemies, those ones linger for the longest, which can be helpful. Also, keep in mind, Blast procs detonate after, I think it's 1.5 seconds. So those ones aren't great unless you're using them to blow things up. With the Duration Arcane go really hard on Lavos. Snapshotted, in terms of, like, if an ability inflicted it, I would guess so. I don't think it would be snapshotted for all of his stuff, though, if that's what you're asking, like, once he gets the highest value. But for an ability that inflicts a status effect, I would assume that's how it worked. Though, I guess I don't know if it would be at the time he casted the ability or at the time the effect was inflicted. Because attribute swapping is a thing in this game, and it's kind of annoying. So, sometimes you have to be wary of that. Like, I believe this is still a bug that if you... Also, why not test right now? I don't have that Arcane Max. That's why I can't test it right now. I don't have it. But I wonder if, because with, like, stances, I think this is still a bug. Say you're Excalibur, and you shoot out a wave from your sword, and then you do another attack while that wave is traveling. That wave now has the stance multipliers of the attack you're doing, not the attack that spawned it. I think that's still a bug. I'm pretty sure they haven't fixed that yet. That's been the case for Baruch for ages as well. So sometimes you have, like, weird attribute swaps like that in this game. That you have to be aware of. You can borrow to test with. Honestly, it probably wouldn't be that hard to get myself one. How much of the currency do I have? I said I was going to end the stream, and now I'm getting distracted being a nerd about this again. Let me look. Old Eris Skybox. What frame do you recommend trying out with one of the new arcanes? Well, I feel like there's kind of the easy answers, like Oberon and Bulwark or something like that. I haven't really done a ton with the new arcanes yet, and that's largely just because, wait, no, I need to go to the Sanctum. That's largely because I just have kind of been focused on grinding the new stuff. So I feel like I want to give the, like I said, this is why I haven't done, like, Let's Talk Old Piece, like, stream yet. Do a guillotine face reveal. I mean, you know, well, 50k sub special. Let's look. Well, how much of the currency do I have?
Albert.
54. That's not enough. It's expertise, right? Or no, it's fucking concentration. That's enough to get to to a rank that would give me what? 30, 40%? This should still be noticeable, but low key.
Dismissed.
Yeah, fuck you, Roth. I have an idea. All right, everyone. It's the time you've all been waiting for. I say with massive air quotes.
Yeah.
We have to farm in the Descendia.
Let's fucking
Pulling
go.
on. The reason I'm going to this is because I think it's floor 19 or 20 is full of crates. And crates can drop
yes.
the currency. We're gonna see if I can get enough. If I can get at least 50, I should be fine.
Good.
Gonna reveal the true color of Neptune? Real. Ending soon, by the way. Look, I'm getting distracted by something that's actually a good question. Farming Detroit? Honestly, I love this mode. I really wish that this mode was endless. I never thought I'd say that about something.
Our friends will defend.
I really wish this mode was endless.
I'll tell you that shit's good if you
It's
wish it
so
was
much
fucking
fun,
endless.
and the variety is so fun as well. I hate that I have to grind the Parita Rebellion, which gets old fairly quickly, you know, compared to how much we're gonna have to grind it.
Gods behind which to take shelter from the atrocity of it all.
I accidentally stepped into that, didn't I? Nope, I'm actually good. That's surprising. Our mission would be realized. Real and true. God damn it. Got hit by a fucking Scrambusaur, I think that was. He turned my shit off. Do not do that. I want to be endless. Warframe moment. True. I will say, I think Parita's really fun, but considering the current length of the grind, I will end up not liking it by the time I'm done. I already know. When I have everything maxed, I will never want to touch it again. That's just how game modes like that work, honestly. If you have to grind something that much, you're not going to have fun with it by the end most of the time. Gonna be Descendia or Parita. The event is called Operation Blood of Parita, or Parita, whatever. So it'll presumably be Parita Rebellion. I think that was the longest game mode I have to play in this, like, bout. There might be a longer one, I don't remember. Destroy nearby tumors. Oh, that breaks them? Okay, hold up. Zaku might actually just be the fucking GOAT for this, no question. Okay, I can't destroy the hives with it, but yeah, I can just break the tumors with my 4. Alright, yeah, fuck out of here.
Oh, hell yeah.
Giving us burnout something? Yeah, exactly. No syndicates to avoid burnout. Just take your 30-hour Tauron strike grind. Goodbye. Honestly, I low-key maybe should like grind this out to max all the arcanes before they make it harder. Like, if the next week's rotation doesn't have the crate room, grinding this would get way, way harder. Also, this mode loves to spawn affinity orbs. It's a little weird. So long. Yeah, like, I feel like if Parita was the weekly mode, and this was an endless mode, I feel like that would be more fun. Okay, I got a few of the currency there. That's 17. I need, what, 50, I think? to have enough to buy all of them. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Trust. Just have to not get insta-killed by Roth. Like what happened last time. That's just a crate, not the thing I'm looking for. Whoops. Is it an intrinsic? It's just your pistol. If you have a certain sidearm equipment, I think you can't. I don't think it's an intrinsic. So why do they despawn the cape and force me to walk back?
I hate that part as well.
Good morning, cool kid. Welcome. Shit, I guess we are crossing into the morning, aren't we? It's almost fucking 4. Yippee! Okay, now I have to be careful as Zaku, because I can break all of these.
And we must blow up his team.
Which is the grinding floor? I believe it's 19, yeah. This is the closest you can spawn to it is 14, so... I believe you have to pick a checkpoint, if memory serves. Saying all these nice things about you. I'm sorry. I'm just waiting for the moment that you go back to gooning. Wesky, that's the concern. I know it's gonna happen. I don't have any galvanized stacks. Warframe and the nightmare of conditional buff.
Honestly.
Keep like getting past figure. Yeah. Like, I do worry that Parita just won't have any reason to do it afterwards, honestly. That's one of, like, my big concern with the mode at this point, is will there be any reason to keep doing it after I max everything? It feels very Content Island-y, but I've been good to this stream. You know, I appreciate that. At least you're not like Robin or Westy. Giving Lavos as my top 3, but I love Lavos. I think he deserves the respect. I just thought that if I made a video about it, people would crucify me. That'd be considered an even worse take than Nova and Kome. People love to hate that guy. Both Lavos and Nova, unfortunately. Have I been good? We'll say yes. For the most part. Soft yes. Handiwork? Yes. Alright, give me that fucking currency. Give me that fucking currency. It's not even appearing on my fucking mini-map, dude.
He obviously does not care for it.
Give me everything. Give me everything. The loot floor, baby.
Let's go loot floor.
This is gonna be like the most exploitable room in this place, and it's not even particularly close. Yep, we're up to 93. Ah, fuck, I think I need 100. Give me everything. When I rob the bank. Our anomalies, that's not even entirely... There are more gooners than you would expect in this hellscape.
Catch the drone. Did the devil play children's games once? Long ago.
Please. Lockers, please. What is your title? I'm using Fragmented. You get it for completing all of the Fragmented bosses' glyphs. Weirdly enough, I don't think Vor has one, which is weird. If he does, I didn't get it, despite the fact that I do have all of those Accolade glyphs. But... where is the drone? The game is not even marking it. There we go. Not even worth trying to fight these guys at this point, unironically. There's too much shit going on. I don't care. Maybe I could just, like...
sometimes, honestly.
not come back for the rest of the mission? Huh. I just realized, actually, I think that my Panzer is gone now, too. Oh, no, he's back. Never mind. Maybe it's just delayed? Maybe? But yeah, I have Fragment. There's also one for doing all of the tank accolades, which is cool. Honestly, though, you're given some titles for basically nothing. Like, one of them is, like, Defend a Marie 4 times in Descendia. That's really easy. I feel like if you earn a title, it should be for something significant. Or better in Star Trek if it's faster. For this mode, yeah, fair enough. Well, actually, does the Steel Path resource drop chance affect them? The Steel Path gives you a resource drop chance buff. I think it's in here. Yeah, it is. Whoop. Boosted too close to the sun. 98. That's probably close enough. I think I had like 104 or something. I can just check. 54, sorry. That should be enough. 2.5 million credits. Yeah, drop one for 100 million. For all the old raid players. This thing makes weird fucking noises. Where is the final one? The game doesn't want to mark it. I don't know where I'm going. This place looks like fucking Heresy from Ultrakill if it was high res. Is it up here? I don't remember from when I did this earlier in the week. Oh, I think I just saw it. Yep, there it is. Unsure-footed, cost your prime sure-footed. That would be hilarious. Give up your prime sure-footed to prove that you're based. Alright, next cool kid video. Is prime sure-footed mandatory? The answer may shock you. Time to get whooped real quick by Roth. I gotta maintain my guns as best I can. For MR30? Honestly, me too. I'm surprised there isn't an MR30 on Aurea. At least I didn't get one if there is.
Until I know what is missing. 7 again?
I like how he has so many lines for how many times that you come back. Okay, I gotta be careful. Where is he? Okay, if I just, like... Right, this is Steel Path Road, so he's gonna be kind of tricky. I have a really strong damage amp, though. If he spawns a summon and I don't insta-kill, I could also probably use Gaze. I don't know if he can actually de-armor strip. Wait, could I turn his summon against him, actually? He normally calls it out with a voice line, so... I thought he was trying to say Katanog, but he said, it sounded like he said cock, and then fucking just died. Honestly, it's kind of dope that Leon and Marie appear in this boss fight. He dropped the shield a little early, but... Yeah, so when I said... He dropped the shield a little early. Well, there goes that form, I guess. L? Yeah, pretty much. I'm not even sure what actually killed me. Was it his stomp or was it the balls? Because the balls were still out when he fucking took it away. This is so sad. I got 11,000 credits, though. I guess our best option probably is just to do this again. You have to stay forever? You just get nuked? Yeah, I guess. Well, fuck you, Roth. I guess I am doing this on the normal path now, aren't I? You credit? Yeah, 11,000. I don't even, like I said, I don't even know what actually killed me. You should still keep your Mathix. Do I? They didn't appear in the final screen. Hold up.
You are whole.
Oh, right, my chat's still fucking broken. God, dude, fucking goddamn it.
Damn it, E.
It's a bug. Like, typically, if you lose, you don't keep your shit. So I was under the assumption. Let us look. Indeed, you are correct. Okay. Big day for the unemployed. Thank you for the news. Like I said, I don't entirely even know what killed him. Do the orbs one-shot you? Does his fucking, like, fire, line one-shot you? I don't even know what got me there.
What is it?
Okay, it is concentration. Yeah, concentration. I already have 2, so I need 19. Okay.
Good. Dismissed.
Wanted to lighten up the stream. You know, good question. Unfortunately, I do Warframe videos, so I don't think I'm qualified to answer it. Okay. Let's do some science. So, concentration. I wonder, for Lavos in particular, how long does his 4 normally last? Doesn't say. Because I need to make sure with the concentrate to test this, probably would be easiest to wait for it to go away. So we need to throw an ability from a distance, right? And it would have to take more than 3 seconds to reach the enemy. Or I guess I could just cast it without concentration being active. That actually would also make sense. Okay. So. The simulacrum. I think that it should be fairly obvious if this works or not. This should be the last thing I do because I'm getting fairly hungry, and I think oh shit, I haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon.
Oh, honey.
I just looked at the time, I was like, oh shit, didn't I go get something to eat at like 4 p.m.? Uh-oh. Anyways. Back to the Ambulous Simulacrum scene, because it is the best one. I will not elaborate any further. Okay, so, let's do Vapus Crewman. They're not resistant to too much. I can do heat damage on this and stuff as well, so just to not skew anything. Okay, so the regular duration is 6 seconds. Does that count? Okay. Interesting. So I think, if my math is right, because that they do 1 tick a second, not including the first one, it applies before the ability finishes casting. It does. Huh. That's interesting. I don't know if that's intentional, but it's applying the status duration to the current ability cast. Okay, so I'm guessing it is something where it takes your current amount when it actually considers it. Because this is... Yeah, that's 9. 60%. That's 6 seconds normally. We round that down. Yeah, so it is applying. 60% duration for free? Well, for the purposes of this, yes. Okay, hold on. What's the base duration of Transmutation Probe? Doesn't say. Okay, Vial Rush. Does this have a duration? 8 seconds. It's not listed on the... I don't even know why I fucking bother. So for the purposes of Lavos' abilities, it appears that the status considers it... Okay, so, question for myself then, I guess. If I cast this from far away enough that it expires before it reaches them, does it still work? I don't know if I got the range for that. How long does this even last for? Okay, I could definitely hit someone before it expires. It'd have to be at a very particular distance. Its base duration? Is that how that works? I could probably test that with another frame, but... Okay, I gotta try and make sure I'm at enough distance that it will hit them before it expires. It does give you the buff at the time that you cast it, so the casting delay will actually work in my favor here. Let's make sure I'm at a decent height. Okay, it expired. Now, barely didn't reach them. Fuck my life. Okay, you know what? Fuck these guys. Hold on. Give me my shit back, please. Thank you. Okay, let's do it from, the middle of this area. This is a little bit weird, and I probably shouldn't be spacing it like this, but... Okay, it's expired. Okay, I think it does, because I counted 6 ticks, and it's 1 tick per second. So if it hits the enemy while the buff is still active, then it works. And because it gives you the buff as soon as you cast the ability, then it works. As I understand it, that's what's happening here. If the enemy is too far away, then it doesn't matter. But if the ability is cast right, it seems like it applies right away. That's actually super interesting. Does that still work with... Because I don't know if Transmutation Probe is doing the same thing. I think it is. Yeah, so it seems like the status duration applies to his abilities because it rolls the buff first. Because they technically apply the status effects after they're cast, it checks your status chance at the time, or your status duration at the time you cast the ability. Elemental Ward, yeah, so... this does... I actually use Avenger just for my Ceto, because it makes the disc super strong. Probably don't need Grace, actually, at this point. But yeah, this should make nuking much more comfortable. Also, I think it was said that this affects your base duration. I want to test that real quick. I don't know if that's true, so I want to give that a try. And yeah, you'd ask a very good question. What's something with a predictable duration? Let's take like a regular Banshee. Weird ass emo fashion from back in the day. 30 seconds. Okay, so I can test this. So might as well go on top of those three. That's what I'm currently curious about. So, yep, 30 seconds. If I cast it again, it's 47 seconds. I think it would be 48, technically. Let me double check. So, 30 times 1 plus 0.6 is 48. Okay. So let's add continuity. Let's see, because that would be plus 1 plus 0.3. Sorry, I'm doing all of this in my Google Chrome window, so that should be... So that's times 1 plus 0.3. My bad, I punched the equation in wrong. It should be, yeah, 30 seconds times 1 plus 0.6 times 1 plus 0.3 gives us 62 seconds. Okay. So if they're additive, it will be 62. If they're multiplicative, it will be higher than that, I guess. 38. 56. Did I do my math wrong? Huh. I must have punched my math in wrong. Doesn't seem to be multiplicative, but... I wonder what this means for level cap slash procs. Damn. Yeah, I thought that my... Wait. Hold on, hold on. Like I said, the formula is not hard. The main problem you have to deal with in Warframe is this funny thing called quantization. It mostly applies to damage. I don't know if it even applies to ability stats. But the game also, like, rounds super weird. So sometimes you'll be a few digits off, and you're like, well, how the fuck did I get there? And it's normally one of those two things. Well, it appears that it's additive with mods from that test. I would imagine, based on what I saw there, that should be the case. But... still, considering that Lavos' thing works at the time that he uses it, Grace also, I just want to say, is actually pretty good on Lavos. He has a pretty big health bar. So the healing is pretty nice, but I also am using the mecha set normally. Let me go grab Lavos. I will say that I think for Lavos, there are a few really good companions you can use for him. I really like the mecha set on my Roxakubro, because he gives me shields, which is also good for survivability. But that with Contagious Bond is really strong. Me spawn fucking just a bunch of Lancers. That's fine. But, so for those who don't know, the mecha set does this thing. Let me infuse this real quick. He should mark a target any second now. He's probably just going to kill everyone with a crazy Contagious Bond proc chain before he even does it. That's actually what's about to happen. Dude, Contagious Bond is so fucking overpowered. Okay. Can you mark someone? I need you to mark someone. Do they need to have their AI turned on for that? I don't know why they would, but... Can you mark a target for me, please? It's supposed to be every 30 seconds. What are you doing? Are you shadowboxing?
No.
Oh, okay, no, okay, then, yeah, I know what I did. I treated the buffs like they would be multiplicative with each other. No, that makes sense. I did the math wrong. Thank you for pointing that out. I did calculate it multiplicatively on accident. The consequences of being an idiot. So, The main thing is, Mecha Set marks an enemy. When you kill them, they propagate it everywhere, which is really powerful for Lavos. Do I have a particular loadout on here? It's B? Okay. Another thing that's really good for him is Dirigo. On top of, like, Tazakor. I don't know if I have anything special for Diriga either, frankly. Okay, I don't. Diriga is good for a reason that I imagine is probably super obvious. Along with Tazakor, it's because it's an insanely good primer. So, like, with this, I can get 4 status specs up front. I have to have a DOT for itself to transfer into damage. Fair enough. That is a weird quirk of it, though. I didn't even really think about that. But yeah, this is really good for Lavos if you're, you know, using your 4, because then all these guys are set up pretty effortlessly. Obviously, I had Corrosive Infused, which is kind of suboptimal for that, but... yeah, Diriga is a helpful little companion for this guy as well. I really like the Roxakubro, especially because of Contagious Bond. Contagious Bond in combination with a frame like Lavos is just fucking disgusting. It is so unbelievably strong. Put him back on whatever thing I had him on. Mecha Set is kind of finicky, but... because, like, even if I'm not doing the nuking, right? Like, if I'm not blowing shit up, my dog here can just do that for me. I can, like, you know, spread some debuffs to make guys weaker. You know, yeah. And then my dog jumps somebody, takes his J's, and the whole room blows up. Like, Hound would also be very good for him, yeah. I thought it would be neat. I think could see that with, like, an effect returning them to gold with, like, the cold status effect for Mecha Set. Pharaoh's also very good. The reason I'm currently using the Roxakubro, other than his really high status chance on his claws, is this guy here, Protect. Protect is very nice. I think that it's just, I found it as like a comfort thing. I do have on Vazarin, so maybe it's maybe I don't need it, but I found it to be nice to like help prevent myself from dying. Pharaoh's really good though. Medjay is really good with it, especially because of their finishers. Ancient Egyptians be like, deadass. Actually, I'm just stuck at 19, aren't I? My goat. I want some better freezing ability. How much is the, it's what, 20%, right? It's, Ice Storm. Oh, stacked up to 40%. Okay. This would probably be a little bit more annoying to maintain, but I could definitely see the use case. Because freezing enemies with Lavos' 2 is not difficult at all. I never actually thought about using this arcane on here, but that makes sense. I'm out this bitch, you know, fair enough. Mixing some elements, yeah. He's also kind of like that on PC with ones that are close to each other. Radiation, I hate. I hate infusing radiation. It's so awkward.
How so?
Because it's the 3 and 4 key right next to each other. You have to hold them both. I could see, I feel like concentration, if you're going for purely status duration, is better. And then on top of that, you have the benefit of, you don't have to, like, upkeep it at all. It just applies. But, of course, like, it's different with some things. Like, if I was to throw out a transmutation probe, and then it stopped after 3 seconds, then every, effect after the 3-second window doesn't work anymore. So you have to keep that in mind. But anything that you, inflict within the 3-second window works. So, that's still a pretty significant buff, but it is something to keep in mind. It's like, yeah, within that 3-second window, it'll have the buff, but now that it's expired, if anyone were to walk into this or get in like a proc from it now, it's not gonna matter for them. I love the fucking like really blunt like slapping sound that played when my Kubro hit that guy. At all times for toxin application, yeah, and that's something where it's like I think if you're gonna try and upkeep Like, as long as you're using your 4 frequently, I don't know if it'd be too hard to upkeep Ice Storm. Or you could take the Molt one efficiency. That's only 4% less. But, you know, I'm curious. I could probably just... I thought I was going to end the stream an hour ago. Fuck my life. Anyways, we're going to go... I'm curious. Do I have any decent fishers right now? Not non-steel path. Not representative. Alchemy, okay. I have a few of these from doing ESO to level up Gyre and our weapons. I want to see how easy or difficult this would be for me to maintain, just like playing a lot of those, you know, normally.
Papa knew that the path to understanding this universe lay in
Because I feel like I can see the argument for efficiency. My thing is the issue of, you know, would it just wear off all the time because my shields break, right? Versus Ice Storm, which honestly, Ice Storm also has the benefit of me using Cedo, right? If I'm dashing through enemies frequently, it shouldn't be that hard. It's kind of slow to build, though. I noticed that kind of off the bat. I'm not building it super fast.
You must feed it the correct ampoules. Capsules of elemental forces compressed to a near...
Actually, I don't have any, Yeah, if you're not, like, constantly upkeeping it... Actually, I guess if you put it on your companion... Would that work? I think that would work. I think I could just, like, throw on Artax or, like, Tazakor with cold damage, and you'd probably be fine. Hell, Shivering Contagion might actually be really good for something like this. If you were trying to upkeep it, like, autonomously. But now that I'm at max stack, that's the thing, I'm using my 2 really frequently, like, to deliberately trigger it. If you find that to be, like, frustrating, then it's probably not going to work for you if you don't want to have to worry about maintaining it. Honestly, I don't really love that I have to maintain it, to be honest. But I do think that, like, if you're willing to give your companion cold damage or something like that, it probably would be the better way, because you also get the ability strength, which is really, really good for Lavos' 4, especially. The other abilities I don't think needed as much. But, I mean, it's good for the 1, for the lifesteal amount, especially. The other 2 abilities feel like respectable damage at lower levels. But the main reason you want it is the 4, right? Because ability strength is multiplicative with the damage bonus per element. So, it's really good to have a lot for the 4. That's why I'm using Precision Intensify, is to make sure I can, you know, do that. So yeah, this isn't terrible, but you do really have to cast the ability a lot if you're going to rely on Lavos himself. So it's probably best if you don't want to do that, to use something like Concentration or, you know, what have you, right? Something that I'm spreading the effect because of enemies getting re-frozen when their stuff wears off. I shouldn't have casted that with Corrosive, but it's fine, they still died. I'm just kind of like monkey mode infusing Corrosive, I don't have to think about what I'm actually doing. Which is really not the way you should play this game, or this character, rather, but I never claimed to be intelligent, so it's fine.
I mean, he is.
As long as you clarify up front that you're a massive dumbass and shouldn't have a YouTube channel, it's probably okay. Although it'll be really... I just realized Concentration would be huge for the gas procs, too. If you're inflicting gas with your 4, that'll make them last a lot longer, so enemies can walk into them for way longer. It's the Grenier. Deadass. Oh, hold on, I got distracted. Where are all the enemies? Where are the hoes at? Hockey want boing boing.
Hi.
Have start dicking in your butt. Fucking hell. I want to make Nightmare Frame and Brozyme level takes for Cloud. Like I will say, Brozyme and Nightmare do know a lot about the game. I do disagree with a lot of their opinions, but I don't know. I wouldn't consider them like, okay, Nightmare's reaction to the Overguard video felt like rage bait, I'm not even gonna lie, but dude, my Tauron strike is not even a quarter of the way charged yet. This is so fucked up. The correct answer, power creep augment. What do you mean by power creep augment? And also, the answer is obvious, means like this is an extremely loaded question. Nightmare and Whitemare? Yeah, exactly. But there are a lot of augments. If you want to that like they're too good, I could see the argument to remove them. But there's a lot that come to mind when you say something like that. You know, this probably isn't the correct answer. If I had to say one augment was so good it should be removed, and I'm not even saying I believe this, but if I had to pick one, it's gotta be Intrepid Stand. The Overguard one for Styanax, that augment is so fucking broken. It took away his only weakness.
We've had a few setbacks.
Do the Flawless Nightwave challenge? I have no idea. Like, that's what my mind jumps to out of the gate, and for an augment that's like so that powerful. I don't even think it necessarily deserves to be nerfed, but yeah, that thing took away his only weakness. The Sevagoth ones? Okay, if we're picking one augment, I don't think I can do that, because Sevagoth augments are by far at their best when they're used together. And Neja's 4 one is also very, very strong, I won't deny that, but I don't think it makes him like Styanax, where he can generate energy, clear crowds of enemies, and can't die. Buffs the ability / frame. Well, a lot of augments do that, and I still do think that, like, if you're going to take an augment, then it should be a buff in some capacity, because you're sacrificing a mod slot for it. I think the question is, like I said, there's a scale to me of, is it a Band-Aid, where it should be part of the base kit because why is that functionality missing? Or is it a mandatory augment because it's so strong you have to take it? Is Valence Formation? I think Valence Formation is an incredibly powerful mod. I would consider it a mandatory augment, honestly. Because of the fact that it buffs his DOTs from, like, his 4, I just feel like you have to take it at that point, regardless of what you're doing. But I think Concentration would honestly be a really good play, specifically for builds around the 4. Maybe. I think that Chromatic Blade is incredibly good. I think you can make an argument against it, but too fucking high. Well, here's the thing for me with that. It's treated like an elemental mod, so kind of in the same boat. Like, this caps out at 750. The initial amount is 179 with my current build, but it capped out at 750. And then, like, for, like, Fireball Frenzy, Smite Infusion, Venom Dose, Freeze Force, they're all at 100% out of the box, and they're treated like mods, too. So with only 200% strength, you could hit the same amount as Lavos. I think, for me personally, what makes Lavos so good is A, it affects his ability DOTs, and B, he can switch the element whenever he wants. I think that's the part that, like, makes Lavos really strong with Valence Formation, primarily, is he can switch the element whenever he wants to. So, like, something you can do is you can proc Influence by infusing Electric, and then switch to a different element and spread that element with Influence. I think stuff like that is really cool, and a huge part of what makes the ability so strong. But 200%, like, out of the box, I don't think is egregiously high, because of the fact that other frames can exceed that. Now, he has no strength requirement for it, and that is honestly really strong. He doesn't have to invest into the buff at all, but frames like, you know, Volt, Ember, they have DOTs, for example, right? They can surpass him with a decent amount of strength. Ember could do it super easily, honestly, because of Conflagration, her passive, but Lavos doesn't really have to work for it at all. So, I mean, that's something I'm inclined to agree on, I suppose. I also just realized, with Concentration, does that apply to Valence Formation, or is that too soon? I'm guessing guessing that's too soon to actually trigger. I could just go to, like, Selkie or something. Have, like, 4 mods. I mean, at the same time, though, like, I don't know, because, like, if 100% is too high, that's barely better than a normal 90% mod, right? But I feel like if 100 is too good as, like, a baseline amount, then I feel like they just wouldn't be worth using, personally. If it was, like, 50%, like, yeah, it scales with strength, but you'd have to invest into it just to cross the effectiveness of even one mod. Maybe that's just my opinion, but, like, I can see where you're coming from. It is a very strong bonus. I don't personally think it's egregiously strong, but that's just my opinion. Okay, Valence Formation applied for 30 seconds, and then 42 seconds. So yeah, it doesn't apply immediately. I think I hit a barrel? Holy shit. Those guys got removed from the game. Why is Teshin alive? It's a setting called Creator Mode. It hides various spoilers, and one of those spoilers is the hologram Teshin. Funnily enough, though,
dead. That's a spoiler. Ban that gap in chat.
if you go to the go to his room in the relay, he's still a hologram for some reason. They just forgot about that one, I guess. Not if you ever have to visit Teshin on stream or something like that, right? Okay, yeah, I think, like I said, I think I can see a very strong argument for concentration on Lavos, specifically as it relates to his 4. The sinful augment. If the argument is about the way it affected his playstyle, I think that that's actually a fair argument to make. Because a lot of people do play Lavos just for Valence, and they don't use the rest of his kit, and that's pretty cringe. I actually do agree with you there. The way it changed the people's approach to Lavos kind of sucks. I honestly do love Valence Formation, and I think that the idea of infusing his guns with his element made him... It really played into his versatility element a lot, like a lot more than his base kit, at least in my mind, because it would let you do a lot of really cool stuff by swapping the element on your gun on the fly. But I guess if the stance is the bonus is too high because it leads to his playstyle being changed, into just like a generic Gunzerker type of frame, then I actually think that's a totally fair opinion. Because, like, honestly, I'm weird maybe. When I play Lavos, I'll actually switch what I'm doing depending on just what I want to play. I have times where I'm playing him like a caster, and then I'll get bored of that and switch to being run and gun mid-mission. I actually really like that you can do that. But the unfortunate reality is that, yeah, a lot of people who would play Lavos will play him just as this generic run and gun type of frame, and I think that's fine at times, but it does kind of, I don't know, eat at the soul of what makes the character so interesting in terms of all the, like, the setup and payoff loop of his, you know, application of status effects and managing your cooldowns and casting abilities in the appropriate order. All that stuff is very fun and unique to Lavos. You spider? What, are you talking about my scuttler? My boy? My son?
Operator, Ordis has been interfacing with the Foundry's AI presets. You could say we...
Every time I have to cast. That's fair. I'm personally fine with the hold to cast thing. I've gotten used to holding the keys right after I use an ability, so I'm not actionable most of the time anyways while I'm infusing. But I can see that, I know for some people, especially controller players, that you guys have every right to hate this character.
How does it work in controller?
You have to hold the face buttons while holding left bumper. So while infusing elements, you can't jump, you can't reload, you can't switch weapons, and I think B is melee. I don't think you can melee either. Dropped his hold to cast for Lavos. That makes sense. If you're playing on controller especially. That makes sense. Officially exists outside of the Duviri and the Void now. Honestly, I'm inclined to agree. When I brought him to level cap, I played on Switch. You know, that's fair. Like I said, I think if people on console don't like him for the infusions being annoying, that's totally fair. Another key. I don't think you can do custom rebinds for controller, can you? Is that a thing in this game? Am I supposed to hold... Well, yeah, Wally, I don't know if you can. Is Lavos good on mobile? I would doubt it. Hold on. I think they're under here. You can even see... Wait, the Codex Vermink has the old fur patterns? Dude, what the fuck is up with this game? These guys look totally different now. The Codex Vermink looks like it used to. Whatever. This guy, looking at the claws, I don't know how you're supposed to use a controller, Wally. Weird and Obscure Volume 20. Yeah, deadass. I love all the animations these guys have, by the way. There's so much fun little detail in the, yeah, like this, where he's, like, scrounging around. It's so cool. Look at him. What a guy. What a guy.
Uber.
Yeah, the white-breasted Vermink, and then the red-crested. The Mohawk guy. Yeah, you can tell this is using the old fur shader stuff, because it's clipping really bad. A lot of players health tank on him. He can health tank pretty well because he has really high armor. I know that there's also strategies involving things like the Roxakubro or what's its face? The mod on Sentinels that refills your shields when they break. I don't know why I can't think of Guardian. That's what it's called. You can also use, if you're using the mecha set, the mecha mod that gives you more armor is actually really good. It's just inconsistent. Let me look. Hold on. Bolarola. Do the thorny Bolarola. Now look at them. They got these fun animations. Like I said, you never really see these in game or really like notice them. Minus this one, I guess, because that's when their belly's exposed. But if you're using an ability, personally, I don't think it's necessary. My reasoning for the whole keeping his infusions like being something I would personally not want. If it was an augment, that would be fine. But because often if I'm playing to like nuke, I'm constantly switching what element I have infused. And I think that it would just get awkward for me. Especially if you had to hold 2 buttons at the same time instead of being able to do one after the other. Because, okay, I'm weird for this, I'll admit that. Oftentimes, when I'm playing Lavos, I will use 3 elements: viral, corrosive, or gas. So sometimes I will just infuse Toxin, and then I will infuse the second one when I know what I'm about to do. This is mostly a workaround for recalling the orb when you hold 2 at the same time. Because that bug being in the game ruins my fucking life and my muscle memory. So sometimes I'll just like infuse Toxin and then just wait. And if like I know what ability I'm gonna cast next, I'll infuse first and then I'll cast the second thing. So I feel like if they were to change it, then that would mess with that muscle memory, but I guess it wouldn't be an issue if they would just fucking fix the bug with Transmutation Probe that recalls it. Then it would be fine. I can't believe Gareth is in the Prey faction while Wally's in the Predator faction. Wally, do you care to elaborate? Do you care to elaborate on this? Have you ever posted a Minecraft video before? Just curious.
You made a YouTube tutorial on how to build a Mantis.
Like, we know you have a computer because we were on Skype. Shit, using Skype low-key makes you seem like a predator already, but I was also on Skype at the time, so I can't go with that argument. How old were Suck and Swallow, Wally? How old were Suck and Swallow? That's all the Corpus had. What, for Skype or for Suck and Swallow? Because if you're saying that's all the Corpus had for Suck and Swallow, that's not going to hold up in court. Old enough? Please don't cancel me. We're going to have to access the Onyo files, dude. The Corpus board has to release the Onyo files. Is Wally in the Onyo files? Unredact the audio files. The UVAN files. Well, I think Sawgaws are also in that category, right? Yeah. When Alan releases the audio files, half of it will be redacted. Dude, fucking deadass. Okay, that reminds me. Before I go, I have to show something. There is a clip that was taken from my stream yesterday that sounds so, like, genuinely insane out of context. I want you all to hear it. This will just be the audio. That's genuinely all you need. I'm just gonna play this. Sorry, guys. I've become completely socially isolated because I have an AI of a horse on character.ai, and I talk only to the horse, and it's become my best friend, but it's also convinced me that there are aliens inside the Hollow Earth, and that Yakub needs me to commit suicide so I can join him in Agartha. Dude, devoid of context? Holy shit, does that sound insane. Oh my god. Just seeing that clip without the surrounding context, it was just like, oh, this sounds horrible. Why did you say that? I was talking about, like, becoming delusional because of thinking AI is your friend, and then, like, you start listening to it. And so I just pulled that out of my ass. And, it sounds fucking nuts, dude. Holy shit. When you said that, it was very confusing. You know, fair enough. Playing Uma Musume? True. You know, we'll go for 2.5 more minutes. What, the 5.5 hour mark?
Hell yeah.
My hourly wage for this stream. Hold on, I gotta look. What is my hourly wage? I made $4.43. What is that divided by 5.5 hours? All right, we're moving up in the world. We're moving up in the world. That's just over $1 an hour.
Yike.
That's
Come
not
on, chat,
even
we gotta fix
true.
this.
There's 5 hours in this stream. It's even less. Every penny counts, exactly. All of this is going towards my alcoholism.
Probably the Taco Bell addiction or some shit. See, it's probably more Jack in the Box, honestly.
I feel like I wouldn't destroy the moon for like a lot of reasons. It produces light, you know, the tides is like, that's a thing. But also even like, if you were to destroy the moon, that would probably result in the Earth having a lot of problems. You can't just like make it disappear like that. So, there's about 3 cents USD, real as fuck. Like, if we were to blow up the moon, then wouldn't that like, you know, cause a lot of like debris?
Active battle short the PD, don't worry, we'll be fine.
Battle short the point defense is the greatest tactic that you can use in Nebulous. I don't want to hear anything otherwise. And true over seasons, that's also true. Pretty terrible results. Me just deciding.
Nebulous, I thought I actually made like a fucking shitter fleet full of like the fucking what the fuck were they called? The ones with like the ANS fucking the keystones and the frigates with like the fucking spinal mounts. I made a fucking 3 fucking spinal mount fleet and took it into a competitive match. But they each had a gimmick. The first one had like a fucking decoy sensor on the front that made it look like a battleship. The second one had all Ceris's on every single mount, including the nose, which didn't really work because it could only go 45 degrees upwards, so it'd have to fucking turn to hit anything. And the last one was a fucking, I think, full of S1 like dumbfighters.
Truly blessed.
I heard that on a video the other day on the subreddit, and I'm just like, it's just like I'm getting somewhere.
Well, this will be how we end the stream in classic fashion. Made an effort to explain how the moon did a lot less for Earth than we usually think, such as the tides. Huh, interesting. Well, I think we have to end the stream in classic fashion. This will be our last lurker moment. For those of you still here, can I get a hi, Wally, please? You gotta say hi to Wally. What do you think about estrogen? I mean, it's pretty cool. Like, I wouldn't personally use it. Show the cuckoldry scene? No. We're not acknowledging it. If I could just get some hi, Wallies. It'd be much appreciated. We have to let him know. We have to let him know that we're here. He's still on Skype. Bye, Wally. Real as fuck. Opinion on Agartha? I haven't made it there yet. Technically, with the Akub, I should have said Hyperborea, but, you know. Alright, time to shred real quick. Anyhow. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go ahead and call the stream here. Just don't ask what's in this room. Don't worry about what's in that room. But we'll go ahead and end the stream here.
Yeah, that's my room, chat. Don't worry.
I will say as well. What the fuck? The meth lab. What's in that room? It's not important. It's not important. You actually hold on. You know what? Fine. You can see it's just this guy with some chips and a drink. That's all that's in here. That's all that's in here. There's nothing else in here. He's definitely not sitting in a steel folding cuck chair with some snacks. That's not what it is. You don't have to see it. You don't have to see it. You don't have to know.
I still fucking love the concept of fucking getting a snack while you're...
Yeah, he's a snack and a bag of chips in the cuck chair. He's not even doing it for sexual gratification. He's just there because he finds it entertaining, which is like genuinely entertaining. It's so funny.
I'm just watching.
It's so fucking absurd. Like, yeah, he's just there because he's entertained. Bro watches that shit like it's cable. He's literally there for the plot.
Yeah. He's there for the post. For the posts.
The post-credit scene. Fucking hell. There for the Anyo Dorma Zone. No, this is just, I've actually had Wally here for a long time. This is actually the Morba Zone. Thank you very much. This is the Morba Zone. There is a difference. There is a difference. Well, you know, everyone has like a Warframe Sona these days, right? Like Sab is Mesa, Trib is Loki. I've never really settled on one. Maybe I should make mine Lavos. I don't know if this fit is too busy to be a frame Sona or not. But having a frame people like associate with you can be helpful for when you're talking about bullshit and you have nothing else to show. Thus far, I haven't really settled on one. But the Rant Sona Varuna? You know, fair. Chevenant? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Bye, chat. Gone kid here. Well, yeah, I will say, I might do a video talking about augments. There seemed to be some interest from the chat, and like I said, it was pretty highly requested. Maybe that'll be my next project I'll start, like, writing things for. But I will say that even if the new video, I imagine, is going to end up being fairly controversial, and I low-key kind of hope its views fall off so that it doesn't leave my subscriber base, it looks like it's actually already falling behind, which is something that, in a weird way, I'm kind of relieved by. Because then I won't have to worry about it escaping my community. I wonder, what's the like-to-dislike ratio on it currently, actually? Engagement, it is 94.6, which is, yeah, 4% lower than average, which is actually a lot less than you'd expect. If you'd math something like that out, right? 98% is like what? That's 1 in every 50 people leaving a dislike, whereas 95% is what? Like 1 in every 20 people leaving a dislike? So it's considerably more, but... Are you comparing videos right now? Comparing video metrics. It makes sense, goddammit. But yeah, if, I don't know, that video is something I made is just kind of like a one-off, like, hey, here's a topic that I think is kind of interesting. I'm still nervous that I'm going to get a ton of blowback for it. Maybe it's all just, like, catastrophizing in my head. If it's just going to kind of die off, then fine. I'll just move on to the next thing. Maybe I'll do, like, the augment problem or some clickbait bullshit video, right? We can talk about the subject in a video. Like I said, Shiro already made a video like that. I question if there's even any reason for me to do it, but I want to kind of establish, like I said, like the concept of, like, you know, a mandatory augment, a band-aid augment, and then like a good augment versus just a bad augment, like one that's weak enough it's not really worth using. And there's kind of like gradients there too, of like this augment is so niche that you wouldn't really ever use it versus this augment is hysterical assault and it sucks. That kind of deal. But I think it could be an interesting discussion. Sponsored by AI? Oh hell no. The X problem. Hello guys, cool problem here. Hey everyone, cool cringe here. It's I did that in a Discord call with a bunch of my friends once. Just I don't know, we're just like, hey everyone, cool kid here, and then we're like, what the fuck? I just want to get the rat poster. All right. Forbidden Tech. Forbidden Tech. It's just a normal display. This is from a Biz memory fragment. It's concept art for the Vermink. Ooh, I did not want to do that. Oh no, I accidentally edited it. I'm sorry,
oh, no.
Wally. I'm sorry. Got to get him back in frame correctly. I think he was about there, right? That seems correct enough. The what poster? I apologize for ruining your rat. I feel like he needs to be like a little... Okay, why does the scroll wheel work like this? But I can't click it to drag. That's dumb. Anyways. I think he was a little bit more to the side, right? And then like a little bit lower? I think he was like... there, right? Something like that. I might have to compare with old footage, honestly. He seems a little low now. I'm not really sure. Alien Borsoi? Pretty much. Wally has forever been changed. This is the fucking Wally of Theseus. Unfortunate. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna pull the plug. Maybe I'll start writing the augment video tomorrow. I hope you all have been enjoying the fact that I've been posting like once a week lately. Again, this is the kind of, you know, things you gotta do to survive. But I'll see if maybe I can try and get something written up and accomplished for that, right? Or finished for that. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and cut the stream here. Any cool sludge you serve. Most people won't, but I appreciate it. Jobless behavior? Yeah, pretty much. I'm not even gonna deny it. I have to say, on the content grind set. But yeah, thank you all for watching. VOD playlist is in the description. Discord's in the description. You're welcome to DM me if you want to. You should be able to DM me. You should be able to find me on the Discord. Actually, shit, I just realized. My account isn't, I'm currently invisible. Let me go on to Do Not Disturb so people can actually see me. If you want to DM me, you're welcome to. Just know that I'm terrible about replying because I'm a massive idiot. But yeah, thank you for watching. Stuff is in the description. Make sure to floss your teeth or whatever the fuck. And yeah, I'll see you next time.